𝐶𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by johnsspur on Wattpad. Now let's start. 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 was walking down the street when a gust of wind blew her handkerchief from her hand. A tall man bent down to pick it up and, upon returning it, introduced himself as Asahi Shigaraki. 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 blushed as she replied with her name, explaining that she was on her way to work when the wind had taken her handkerchief. Grateful for his kindness, she thanked him. He smiled and asked if she would like to join him for a drink later. Flushed with excitement, they exchanged numbers. At first, their relationship was blissful. They dated, and 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 fell in love with him. He was kind and attentive. The house he built for them was spacious, with 5 bedrooms and 4 acres of property. However, for years later, everything changed. The man she loved revealed his true nature as all for one, and 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 found herself trapped in a nightmare. Their child had just turned 4 when 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 witnessed all for one using his quirk for the first time. Realizing the danger her son was in, she knew she had to escape with him at all costs. As she was planning their escape, her room door suddenly burst open, and a man entered, pointing a gun at her. He shouted that he intended to kill her for what her husband had done to him. 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, filled with desperation, told him that she didn't care if he killed her, she just wanted her son to be safe. The man was taken aback by her words. Tears filled 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's eyes as she pleaded for him to take her son and run, insisting that he was in terrible danger. The man lowered his gun and agreed to help her. He knew he might not survive, but if he could get her out of the house and thwart all for one's plans, it would be worth it. As they reached the window through which he had entered, they were spotted. He drew his gun and shot at the first person who entered the room, urging 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to run and escape while he covered her. She held her son tightly as she jumped out the window and ran as fast as she could. Behind her, she heard more gunshots and the sounds of the man screaming in pain. Though she didn't know his name, he had helped her escape, giving her a chance to save her son. Back at the house, Dr. Qiutai entered all for one's office and calmly informed him that 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 was gone and had taken their son. He added that he had analyzed the child's quirk, which ranked off the charts, revealing total area spatial manipulation down to the molecular level. With proper training, he would be a formidable force. All for one, however, had other plans. He ordered Garaki to bring the child back to him, expressing indifference toward 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's fate. Garaki acknowledged the order, but as he turned to leave, all for one warned him to ensure that no harm came to his son, threatening to deal with anyone who did. Garaki assured him he would relay the message and left the office. All for one brooded over 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's betrayal, vowing that if she were brought back, she would never make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 was running through alleys, desperately trying to reach the police station or find a pro-hero when she felt a sharp pain in her leg. Looking down, she saw a dagger embedded in her calf. Clutching Izuku tightly, she pushed herself to run again, but felt 2 more stab wounds in her side. Despite her injuries, she kept her son safe as she gasped for air, her vision blurring. All Might spotted her running with a child in her arms just as 2 daggers struck her from the side. He rushed toward her, catching her before she fell. 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 pleaded with him to keep her child away from his father, Shigaraki, at all costs. As her grip on Izuku faltered, All Might gently laid her down and took the child into his arms. 2 attackers emerged from the alley, daggers in hand, their eyes widening in fear at the sight of All Might. He quickly subdued them, tying them up before contacting the police. Tragically, 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 passed away in his arms, leaving All Might heartbroken as he held the crying child. He covered 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 with his cape to shield Izuku from the sight of his mother's lifeless body. When the police arrived, they found a picture of 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 holding Izuku, wearing an All Might onesie, along with her ID that confirmed her name as 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 Shigaraki. As the officers attempted to take the child from All Might, he remembered 𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's last words to keep him away from his father. Realizing the danger Izuku faced, All Might decided he could not let him go into police custody or foster care, fearing that All for One would find him. Determined to protect the child, All Might looked into Izuku's wide eyes and asked if he would like to live with him for a while. The little boy nodded eagerly, and All Might took him home. Back at All for One's house, Dr. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 knocked on the door. All for One instructed him to enter, and 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 delivered the news of 𝗀𝐻𝐿's death and that the boy had been rescued by All Might himself. The wooden desk creaked as All for One pressed both hands down on it, demanding to know where the two individuals responsible for bringing Izuku home were. Dr. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 informed him that they were currently in jail. All for One instructed him to ensure they wouldn't make it to their court date. Once the doctor left, All for One turned his focus to figuring out how to bring his son back home. Meanwhile, All Might entered his house with Izuku and quickly realized two important things. The child had no clothing, and he had no idea what Izuku liked to eat or if he had any allergies. Determined to provide for the child, he reached out to friends at UA for assistance. After making the necessary calls, he showed Izuku around the house, leading him to his new room. When All Might asked if he was hungry, Izuku shook his head, but the hurt in his eyes was evident. For the first time in his hero career, All Might felt completely lost. He had never expected to take in a child and had no clue how to raise one. But he knew he couldn't fail at this, so he looked into Izuku's eyes and smiled. He encouraged Izuku to eat if he wanted to grow big and strong like him, suggesting a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with a glass of milk. Izuku nodded, and All Might got to work preparing the food. 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. When All Might opened it, he found 𝐻𝐿, Recovery Girl, Midnight, and Mr. Aizawa standing there, each carrying bags filled with clothing, food, and toys. 𝐻𝐿 looked around and asked where the child was. All Might informed him that Izuku was asleep in a spare bedroom and proceeded to share everything that had happened, including the warning from Izuku's mother and his description of his father. The professors were stunned by the revelations. All Might then asked Recovery Girl if she could check on Izuku's health and determine who could test his quirk. She smiled and requested to be led to the child, assuring him she would take care of everything. Izuku woke when he heard the door open and saw All Might with a short woman dressed like a nurse. He quickly sat up, and All Might smiled, encouraging him to relax. The nurse smiled at Izuku, which made him feel a bit better, especially since he was used to the unsettling doctor who worked for his father. She asked for his permission before proceeding, which eased his anxiety. After drawing some blood and giving him a couple of shots, she reached into her pocket and handed him some candy, bringing a smile to his face. Once she finished, she looked at All Might and confirmed she was done. All Might then asked Izuku to follow them, leading him into the living room where more people were gathered. They introduced themselves and presented Izuku with nice clothing and toys to play with. After about an hour, they left, leaving Izuku and All Might alone again. All Might asked if Izuku wanted to watch some TV with him. Before they knew it, days turned into weeks, which turned into months. All Might would leave for work, and one of the professors from UA would come to teach Izuku. When All Might returned, he would train Izuku in various martial arts, and they would share meals together. After a year of living together, All Might had grown to love Izuku deeply. One day, he stopped by the court and brought home adoption papers. After their daily routine, he asked Izuku if he wanted to be his son. Izuku's eyes widened, and tears filled them as he nodded in agreement. Once they completed the paperwork, it was official, he was now Izuku Yagi. They kept this a secret to protect Izuku from All for One's influence. Occasionally, All Might would take Izuku out with him, though he knew it was dangerous. He felt guilty that Izuku was often confined to the house. Although Izuku never complained, All Might understood that he needed a broader social circle than just him and the professors. Izuku loved going into town and playing in the park, and even when All Might wasn't in costume, he always attracted a crowd. There were a few close calls when one of All for One's minions spotted them and attempted to take Izuku, but All Might easily thwarted them, though it always left him feeling anxious. One day, Izuku asked All Might why those people were trying to take him. All Might invited him to sit down and explained everything. Izuku, feeling guilty, believed it was all his fault. All Might placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, assuring him that none of this was his fault. In the meantime, Dr. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 entered All for One's office to provide an update on the search for his son. All for one expressed his growing impatience and concern about what All Might might be telling Izuku. The doctor reminded him that they were up against All Might himself and that success wouldn't come easily. However, they had come close a few times and just needed a bit more patience. All for one sighed, acknowledging that as Izuku grew older, his quirk would become stronger. He proposed a new strategy. Instead of trying to take the child, they should attack him, not to kill, but to force him to use his quirk and grow stronger. The doctor agreed, recognizing that this plan would keep Izuku isolated while also pushing him to develop his abilities. Back at All Might's house, Izuku was training with All Might, practicing his martial skills. All Might praised him for his progress but emphasized the need to practice his quirk as well. When he asked why Izuku hadn't attempted to use it over the past year, Izuku explained that his mother had told him to hide it from his father. All Might smiled, reassuring him that they needed to train his quirk to ensure he was well-rounded. Izuku hesitated, wondering if it was safe, but All Might placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, as he always did, encouraging him to trust in their training. Son, the only way for you to truly defend yourself is to harness all of your power and learn how to use it in real combat, All Might explained. They knew what Izuku's quirk was, and now it was time for him to learn how to use it properly. Training would begin immediately. As the days passed, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴𝐵 creating a defensive shield and learned to bend light around him to disappear. All Might was impressed by the versatility of Izuku's quirk and understood why he needed to keep him away from AFO. To enhance his martial training, All Might incorporated Izuku's new skills into actual combat scenarios. During practice, if Izuku failed to disappear correctly, All Might would flick his nose as a gentle reminder. They trained until Izuku could vanish at will in the midst of a fight. Next, All Might began testing Izuku's shield by striking it with normal strength before gradually increasing his power. Starting with 3%, he slowly ramped it up to 5%, then 8%, and eventually 75%. To further aid Izuku's development, All Might invited Recovery Girl to teach him about healing the human body. Izuku absorbed the lessons quickly. He had a passion for learning. One day, after returning home from work, All Might found Izuku preparing dinner. When Izuku turned to face his father, he vanished. All Might stood still, listening intently, and in an instant he was in front of Izuku, flicking where his nose should be. Izuku exclaimed in surprise, wondering what had given him away. All Might chuckled, mentioning it was his footsteps but praised his son for the near-perfect execution. He then asked why Izuku hadn't created a shield. Izuku admitted he hadn't thought of it. All Might smiled, encouraging him to use his brain and reminding him it was time to change his clothes for training. During dinner, Izuku asked why they hadn't started training him to use his quirk offensively. While he appreciated their progress, he pointed out that one cannot always win fights defensively. All Might looked at him and explained that his primary goal was for Izuku to be able to defend himself. He expressed a wish that his own power was as flexible as Izuku's, admitting he was only good at smashing through problems. But he believed Izuku would be capable of much more: stealth, healing, defense, and fighting. Izuku gazed at his father in awe, thinking he was perfect, yet here he was, wishing for Izuku's quirk. Unsure of how to respond, Izuku looked down at his hands. Noticing his son's distress, All Might knelt to meet his gaze and explained that Izuku's mother had died, saving the most precious person in her life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku began to sob, recalling the painful memories from nearly 2 years ago. All Might embraced him tightly, expressing gratitude for her bravery, which had led to the birth of a son he loved dearly and would do anything to protect. Izuku's sobs turned into heartfelt cries as he replied that he loved his father too. As time went on, All Might trained Izuku in offensive combat using his quirk. Now a preteen, Izuku had become a force of nature, relentless in both training and learning. He discovered that the more he understood something, the better he could utilize his quirk. The only limitation was his knowledge, prompting All Might to realize that Izuku needed to spend more time with kids his age, as he was becoming increasingly solitary. One day, after work, All Might found Izuku in the kitchen preparing dinner. This time, without turning his head, Izuku vanished again. All Might froze, listening carefully, and when he flicked his finger, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw Izuku standing there with a smile, having successfully snuck up on him. Izuku explained that he had used his quirk to shuffle his slippers silently. All Might instructed him to change his clothes. It was time to train. Izuku's shield could now withstand All Might's power at 90%. Although he was faster than most due to his training, he still couldn't match All Might's speed. However, he was able to hold his own during training sessions thanks to his quirk. After one such session, as they relaxed, All Might asked if Izuku would like to enroll in a regular school. Izuku's eyes widened with excitement and apprehension, as he longed to be around kids his age. All Might reassured him, noting his significant improvement and confidence in his ability to defend himself against most opponents. Reaching into his pocket, All Might pulled out a necklace with a small pendant. Izuku admired the green jewel at its center. All Might explained that if Izuku ever found himself in real danger, pressing the jewel would send an emergency signal to all pro heroes in the area and directly to his cell phone with a built-in GPS system. Izuku smiled, joking that it seemed a bit excessive. All Might informed him that he had enrolled him in Nyanbashi Junior High School, a mixed school with both boys and girls. Excited to finally be around peers, Izuku beamed, but All Might remained concerned. He understood the lengths AFO would go to achieve his goals and recognized Izuku's growing power, which could allow him to handle most villains quickly and with minimal collateral damage. All Might hoped Izuku would be able to make friends his age. He told Izuku they would go school shopping the next day, but for now, they could relax and watch some TV. Izuku felt a mix of nerves and excitement on his first day of school. This was the first time since he began living with All Might that he was attending a regular school. He had been homeschooled by the professors at UA since he was 4 years old. As he walked to his class, he noticed the other students chatting with their friends. He found his seat number and sat down, looking around, unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, a loud student entered, animatedly discussing the latest All Might fight, where he had single-handedly confronted 5 villains and saved 20 people during a bank robbery. Izuku had never heard people talk about his father in such a way before. It filled him with pride to be All Might's son, but his dad had instructed him to keep their relationship a secret for safety reasons. If anyone asked, Izuku was to say that his father was a high manager at a Mitsubishi company and that he had lost his mother when he was a child. When the homeroom teacher arrived, he asked all the students to introduce themselves. The loud student, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, introduced himself in the most arrogant manner Izuku had ever encountered, calling the rest of the class extras who weren't worthy of his time. 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽 declared that he would be the greatest hero once he graduated from UA, the most prestigious hero college. Unable to contain himself, Izuku chuckled, which drew 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽's ire. 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽 turned to Izuku, demanding to know where he came from, as he had never seen him before. Izuku explained that he had been homeschooled and that his father thought it would be beneficial for him to be around kids his age. 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽 retorted that Izuku's dad was probably tired of keeping a loser like him at home and wanted him to see what a real winner looked like. Izuku was at a loss for words, confused by 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽's cruelty. He didn't realize he was clenching his fists until 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽 noticed and taunted him, suggesting that if Izuku thought he was tough, he would beat the truth into him. Just as Izuku was about to respond, the homeroom teacher intervened and started the class. Izuku found his classes easy compared to what the UA professors had taught him. At the end of the day, he warped the light around him and vanished to avoid any further confrontation with 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽. When he got home, he changed into his training clothes and began practicing his fighting techniques. When All Might returned home and didn't find Izuku in the kitchen preparing their meals as usual, he went to their home gym and discovered Izuku working out, drenched in sweat as if he had been at it for hours. All Might called out to him, asking if he was all right. Izuku paused, lowering his head, and asked softly if he was a loser. He wondered if his father had sent him to school to see how the other kids were better than him. All Might embraced Izuku gently, careful not to hurt him, as he felt Izuku begin to sob. He reassured his son, expressing how proud he was and questioning where such a silly idea had come from. Izuku shared his experiences from the day, and All Might explained that 𝐻𝐵𝐾𝐽 was a bully and advised him to try not to let him get to him. Izuku admitted that he was so angry he hadn't even realized he was clenching his fists. All Might looked at him and said that he had been trained to fight in a way that most wouldn't be able to compete against. He urged Izuku to avoid fights whenever possible, explaining that people often fear those who are significantly stronger than they are. Izuku gazed into his father's eyes and asked why people weren't scared of All Might. As All Might looked back at his son's earnest expression, he explained that villains feared him, but regular people didn't because he was a hero. The more Izuku thought about his father's words, the more he realized he wanted to follow the hero path as well. Strengthening his resolve, he declared that he wanted to become a hero too. All Might didn't laugh or smile. Instead, he asked if Izuku was sure, warning him that it wouldn't be an easy life and that he would have to be tougher on him during training. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he asked if his training would become harder. He thought his father was already being tough on him. All Might chuckled, clarifying that just because he ensured Izuku's shield could withstand a few of his punches didn't mean he was being HRD on him. He reassured Izuku that they would start working on that beginning tomorrow. As the days passed, Izuku adjusted to school life, and true to his word, All Might made the training more challenging. His father was a formidable fighter, his movements fluid and overwhelming. All Might even mentioned that he was still holding back, but he acknowledged Izuku's improvement. As time went on, Bakugo continued to provoke Izuku, trying to draw him into a fight. However, Izuku felt the progress he was making. He was growing stronger, not just physically and mentally, but his quirk was also improving as he learned to control more aspects of it. As weeks turned into months, tragedy struck when a villain spotted Izuku on his way to school. The villain made a phone call, and the person on the other end introduced himself as Dr. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. The doctor listened intently and instructed the caller to find out what class the child was in, promising to inform the boss. He warned that they should not fail, recalling what had happened to the last two who had failed. The doctor hung up and walked to All-for-One's office, entering without knocking. He waited for AFO to acknowledge him before reporting that they had finally located his son, who was attending Nyanbashi Junior High School. He asked when they would like to retrieve him. After 3 months at school, Izuku began making friends. Being homeschooled had made him a bit shy, especially after his initial encounter with Bakugo. One day, while taking an English test, the classroom door burst open. A villain with a bullet quirk entered, and upon locking eyes with Izuku, he raised his hands and prepared to attack. Izuku had already begun to move as the villain aimed at him. Izuku created a barrier between the villain and his classmates as he leaped from his chair, rushing toward the threat. Bakugo followed closely behind, but Izuku's speed allowed him to reach the villain first. The villain was taken aback when his bullets were deflected right before him, realizing he hadn't harmed any of the students. Izuku seized the opportunity, delivering a swift punch to the villain's throat. As the villain raised his hand to clutch his throat, Izuku followed up with a strike just under his ribs and then a punch to his temple, causing the villain to collapse. Hearing footsteps approaching, Izuku used his quirk to make them disappear. Bakugo was scanning the hallway, trying to locate both Izuku and the villain. Izuku reached into his shirt, retrieving his pendant and pressing the button. He heard the teacher calling out to Bakugo, urging him to close the door if Izuku wasn't outside. Bakugo complied, but the building suddenly began to shake, followed by an explosion that obliterated a section of the classroom. He rushed back inside to find the wall gone, with students hiding behind the teacher. Bakugo lay unconscious on the floor as 3 more villains entered the classroom. Spotting Bakugo, one of them shouted that they would be rewarded handsomely for bringing him to their end. Izuku positioned himself between the villains and his classmates, declaring that they should leave the others out of this, or he wouldn't hold back. The villains laughed, dismissing his threat. A woman with WHPS for hair lashed out at Izuku, but he stopped her attack with his quirk, yanking her toward him. He struck her in the gut and followed with an uppercut, knocking her out cold. The remaining villains stood in shock, astonished that a middle school student could defeat her so effortlessly. One of the villains warned Izuku that if he didn't want his classmates harmed, he would have to come with them. Izuku glared at them, asserting that they wouldn't touch anyone if they valued their own safety. He warned them to turn around or face the same fate as their fallen comrades. The class watched in awe as the usually shy and quiet Izuku displayed incredible strength, realizing he was far different from the person they thought they knew. He had faced danger head-on to protect them. Another villain charged at Izuku, but he was quickly taken down in a flurry of punches. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed outside. Izuku glanced past the last villain and felt his heart surge with anger upon seeing the man responsible for his mother's death, his biological father, all for one. AFO looked at him with a sinister smile, commenting on how much he had grown and demanding that Izuku come with him, threatening to destroy the entire school if he refused. Izuku turned slightly to check on his classmates, seeing someone pull Bakugo back as the teacher stood protectively in front of the students, fear evident in their eyes. Lowering his hands, Izuku felt a moment of despair, but then he heard a yell. In an instant, All Might appeared, swiftly taking AFO out of the equation. In another blink, he was gone again. Izuku took advantage of the distraction, knocking out the last villain before sprinting through the broken wall, where All Might and AFO were locked in a fierce battle. AFO glared at All Might with intense hatred, claiming Izuku as his son and expressing his longing to reclaim him. All Might felt a surge of anger, reminding AFO that he had killed Izuku's mother right before his eyes. AFO dismissed her death, stating she was weak and had brought it upon herself. He smugly declared that once he had Izuku's quirk, he would let All Might keep him. This was the moment All Might snapped, delivering a punch that shattered nearby windows. FO attempted to cushion the blow with his quirks but realized the fight had turned deadly. The two charged at each other, exchanging powerful punches that shattered concrete and glass around them. Izuku watched in horror as his real father battled his adoptive father, both men striving to overpower one another. More heroes arrived to evacuate the area, but Izuku remained frozen, cloaked in invisibility as he witnessed the clash between the man who saved him and the man who had caused him so much pain. Then, a sound shattered his focus. All Might took a hit to his ribs, and Izuku heard the sickening sound of bones breaking. All Might coughed up blood and fell to one knee, while AFO looked down at him with a triumphant smile. All Might knew he had sustained serious injuries, with at least 4 ribs shattered. AFO, growing more confident, taunted All Might about his weakness and questioned his ability to train Izuku. All Might realized he needed to end the fight quickly. As AFO approached, he patiently listened to AFO's monologue. When AFO was within striking distance, All Might unleashed a powerful punch, feeling AFO's ribs break under the force. As AFO doubled over, All Might struck again, and this time he felt AFO's skull crack. AFO crumpled to the ground, and All Might fell to his knees, questioning whether he had gone too far. Izuku noticed the pain etched on All Might's face and allowed himself to be seen as he rushed toward him. All Might raised a hand to stop him, causing Izuku to freeze momentarily. Then, without a sound, he dashed to All Might's side and whispered in his ear, asking if he was all right. All Might replied that he thought he had crushed 4 of his ribs and sustained other internal injuries. Izuku's heart sank. The man he had always viewed as invincible was hurt, and badly. Encouraging All Might to grit his teeth, Izuku focused his energy. He heard All Might grunt in pain as he used his quirk to mend All Might's bones. Izuku knew this must have been excruciating as he forced the bone fragments back into place and began fusing them together. Heroes began to surround All Might, prompting Izuku to step back but remain close enough to continue his healing. He realized he now had a 6-foot radius he could control with his quirk. He ceased his healing when he spotted Recovery Girl rushing toward All Might, having just finished mending his ribs and some internal organs. Stepping back from the gathering heroes, Izuku reappeared near his classmates, who were now looking at him with newfound respect. He could hear them whispering about how he had fought and won without hesitation. Deep down, Izuku understood that his brief moment of normalcy was over. He would never be able to return to school as he once had. He glanced back at All Might, who was being placed on a stretcher and loaded into an ambulance. Fighting the urge to run, as he had been taught to avoid drawing attention, he ignored the calls from students and teachers urging him to come back. As All Might was being transported, he heard Recovery Girl mention that AFO was still alive, albeit barely. AFO was placed on a separate stretcher and rushed to a different hospital, destined for a maximum security facility to prevent any chance of escape once he was healed. Once Izuku was outside the school grounds, he began to run, pulling out his cell phone and pressing the number 1 on his speed dial. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, the head of Hero University, answered and asked where he was. Izuku looked around and told him his location. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 informed him that Professor Aizawa would arrive in 10 minutes to take him to his father. A weight lifted from Izuku's chest, and his knees felt weak as he found a bench to sit on. His nerves began to calm, and without realizing it, he started to weep. For the first time since losing his mother, Izuku felt lost and afraid. After what felt like hours, a car pulled up. It was Professor Aizawa. Upon seeing Izuku, he stepped out and assured him that All Might would be okay. Izuku looked up, feeling a burden lift from his shoulders. Professor Aizawa encouraged him to come along, saying All Might wanted to see him just as much as he wanted to see All Might. Meanwhile, FO was on his way to the maximum security hospital when his SRT was ambushed, and the ambulance was suddenly breached. Dr. Q-Dai entered, reassuring FO that he would take care of him. Once healed, they would seek revenge on the one responsible for this and make All Might suffer. At the hospital, Professor Aizawa and Izuku arrived in the waiting room, where they found 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, Recovery Girl, Professor Midnight, and Present Mike. Midnight was the first to notice Izuku and enveloped him in a tight hug, prompting him to cry once more. These were the people who had helped raise him, taught him, and trained him. He felt safe again. Recovery Girl approached and gently wiped the tears from his eyes, assuring him that his father would be fine. She explained that All Might was fortunate someone had healed the worst of his injuries before they became irreversible. With a smile, she mused about who could have healed him without being seen. Recovery Girl expressed her hope that Izuku would reconsider his path, suggesting he could become one of the best healers with more training. She believed he could save more lives through healing than by fighting. Izuku met her gaze and replied that his father had once wished for a quirk as versatile as his. He wanted to honor All Might by following in his footsteps and becoming the number 1 hero, ensuring that All Might could retire peacefully, knowing everything would be all right because he was there. Just then, the doctor entered, announcing that the surgery was complete and All Might was in his room. They followed the doctor to All Might's room, where the security measures to reach him were intense. As Izuku entered, he saw All Might sitting up, bandaged but alive. He rushed to his father and embraced him tightly. All Might returned the hug and expressed his gratitude. Izuku was taken aback and asked why All Might was thanking him, believing he wouldn't have been hurt if AFO hadn't attacked the school to reach him. All Might smiled and placed a hand on Izuku's head, explaining that he had done what he was supposed to do by pressing the button on his pendant, which saved lives by allowing him to arrive before AFO could inflict serious damage. He praised Izuku for stopping when he raised his hand, preventing him from being linked with All Might in public. Most importantly, he acknowledged that Izuku's healing had been crucial. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to sit there with him now. The success of the surgery was due to Izuku's timely intervention, and otherwise, All Might would have been in no condition to continue his hero work for a long time. Izuku looked at his father, tears streaming down his face, and said he was just happy that All Might was all right. Recovery Girl then urged All Might to talk to Izuku and encourage him to reconsider his path. With a few more years of training, he could become one of the world's greatest healers. She implored All Might to speak to him, knowing he would listen, and to think of all the lives Izuku could save. All Might looked at Recovery Girl and smiled, knowing his son had chosen his path. He was determined to train him with all his might to become an even better hero than himself. He expressed the need for everyone's help, as Izuku's quirk was far more versatile than his own. The more Izuku understood how things worked, the more he could do with his quirk. His only limits were his range and his knowledge. Professor Aizawa, intrigued, asked what All Might meant. All Might explained that Izuku's limits were indeed his range, and if he comprehended how something functioned, he could manipulate it within his sphere of influence. He had been training Izuku to be versatile, teaching him skills like creating a shield, turning invisible, and generating fog. Recovery Girl had been focusing on healing, but Izuku had potential beyond that. All Might instructed Izuku to disappear, and without hesitation, Izuku vanished. Then, All Might asked him to create fog, and within moments, the room filled with a thick mist. All Might smiled and told Izuku to dispel the fog, which he did effortlessly, pulling it into a ball before reappearing. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 observed Izuku with newfound respect, acknowledging his strength and versatility. He announced that they would resume Izuku's training, emphasizing that it would involve more than just combat skills. The dean informed Izuku that upon graduating high school, he would attend UA University. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not only promised specialized training from UA professors but also guaranteed entry into the same institution where his father had earned his hero certification. He vowed to do his best and work hard to make everyone proud. Suddenly, All Might's phone rang, and his expression turned serious. When Izuku inquired if everything was all right, All Might revealed that All for One had been freed by some villains and was now missing. He advised Izuku to take the next 2 weeks off to enjoy himself, believing that no one would be foolish enough to act during that time. After the break, All Might would focus on Izuku's training while the professors concentrated on his studies. Before Izuku could respond, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 agreed with All Might, although the professors were less convinced. Nevertheless, they recognized Izuku's capabilities and responsibility. Izuku looked at his father, expressing concern about the decision, especially after the recent attempt on his life in front of his entire school. All Might reassured him, stating that they had just harmed their boss, and the villains would not dare act without his permission, as he was not a forgiving person. Meanwhile, Dr. Q-Dai-Garaki had completed his second round of surgeries but was unable to save All for One's eyes due to severe damage. One of his lungs was beyond repair, and the other was partially collapsed, necessitating a respirator. Garaki knew he had much work ahead but needed to rest for a few hours before continuing. He ordered that All Might and the boy be left alone until the boss was ready to deal with them, warning that anyone disobeying would face serious consequences. He dozed off, contemplating the tasks ahead. After receiving his release from the hospital, All Might and Izuku rode home with Professor Aizawa. Once they arrived, they settled on the sofa in front of the TV, sharing a quiet moment before All Might asked if Izuku was all right. In a soft voice, Izuku admitted he was not. He confessed he had been terrified that day, fearing he would lose All Might and be left all alone, a thought he found unbearable. All Might spoke gently, reminding Izuku that this was the world he wished to join. Being a hero did not guarantee victory, and death was a reality he would have to confront daily while wearing the costume. He reiterated that it was not too late for Izuku to reconsider his path, offering him the chance to live a normal life. He encouraged Izuku to spend the next 2 weeks enjoying life as a typical child, playing with kids his age at the park after school, and then to give him his answer. Izuku took a walk through a park, observing mothers playing with their children. He wondered what his life might have been like had his mother not passed away. Would he have been like those kids, playing happily, or would his father have taken his quirk and left him feeling empty? As he left the park, he pondered how different his life would be if All Might hadn't saved him. He wandered past a mall and decided to go inside, heading up to the second-floor arcade to play Mortal Kombat, a game he had heard his classmates mention. He lost track of time and, feeling hungry, walked into a nearby cafe. He was taken aback by the girls dressed as various cats, and before he could leave, a cute girl dressed as an orange tabby cat took his arm and guided him to a table. Izuku thoroughly enjoyed his first visit to the cafe and thought about bringing All Might there. Upon returning home, Izuku noticed his father talking with Professor Aizawa. All Might smiled upon seeing him and asked how his first day out had been. Izuku shared everything, including his feelings of fear. He and All Might had always been open with each other, and he did not want to change that. All Might listened attentively, smiling at the mention of the cat cafe. Professor Aizawa also smiled, recalling that cafe had the best desserts in town. Once Izuku finished recounting his day, All Might expressed his happiness that Izuku had enjoyed himself and suggested he change so they could watch a movie together. Izuku smiled as he left the room. Professor Aizawa looked at All Might and expressed his concerns about allowing Izuku to roam the streets unsupervised. All Might reassured his friend, explaining that it was important for Izuku to experience life beyond the world of heroes and villains. He believed that if Izuku didn't have the chance to enjoy life with normal people, he would never truly relax. Izuku already carried the weight of guilt over his mother's death and All Might's injuries, and All Might wanted him to learn how to have fun and embrace his childhood. As Izuku entered the room, he noticed Professor Aizawa was saying goodbye. Concerned, he asked if everything was all right. All Might told him the truth. The professor just wanted to ensure Izuku's safety while he was unsupervised. Their relationship was built on honesty, which kept things simple. Izuku thanked All Might for allowing him this time, feeling a sense of normalcy for the first time. He asked if he could have similar opportunities once his 2 weeks were over. All Might smiled and agreed that they could do this on weekends, but during the weekdays, Izuku would need to focus on school and training. They settled down to watch a movie, but halfway through, All Might's phone rang. After answering, he informed Izuku that work called and he would return as soon as possible. In a flash, he was gone. Izuku turned off the movie and went to his room. The 2 weeks passed quickly, and training began. All Might was serious when he said it would be tough. The UA professors arranged for Izuku to be homeschooled while still earning a regular high school diploma. Izuku looked forward to the weekends. He enjoyed visiting the maid cafe, where he interacted with friendly staff, some of whom even flirted with him. He loved taking walks in the park, often resting against a tree while watching mothers care for their children. He imagined his mother playing with him in such a setting and sometimes read a book under that tree. Despite his busy schedule, he cherished these moments. Though he didn't have many real friends, he greeted some of the kids he played with. However, after the incident at school, he kept his distance, hurt by their fearful glances and whispers. He didn't want anyone else to suffer because of him and promised himself he would become strong enough to protect those he cared for. He trained diligently, determined to be strong enough for All Might to retire peacefully. One day, Izuku asked All Might why he continued to work as a hero when he could enjoy a life of luxury with his earnings. All Might looked him in the eyes and explained that he had never done it for the money. As long as people needed help and he was able, he would be there for them. That moment taught Izuku the true meaning of heroism, not for personal gain, but to make a real difference in the lives of others. Inspired, Izuku pushed himself both mentally and physically. 5 years later, Izuku graduated high school. He woke up excited, ready to watch the entrance exams with All Might. He had taken his test earlier, scoring the highest among the recommended students. When he entered the monitor center, Professor Midnight squealed in delight, pulling him into a warm embrace. All Might intervened, asking her to let him breathe. Once released, Izuku felt a deep blush creep across his face. Midnight teased him about not being used to a woman's affection and promised to teach him more now that he was of age. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 entered and congratulated Izuku on his impressive score. As the monitors came to life, Izuku saw students wishing to enter the hero course at UA. By chance, he spotted a familiar face, Achiko Uraraka, a girl from the cat cafe he frequented on weekends. She had always been kind to him, even asking for his number, which he had to decline due to not having a phone. Izuku informed Midnight that he recognized her, and she playfully teased him as the exam began. As he watched the monitors, he saw various exam fields and noticed Bakugo was also participating. Izuku focused on the monitor displaying Achiko, cheering her on. She performed well until 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 pressed a big red button, causing a massive robot to roll down the street toward her. A large piece of debris fell, trapping Achiko's leg. Panic surged through Izuku as he realized no one was helping her. Professor Midnight challenged him, asking what he would do about it. Without hesitation, Izuku used his quirk to lift the ground beneath him, propelling himself forward. He manipulated the thick ballistic glass, turning it into sand, and shot out of the room like a bullet. All Might turned to Midnight, acknowledging that she had provoked him. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 watched with interest as Izuku's actions unfolded. One of the heroes questioned why he had taken a chunk of the floor with him. All Might explained that while Izuku couldn't fly, he could control the ground beneath him. He was relieved that Izuku hadn't caused more destruction just to escape. Achiko saw the robot reaching out to grab her and yelled for help one last time, trying to protect herself by covering her head with her hands. Suddenly, she heard metal crunching. When she looked up, she couldn't believe her eyes. The boy from the cafe was floating just above her, and the robot's hand was crushed. For the first time, she saw him angry. The robot backed up, deploying its weapon systems and targeting Izuku. He used his quirk to lift the wall off 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿's leg and raised her into the air, placing her safely behind him. Still in shock, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 watched as the robot's hand crumpled just before it could reach Izuku. With the wall lifted off her leg, she floated behind him, and he remained focused on the robot, which now had weapons aimed at them. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 barely heard him reassure her that everything would be okay as they launched into the air like cannonballs, heading straight for the robot. Izuku was intensely focused, multitasking like never before while using his quirk. He concentrated gravity into a point in front of him as they blasted towards the robot. All the students stared in awe as the pair collided with the robot, creating a hole in its chest and blasting out its back. The gravity point worked effectively, crushing its circuitry as they flew through the robot, powering it down. Izuku slowly turned towards 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻, asking if she was all right. She replied that she thought her leg was broken, and began drifting towards him. He cradled her in his arms, surprised when she wrapped her arms around his neck. Once they touched the ground, Izuku released his quirk, and the students began to surround them. Recovery Girl was walking down the street when she spotted Izuku carrying a girl. She wondered why he didn't heal her himself but said nothing. Approaching Izuku, she checked 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻's leg and asked him to follow her to the recovery room for treatment, then began examining the other students. The strain of using his quirk had left Izuku tired, but he continued to carry 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻, following Recovery Girl. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 apologized for being a burden, but he smiled and assured her it was no problem. She mentioned that she didn't remember seeing him at the beginning of the exam. Izuku calmly explained that he had been recommended and was able to observe the exam due to a favor. He had seen her in trouble and couldn't let the robot hurt her. Besides, who else would take such good care of him at the cafe? 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 blushed, grateful he wasn't looking at her, or she would have turned into a puddle. When they arrived at Recovery Girl's office, he gently placed her on the treatment bed and stepped aside to let her check 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻's leg. Recovery Girl smiled and told Izuku he could leave now. He blushed at being called out just as All Might walked in. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 went into fangirl mode as All Might greeted Izuku, asking how the girl was and if he was ready to go. Recovery Girl confirmed that she would be okay, so Izuku said he was ready. He looked over at 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻, hoping to see her again soon, and they left the room. As they entered the hallway, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 exclaimed in excitement that it was All Might. As All Might and Izuku walked down the hallway, All Might praised Izuku for how he handled the rescue. He had shielded her with his body and quirk, which was smart, and kept her directly behind him when he attacked. All Might asked why he had taken her with him during the attack on the robot. Izuku explained that the environment was unstable and he didn't want anything to fall on her when she was out of range of his quirk, making it safest for her to be right behind him. All Might smiled at his son, impressed by his thoughtfulness. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 joined them, walking down another part of the hallway. He noted Izuku's improvement with multitasking and expressed gratitude that he had turned the glass into sand instead of shattering it. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 informed Izuku that when the semester started, he would be placed in Class 1A and expected great things from him before entering an office. Izuku looked at All Might and joked about the pressure. All Might reassured him that he would be fine, as the dean saw great potential in him, plus he had been training with professors. Izuku smiled and asked if he could go to the cafe the next day. All Might agreed but mentioned that the girl might not be there. Izuku blushed and clarified that she wasn't the only reason he went there. They had the best desserts. He invited All Might to join him. All Might said he had to take a rain check this weekend as he was on patrol, but he would join him next weekend. They made a deal, and as they went home, Izuku sat on the couch and dozed off. The next morning, after his workout, Izuku set off for the cafe. On his way, he saw a little girl being attacked by a slime villain. Before he could react, the girl's older sister pushed her out of the way, only to be grabbed by the slime villain. As she screamed while being engulfed, something snapped within Izuku. All he could see was his mother holding him. He ran towards them as the crowd fled, calling for help. Once he was in range, he used his quirk to pull the girl out of the slime villain, sending her flying towards him. He placed her safely beside her little sister and faced the slime villain, who looked at him in shock. Izuku declared that if the villain liked picking on girls, he would show him why he would never do that in front of him. The slime felt itself being compressed and couldn't move as Izuku calmly approached. He could see the anger in Izuku's eyes, and soon he was lifted into the air. The boy had to be telekinetic, but the slime thought he could always escape. It tried to squirm, but it was as if it was locked in place. Izuku found what he was looking for, a large soda bottle someone had dropped. He opened it and poured out the soda, pointing the bottle towards the slime and using his quirk to force the slime into the bottle before screwing the cap on tightly. Once he finished, he placed the bottle on the ground and turned to check on the girls. The older sister was holding her younger sister, both of them in tears. Izuku approached them, concerned for their well-being, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The pro-hero 𝐻𝗳𝗓𝗋 arrived to a cheering audience, capturing the moment of a boy comforting two girls on camera. The fight was over, and a soda bottle lay in the middle of the street. As Izuku spoke with the girls, he learned that the older one was 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴𝐵 and the younger one was 𝐴𝑡𝐶𝑢𝐾𝐼. The little girl hugged him tightly, crying and thanking him for saving her sister. Izuku returned the hug, reassuring her that everything was all right now. He complimented 𝐶𝑢 for her bravery in putting herself in harm's way to protect her sister. 𝐶𝑢 blushed and asked her sister to let him go, then paused to ask for his name. After Satsuki finally released him, he looked into her eyes and smiled, causing her to blush as she introduced herself. 𝐶𝑢 then exclaimed that 𝐻𝗳𝗓𝗋 was there, but when she turned back to where Izuku had been, he had vanished. Satsuki gasped, wondering where he had gone just as 𝐻𝗳𝗓𝗋 approached them, inquiring about what had happened and where the boy had gone. Meanwhile, Izuku had barely made it halfway home when his cell phone rang. It was All Might. Upon answering, Izuku was surprised to hear his father's immediate concern for his safety. He reassured All Might that he was fine and asked how he had found out so quickly. All Might explained that the incident had spread across social media and news outlets, with everyone talking about the mysterious boy who had saved the girl and then disappeared. Izuku felt a sinking feeling, realizing he needed to be licensed to use his quirk for heroics. All Might pressed him about his thoughts during the incident. Izuku revealed that seeing 𝐶𝑢 protect her sister reminded him of his mother trying to save him. He expressed a longing to speak with a therapist, someone not connected to UA. All Might, feeling a lump in his throat, agreed and asked what Izuku planned to do next. Izuku stated his intention to turn himself in to the police, recalling his father's teachings about doing what is right, not what is easy. He expressed his love for his dad and promised to call after his phone call, then hung up and headed to the nearest police station to turn himself in. Dr. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 entered the treatment room of All for One and informed him that his son had been located. He had appeared on the news rescuing a girl from a villain with a slime quirk. All for One, speaking through his respirator, instructed 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐵 to leave the boy alone for now, revealing that he had been preparing a surprise for both Izuku and All Might. He noted that he was not yet ready but would be soon, vowing not to make the same mistake as before. In another part of town, Achiko excitedly called for her mother to see the news about the boy who had saved her during her UA exam. Her mother rushed into the living room, eager to see the boy her daughter had been raving about. Achiko expressed her hope that he wouldn't get into trouble for his actions. Her mother reminded her that the law required only licensed heroes to use their quirks for rescue. Achiko frowned, defending the boy's character and expressing her wish that this wouldn't ruin his chances of getting into UA, as he had been accepted by recommendation. A news flash interrupted their conversation, announcing that the boy who rescued the girls had turned himself in to the authorities. A police representative stated that he had broken the law by using his quirk to save a girl and capture the slime villain but would be released after agreeing to 2 weeks of community service instead of going to court. His father had been notified and agreed to the punishment. 𝐶𝑢 watched the news, tears streaming down her face as her father arrived home from work. Concerned, he asked why she was crying. Her mother explained that they had been waiting for him to return to share the news about 𝐶𝑢 and Satsuki being attacked and how the boy who saved them had turned himself in. Her father immediately expressed concern for their safety, asking if they were hurt. 𝐶𝑢 reassured him that they were both fine but lamented that she never got the chance to thank him. Ganma sat beside 𝐶𝑢, asking why she was upset. 𝐶𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 confessed her guilt over the boy getting in trouble after being so kind to her, and 𝐬𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 decided to call the police station to see how he could help the boy. Just then, 𝐬𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 entered the room, running into her father's arms and excitedly sharing their adventure. Tsuyu's mother received a phone call from a familiar voice, introducing himself as 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗍. He explained that he had been referred to her to help his son, who wanted to speak with a therapist about some past issues. Tsuyu's mother initially hesitated but agreed to help, promising to contact him to schedule an appointment. Izuku stood hesitantly in front of his house, feeling uncertain about entering for the first time in his life. He took a deep breath and walked in, bracing himself for his father's disappointment or anger. However, as he entered the room, he was unexpectedly lifted into a strong embrace. 𝐴𝐿 expressed his relief that Izuku was unharmed and conveyed how proud he was of him. Izuku was taken aback. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. 𝐴𝐿 acknowledged that Izuku had acted according to his principles and faced the consequences without hesitation. When 𝐴𝐿 set Izuku down, he noticed they were not alone. 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿 was present. 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿 informed Izuku that they had chosen not to involve the police to ease his situation. They had waited until he was released to learn about his community service, during which they received numerous calls from people outraged by his punishment for doing the right thing. Although 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿 could not publicly support Izuku's actions, he praised the footage of Izuku rescuing a girl, calling it heroic work and expressing excitement for what he could achieve with proper training. He advised Izuku to stay out of trouble for the next 3 weeks. When Izuku questioned why 3 weeks when his community service ended in 2, his father reminded him that school started in 3 weeks. 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿, glancing at the time, excused himself, promising to see Izuku at the university. Izuku turned to his dad, expressing his surprise at the lack of anger. He had feared he might have jeopardized his chance at entering UA. 𝐴𝐿 reassured him that he raised him to do what is right, not what is easy, emphasizing that walking away would have weighed heavily on him. Izuku shared that he could only think of his mother's expression when she handed him to 𝐴𝐿, and he couldn't let that little girl experience the same fear. 𝐴𝐿 embraced Izuku once more, mentioning that he had arranged the appointment Izuku requested and would be receiving a call soon. The next morning, Izuku woke up early, struggling to sleep. After completing his morning workout and having breakfast, he left for his community service at 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 Municipal Beach Park. As he looked out across the sand, he sighed at the years of trash littering the beach. Using his quirk, he began collecting and compacting the debris. Almost at lunchtime, 𝐴𝐿 arrived with a takeout box from Izuku's favorite cafe, prompting a smile from Izuku. He used his quirk to fashion 2 seats from scrap metal on the beach. 𝐴𝐿 sat down and handed Izuku a letter, which confused him. 𝐴𝐿 chuckled, explaining that the girl from the exam had asked him to deliver the note. She had been concerned about Izuku and wanted to ensure he was okay. When 𝐴𝐿 mentioned that she had packed his favorite meal and dessert, Izuku felt his ears turn red with embarrassment. He tucked the letter into his pocket and enjoyed lunch with his dad. After they finished, 𝐴𝐿 reminded Izuku about his appointment with the therapist the next day. Grateful, Izuku returned to his work. The rest of the day passed quickly, and he went home excited to read the letter. The following morning, Izuku was back at the beach, feeling uplifted by Achiko's letter. It made him feel like a true hero, especially since she expressed a longing to see him again. As noon approached, he wrapped up his work and headed up to the street. At the top of the stairs, his dad pulled up in the car, asking if he was ready. Izuku got in, and they drove to the appointment. 𝐴𝐿 offered to accompany him to meet Dr. Azui, but Izuku preferred to go alone this time, knowing how people reacted when they first met his father. 𝐴𝐿 smiled and asked if he wanted a ride home afterward, but Izuku declined, assuring him he would see him at home. Dr. Azui was in her office when her phone rang, signaling Izuku's arrival. She was surprised to see the boy who had saved her daughter walk in. She expressed her gratitude, explaining that she had been wanting to meet him to thank him for saving her girl. Izuku was momentarily speechless, realizing that the girl he had rescued was Tsuyu. After a brief hug, he stepped back, stating that he had only done what he felt was right and was relieved that her daughter was safe. Baru invited Izuku to sit down, offering him a choice of chairs in her office. As he settled in, she asked what was on his mind. As he spoke, 𝐴 felt her heart ache for him, realizing the pain he carried from witnessing his mother's death and the trauma of his past. Despite the weight of his experiences, Izuku remained kind-hearted. He carefully avoided mentioning specific names, but he felt a sense of relief as he shared his burdens. When their session concluded, 𝐴 expressed her longing to have more sessions with him, to which Izuku happily agreed, feeling that it would help him. Before leaving, he asked 𝐴 to convey his apologies to Tsuyu and Satsuki for not arriving sooner. Izuku felt a sense of determination as he reflected on his actions. He wished he could convey his feelings to others, particularly that he had no regrets about what he had done, only a longing to have arrived sooner. 𝐴 smiled and mentioned that Tsuyu thought he was a kind person. She remarked that his adoptive father must be a strong and kind man to have raised him with such convictions. Izuku responded with a smile, affirming that his dad was indeed the strongest and kindest man he knew. When Izuku opened the door, he was surprised to see his father standing there, accompanied by the secretary, who informed him that she was with a client. 𝐴𝐿 explained that he was there to pick up young Yagi to ensure he completed his community service, and they left without further discussion. 𝐴's jaw dropped in realization. 𝐿 was indeed the strong man Izuku had spoken of. Could he really be his adoptive father? Izuku looked at 𝐿 and reminded him that they had agreed to meet at home. 𝐿 expressed his concern for Izuku's well-being, reassuring him that he would always be his boy and that he would always care for him. Izuku smiled, grateful for his father's unwavering support, thanking him for always being there and for shaping him into the person he was today. 𝐴 entered her house, still in shock from meeting the boy who had saved her daughters and realizing that 𝐿 might be his adoptive father. She called for Tsuyu and Satsuki to join her in the living room and shared her encounter with them, carefully omitting the fact that Izuku was now her patient. Tsuyu expressed her happiness that he wasn't upset with them, recalling how kind he had been when he comforted Satsuki. Satsuki wished she could see him again, admiring his bravery and kindness. After a week and a half of hard work, Izuku completed his community service at the beach, as confirmed by his probation officer. To celebrate, he decided to visit his favorite cafe and invited his father to join him. When they entered, Achiko's face lit up, and she rushed over to hug Izuku, causing him to blush while 𝐿 teased him. Achiko shared her excitement about her last day at work, revealing that she had been accepted into UA and would be starting in a week. Izuku congratulated her, and when she asked if he would attend UA as well, he assured her he would. She smiled brightly, hoping to see him in school. As she went to fetch their drinks, 𝐿 chuckled, noting that it was the first time in a long while that he felt ignored. Izuku noticed everyone staring at them, and 𝐿 commented on the price of fame, surprised it took Izuku so long to realize it. Meanwhile, Achiko was approached by her fellow waitresses, all eager to get 𝐿's autograph. They speculated about Izuku's identity, recalling how he had gotten into trouble for using his quirk to save someone, wondering if 𝐿 had to keep an eye on him. At the end of their meal, 𝐿 signed a few autographs, and Izuku asked if he could take a picture with Achiko while she was still in her uniform. She blushed as she found herself between Izuku and 𝐿 for the photo. When they left, the other girls rushed to Achiko, bombarding her with questions about her relationship with Izuku. The first day of school arrived, and Achiko arrived early, finding her seat. A boy with blonde hair and a lightning design began flirting with her. As more students entered, she spotted the girl Izuku had rescued. Then, a loud blonde boy with spiky hair walked in, sitting atop one of the tables, while a tall guy with glasses began to argue with him. Achiko felt a wave of relief when Izuku finally walked in. Tsuyu approached him with a smile, and when he raised his hand for a handshake, she surprised him by stepping in for a hug, thanking him for his help. Izuku returned the hug, expressing his gladness that she was okay. As they parted, Izuku asked about her sister, and Achiko hugged him again, this time out of pure affection. Izuku felt a blush creeping up as he was not accustomed to such attention. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the moment. Katsuki Bakugo called out to Izuku, questioning why he was in his class. Professor Aizawa entered, explaining that Izuku had scored the highest among the recommended students. Aizawa instructed everyone to change into gym clothing, announcing that it was time to determine who would stay in his class and who would be sent home. Izuku let go of Izuku, asking if Aizawa was joking. Izuku assured her that he was serious. Bakugo, feeling competitive, sought out Izuku, who was surrounded by a few classmates asking if he was dating one of the girls. Bakugo's anger flared. He wanted to prove that he was better than Izuku, who had fought and defeated 4 villains, including the one who had previously bested him. Bakugo was determined to show that his earlier loss was a fluke. This test would be his chance to reclaim his status as the top student, especially since he had been the highest scorer at the entrance exam. Professor Aizawa smiled, reminding everyone that the student in last place would be sent home. Bakugo asked if they could use their quirks, and Aizawa confirmed they could, fueling Bakugo's confidence that he would win. After the exam, Minoru Mineta finished last, while Izuku claimed first place, leaving Bakugo seething with frustration. He had never placed so low before. He lost to Izuku in the dash, and Izuku was able to lift heavier weights on the bench than he could. He also lost to him in the throw. Izuku came in second only in one event, where he lost to a girl named Izuku during the ball throw for distance. She could control gravity, and the ball never landed, which frustrated Bakugo even more because he couldn't figure out Izuku's quirk. Professor Aizawa called the class together and expressed his approval, stating that they had impressed him enough that he wouldn't send any of them home. Bakugo, feeling defiant, remarked that he knew Aizawa was bluffing, but Izuku corrected him, explaining that Aizawa had expelled an entire class once for not meeting his standards. Mineta swallowed hard, relieved that he wasn't sent home. Tsuyu stood close to Izuku and asked how he knew so much about Professor Aizawa. Izuku explained that Aizawa was like an uncle to him and that he had heard many stories about students who failed to meet his expectations. Izuku, Tsuyu, Bakugo, and a few other students began to look at Izuku differently. Bakugo considered that Izuku was very well connected, and if what his old classmates said was even partially true, Izuku was a skilled fighter. He wondered why Izuku had left his class behind and why he wouldn't fight back when provoked. Bakugo needed to understand before he could try to forgive him. Izuku excused himself to change, mentioning he had an appointment, and left. Tsuyu and Izuku watched him go when a new voice caught their attention. Mina Ishido, a girl with pink skin and horns, asked if they thought there was more to Izuku than he let on. Izuku explained that she had met him during the entrance exams when he rescued her from a giant robot and how he had been able to watch the exam. Tsuyu was curious and asked for more details. Izuku arrived at Dr. Ajui's office for his counseling session. She asked how he was feeling and how he was connecting with the other students. His answers broke her heart. He was afraid to connect with people, not because he was antisocial, but because he feared that anyone who got too close to him would be hurt by his real father. He had never allowed himself to get close to anyone, especially after the conflict between his adoptive father and his biological father. He had never had a girlfriend or any real friends his age. Dr. Ajui could see the pain in his eyes as he spoke about this. He told her that he wouldn't let anyone get too close until he was strong enough to protect them from his past. When she asked about his father, pride shone in his eyes as he spoke of the great teachers his father had brought into his life. Dr. Ajui asked if he felt comfortable enough to bring his father in for the next session. Izuku smiled and agreed, noting that he and his father had a very honest relationship and never hid anything from each other. As their time came to a close, Izuku rose to leave feeling better. Dr. Ajui invited him to dinner one day, mentioning that her daughters would love to thank him. Izuku smiled and noted that Tsuyu was in his class and had already thanked him. Dr. Ajui added that her other daughter and her husband would also like to express their gratitude. Izuku looked a bit troubled but slowly agreed to dinner. She smiled and told him to be at her house at 7 p.m. on Friday. As he reached the door to leave, he turned around and asked if he should bring anything. Dr. Ajui replied that he should just bring his appetite and requested that he not tell her daughter he was her patient. When Izuku got home, he was surprised to find his dad already there. They discussed his therapy session, and he told his dad about the invitation to dinner on Friday, which he had accepted. All Might was pleasantly surprised, noting that this wasn't the first time Izuku had been invited to a dinner or party, but he usually smiled and declined. Izuku accepting this invitation made All Might happy. He wanted Izuku to learn how to enjoy life. When Burr got home, she told her family that she had invited Izuku over for dinner on Friday. Satsuki smiled, unable to hide her excitement, while Tsuyu looked shocked, her cheeks turning red. Her little brother, 𝐶𝐮𝐿, noticed her blush and began teasing her. Their dad told him to stop and expressed his excitement about finally meeting the young man who had saved his daughters. Meanwhile, Bakugo logged into his computer, trying to find any information about Izuku. He was surprised to discover that there were no records of him anywhere, not even at the school they both attended. He recalled Izuku mentioning that he was homeschooled. Finally, he found a record of Izuku's high school diploma, noting that he had never participated in any sports programs or after-school clubs. Bakugo thought to himself that Izuku sounded like a loser and decided that Deku was a fitting name for him. However, he wondered how Izuku had managed to beat all the recommended students. It must have been a completely different test. The question that bothered Bakugo the most was who would recommend someone like him, with no sports or martial arts background and nothing academic setting him apart from everyone else. Frustrated, Bakugo shut down his computer, now filled with more questions than when he started. Perhaps Izuku was the son of a politician trying to become a hero for political reasons. Bakugo was determined to uncover Izuku's secrets and expose him in front of the class. The first week of school flew by, and Izuku was surprised by two things. Firstly, he realized he didn't know as much about heroes as he thought he did. Secondly, he found that he was so far ahead of the other students that it felt almost unfair. When Friday arrived, Izuku was taken aback when his father walked into the classroom in his hero costume. All Might announced that he would be in charge of their training that day, which would focus on combat. He then revealed that they needed to look like heroes, pushing a button that caused briefcases to slide out of the walls. A tall student with glasses named 𝐻𝐮𝐿𝐰 confirmed that they were their hero costumes. All Might smiled and told them they had 10 minutes to change and meet up at Training Ground Beta. As All Might waited, the students began to arrive, showcasing their costumes for the first time. He eagerly anticipated seeing his son in his outfit. While talking to one of the students, he heard Izuku gasp in surprise. When he looked up, he saw his son, and pride swelled within him. Izuku approached, commenting that she barely recognized him. Tsuyu added that the costume looked great on him. Izuku blushed and replied that it was tighter than he expected but was relieved he didn't look silly. He then complimented both girls, who smiled in response. All Might cleared his throat and began to explain the rules of the team battle, pitting heroes against villains. The students drew lots to select their partners and opponents. Izuku and Izuku found themselves on the same hero team, facing off against Bakugo and Ida as the villains. Bakugo was eager to settle the score with Izuku for what he perceived as abandonment. He instructed Ida to guard the bomb while he would take on the other team. When All Might called for the battle to begin, Izuku used her quirk to lift both herself and Izuku through a window on the second floor. As they discussed their revised strategy, Izuku suddenly realized his mistake. He had been so focused on Izuku that he had lost awareness of his surroundings. He quickly grabbed her and jumped aside just as an explosive attack struck nearby. Bakugo was not holding back. He aimed to incapacitate them, if not worse. Izuku noticed that Izuku's costume was torn and still smoking, but she was unharmed, having been shielded by his body. His demeanor shifted entirely. He was now fully focused, reminiscent of when he faced the giant robot. He urged Izuku to carry out their plan while he joined her shortly. After a brief hesitation, she sprinted down the hall. Izuku confronted Bakugo for the first time, questioning his motives and expressing concern that he could have hurt Izuku with his attack. Bakugo's anger escalated into rage, challenging Izuku to test his resolve. Bakugo charged in, swinging wildly, but Izuku countered each attack with surprising agility. Bakugo, who had trained in martial arts since he was 10, was caught off guard and struggled to land a clean hit. As Bakugo unleashed his explosions, Izuku deftly maneuvered through the chaos. Bakugo jumped back, taunting Izuku to try dodging his next move as he pulled the pin on his gauntlet. Izuku focused his quirk, redirecting the explosion away from himself, then lunged forward, landing punches on Bakugo's chest and jaw. Bakugo instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, but Izuku struck just under his ribs, causing him to drop to his knees. The last thing Bakugo heard before losing consciousness was Izuku's quiet apology. Ida was fast, moving the bomb around the room with agility that made it difficult for Achiko to keep up. When she heard a chime through her earpiece, Izuku asked for her location. She informed him she was 3 stories up and that time was running out. Izuku activated his quirk, moving through the floors to save time, and notified Achiko that he was coming up through the center of the room. As Ida sprinted away from Achiko, the center of the room suddenly erupted, revealing Izuku at the center, shouting for Achiko to jump. She leaped toward him as he extended his hand, and he turned, launching her toward Ida. The timing of the attack caught Ida off guard, allowing Achiko to seize the bomb with mere seconds to spare. All Might's voice echoed over the intercom, declaring the heroes the winners. Izuku reflected on his mistakes as he joined the rest of the class to observe the remaining trials. He realized he had become careless by focusing too much on Achiko. Meanwhile, Achiko was elated about their victory. Bakugo, however, was devastated. This was the first time he had lost a fight since his defeat to a villain in middle school. Once all the students were in the observation room, All Might asked who had performed well, who had made mistakes, and who deserved the MVP title. Momo Yaoyorozu, a tall girl with a ponytail, criticized Bakugo for his massive explosion that had caused significant damage to the building and for his lack of teamwork. Deep down, Bakugo knew she was right. She then pointed out Izuku's structural damage from breaking through the floor but praised his teamwork with Achiko. Momo only faulted Achiko for not considering the situation before entering the room with the bomb but commended her for trusting her partner. Ida was awarded MVP for successfully keeping his opponents away from the bomb for as long as he did. All Might was impressed by Momo's insights, which reminded him of Izuku's keen perception. He realized this would be an interesting class. Izuku watched closely as the rest of the class completed their trials, eager to learn about their different fighting styles. Bakugo, on the other hand, began to understand for the first time that he was not the strongest in the class. This realization disturbed him. He had always been the best, winning effortlessly, but now he had tried hard and lost. Worse yet, he recognized that Izuku was not the only one he couldn't defeat. When the testing concluded, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates discussing the intensity of his fight. Eijiro Kirishima asked how he managed to dodge the massive explosion and close in for his attack so quickly, noting that the explosion had blinded the camera. Izuku simply explained that as soon as Bakugo pulled the pin, he had slammed himself against the wall and got lucky. He then excused himself, mentioning a prior commitment. Achiko grabbed his arm, causing him to stop. She looked into his big green eyes and asked if he was seeing anyone. Izuku was taken aback by the question, and before he could respond, Momo interjected, suggesting that someone like him couldn't possibly be single. Izuku blushed, clarifying that he wasn't seeing anyone and, in fact, had never had a girlfriend. Everyone froze, and Izuku seized the moment to slip into the changing room to prepare for his dinner with the Azui family. All Might was driving him to their house, and they discussed the team match. All Might pointed out things Izuku could have done differently and inquired why he wasn't using his quirk to its fullest potential. Izuku explained that he didn't want his classmates to see him differently when they discovered he was in a completely different league. All Might understood this well and reminded him that he couldn't win every fight alone as they arrived at the house. Izuku acknowledged his father's words, expressing that he didn't want his classmates to be afraid of him as he stepped out of the car. He grabbed the flowers and chocolates his father insisted he buy and said he would call when he was ready to come home. All Might reminded him that he could have borrowed the car, but Izuku smiled and said he was just nervous, and this made him feel better. Izuku knocked on the door, and Tsiyu opened it. When she saw the flowers and chocolates, she turned bright red. Satsuki spotted Izuku and ran to him, jumping up to give him a hug. Izuku instinctively opened his arms and caught her, causing her to squeal in delight. Ru and Ganma entered the room, asking Satsuki to let Izuku in before smothering him. Ru took the flowers and chocolates, while Ganma shook Izuku's hand when his daughter finally let him go. Izuku looked at Tsiyu and asked if she was okay, which made her blush even more. Her younger brother, Samidare, walked in and asked Tzyu if Izuku was her boyfriend. Tzyu croaked at this statement and scolded her brother, pointing out that he had brought her flowers and chocolates. Izuku began to blush and clarified that the gifts were for the family. 𝐻𝐿𝐵 thanked him and said dinner was ready, inviting everyone to the dining room. They all sat at the table, with Satsuki sitting next to Izuku as they ate. He began to relax during the meal as they chatted. 𝐻𝐿𝐵 asked how he had saved his daughters during the fight, mentioning the news footage that had amazed him when Izuku disappeared. Izuku felt uncomfortable but decided to share the truth with 𝐻𝐿𝐵, knowing he deserved to know. He lifted his hand, and the flowers floated off the table, moving over to Satsuki. Then he vanished and reappeared next to Tzyu, which made her gasp. He explained that his quirk was very flexible and that he trained hard every day to improve. 𝐻𝐿𝐵 smiled, expressing gratitude for what Izuku had done for them, assuring him that he was always welcome in their home. Izuku thanked him and took his seat again, feeling a new sense of acceptance that was hard for him to grasp. The only people he had ever felt comfortable around were his father and the professors. As new emotions swelled within him, he felt a bit choked up. Baru noticed his struggle with these feelings and understood how emotionally closed off he was. After finishing the meal and chatting a little longer, Izuku called his dad to pick him up. 20 minutes later, his dad honked the horn as Izuku said goodbye. Satsuki looked sad, and before he left, she asked if she would be able to see him again. Izuku knelt down and smiled, assuring her that she would. This time, he pulled her into a hug, and she whispered in his ear before he stood up. Baru smiled at the sight, not just for her daughter but for Izuku as well. She knew this was hard for him, but he was able to open up just to make a little girl happy, even if only for a moment. All Might asked Izuku if he enjoyed himself. Izuku admitted that he felt awkward at first, but as the evening progressed, he began to enjoy himself. He shared the moment when Satsuki whispered in his ear that he was her hero after their hug. Meanwhile, Tzyu sat in the living room, looking out the window deep in thought when her mother joined her and asked what was wrong. Tzyu confessed that she embarrassed herself when Izuku arrived, blushing and even croaking in front of him. She worried that he might think she was weird. Baru hugged her daughter as Tzyu continued, revealing that she had just found out he was single and had never had a girlfriend. She liked him but wondered if a girl like her even had a chance with him. She recalled how the other girls had looked at him like he was a prize at the market when he mentioned being single. Baru smiled at her daughter and encouraged her, saying she would never know unless she tried. She then asked if Tzyu had seen Izuku blush when her brother asked if he was her boyfriend. Tzyu smiled, asking if he really blushed. Baru suggested she ask her brother if she didn't believe her. This made Tzyu happy, and she kissed her mother on the cheek, saying good night. That night, Achiko couldn't sleep. The realization that Izuku was not only single but had never been on a date puzzled her. How could someone like him remain single for so long? She remembered when she had asked for his number while working at the cat cafe, and he had said he didn't have a phone. Did his parents not allow him to date? She wanted to ask him out, but her family was struggling to pay the bills, and she didn't have the money for a date. Why would someone like him be interested in a girl whose family was barely making ends meet? She sighed as she stared at the ceiling before finally falling asleep. When Momo arrived at her mansion, she was very excited after seeing the news footage of Izuku saving Tzyu. In her mind, a guy like him was always spoken for, so she was surprised to learn he was single. She was shocked that he had never had a girlfriend or been on a date. Izuku was smart, strong, a great fighter, and not a playboy. She had noticed him in class. He never looked at any of the girls inappropriately, unlike most of the guys, especially Mineta and Kaminari. He was respectful, humble, and treated everyone the same, always willing to help those in need. He was genuinely a great guy, and in the short time she had known him, she couldn't understand why he was single. She realized she needed to learn more about him before introducing him to her family. Izuku sat in his room, reflecting on how he felt when Satsuki called him her hero. For the first time, he truly understood why his father loved being a hero. He wanted to live up to that little girl's expectations. He had to become stronger and better so that his father could retire and enjoy life. The look Achiko had given him when she asked if he was dating someone lingered in his mind. He wondered why she wanted to know about his relationship status. He decided to ask his dad about it later. For now, he needed to focus on becoming the best hero he could be. With that thought, he turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next couple of weeks flew by as they reviewed their mistakes in the combat course and discussed tactics. They alternated between focusing on their quirks and hand-to-hand combat. Izuku spoke with Professor Aizawa to learn more about how his neutralizing quirk worked. He knew that mastering his quirk would make capturing villains easier. Bakugo concentrated on larger attacks after Izuku skillfully dodged his big moves. Izuku also spent time with Recovery Girl, learning more healing techniques. During their hand-to-hand classes, they learned how to strike and withstand hits. Mineta attempted to pair up with a female student, but Professor Aizawa announced that no quirks would be allowed during this portion of the class. Bakugo protested, calling it stupid, to which Professor Aizawa challenged him to attack. Bakugo asked if he could use his quirk. Professor Aizawa agreed, but with a playful tone, he told Bakugo he would regret it. With a mischievous grin, Bakugo rushed in to jab at him, but when he missed, he tried to activate his quirk only to find it ineffective. Professor Aizawa swiftly used his scarf to bind Bakugo, stating that a real hero can still fight without their quirk. He then addressed the class, reminding them that they never knew when someone might neutralize their abilities. They could either learn to overcome this by honing their hand-to-hand skills or face dire consequences. The class was taken aback by how easily Professor Aizawa had subdued Bakugo, and they took this lesson to heart, doubling down on their training. The following Monday, Izuku seemed off. When Tsuyu asked if he was okay, he gave her a quick smile and said he was fine, but she could tell something was bothering him. Tsuyu leaned back and asked Achiko if she knew what was wrong with Izuku. Achiko mentioned she had asked him before entering and received the same response. Momo inquired with Mina, who was usually up to date with all the gossip, but even she was unaware. The three girls decided to follow Izuku after class. He walked into a flower shop and emerged with an appealing bouquet. He boarded a train and got off at 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 Station, making his way to the 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 Cemetery. The girls continued to trail him, unnoticed. Izuku approached a grave and began to clean it. He reached into his bag, pulling out some incense, a candle and a picture, which he gently placed on the grave. To their astonishment, the incense and candle lit up on their own. He knelt down and began to speak, but the girls were too far away to hear his words. Suddenly, a voice from behind them startled them. All Might explained that he came here every year to talk to his mother. Professor Aizawa added that they always gave Izuku some time alone before joining him, as he preferred not to be seen at his most vulnerable. All Might thanked the girls for caring enough to follow him but suggested they keep this visit a secret for now, as Izuku didn't like this part of his life. As the professors approached Izuku, he began to weep. After the girls left, Momo made a phone call, and soon a large SUV arrived. She invited the other girls to join her. Once they were inside, Momo asked the driver to take them to her house. Achiko wondered what All Might meant when he said Izuku didn't like this part of his life. Momo suggested they discuss it when they arrived at her home and called ahead for tea and cake. Upon arriving, Achiko, Tsuyu, and Mina were in awe of the size of Momo's house. Once in her room, the conversation resumed. Tsuyu asked why the professors were there, while Mina inquired about what had happened to Izuku's mother. Momo speculated that since Aizawa was like an uncle to Izuku, perhaps the teachers were raising him. Achiko connected the dots, recalling how All Might had been looking out for Izuku after the entrance exam and had even brought him food when he visited her at the cat cafe. The girls stared at her in disbelief as she pieced everything together. Momo questioned if she was just now realizing this, and Achiko blushed, admitting she hadn't thought much about it at the time. Mina, barely containing her excitement, exclaimed that they now knew the biggest secret in the school, if not all of Japan. Momo cautioned her not to tell anyone, as the professors would know it was one of them who leaked Izuku's secret. Achiko felt sad at the thought, realizing Izuku would never forgive them if they revealed it. Tsuyu added that she couldn't tell anyone either, as her sister would be devastated if she couldn't see him anymore. Momo exclaimed in surprise, asking if Tsuyu's sister was dating him. Tsuyu raised her hands in a mock surrender, showing the girls a picture of her with her little sister. All three of them exclaimed how cute she was. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 mentioned that her mom had invited a boy over for dinner after he saved them, and her sister had the biggest crush on him. It would break her heart if he walked away from them because of this. The four girls vowed to keep this secret to themselves. As Izuku, All Might, and the professors left the cemetery, Izuku reflected that he thought this would get easier with time, but it still hurt. Midnight looked at him and advised that he needed to learn to let go of the pain. Otherwise, it would eventually break him. She reminded him that it wasn't his fault, and his mom wouldn't want him to be alone and sad. She had given up her life so he could have one, so he needed to learn to live for her sake. Izuku lifted his head and promised to try. Midnight pulled him into a comforting hug, and this time he didn't struggle. He hugged her back and quietly expressed his gratitude. AFO summoned Dr. Garaki to his room and informed him that the class would soon go to the USJ. He instructed Dr. Garaki to prepare Shigaraki, as he was handing him All Might and his students on a silver platter. AFO told him to enjoy the chaos and to bring All Might and the hero's pain, but all he needed to do was bring AFO his son back in one piece. Dr. Garaki smiled and confirmed he would let Shigaraki know to be prepared. AFO mentioned that they had 2 weeks until All Might and 2 more teachers would arrive. As Dr. Garaki left, AFO smiled, anticipating the gift he had prepared for All Might and eager to see how his son had grown. As the students loaded the bus in their hero costumes, excitement filled the air. They were going to train in rescue operations. Izuku was particularly eager to try out his new techniques. He had been working HRD on extending his sphere of influence, which now reached 18 feet thanks to his training. 𝐶𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 sat next to him on the bus, while Izuku and Momo sat together, feeling a little jealous, especially when 𝐶𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 fell asleep on Izuku's shoulder and snuggled in. Mina pulled out her phone and snapped a picture, claiming she now had blackmail material. The girls noticed that many other girls were being especially nice to Izuku after word spread that he was single and had never been on a date. Even during lunch, girls from different classes tried to sit next to him. Izuku, being oblivious or too kind, often moved to another table so they could sit together, unaware of their intentions. Momo found his naivety adorable, while Izuku and 𝐶𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 felt jealousy over all the attention he received. Mina was conflicted. She wasn't usually into nice guys, but Izuku was proving to be different. This was not an act for him, it was who he truly was, and the image of him in the cemetery was one she would never forget. Upon arriving at the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, Professor Aizawa was already there when the students unloaded from the bus. Izuku approached him to ask where All Might was, and Aizawa explained that a mission had come up, and All Might was needed elsewhere. Izuku nodded and joined his classmates. As they entered the USJ, they were in awe of the various sections and the potential applications of the facility. Once inside, the doors shut, and Pro Hero 13 approached the students to begin their safety briefing. Suddenly, everything went wrong. An inky black form emerged at the bottom of the stairs, and numerous villains began pouring out. Among them were a large creature with its brain exposed and a tall figure with hands covering its body. Izuku's stomach dropped. He recognized who was responsible for this. Professor Aizawa instructed the students to stand back, and Izuku felt the urgency of the situation. He reached into his costume and pressed the button on his pendant, but when he pulled out his cell phone, he discovered there was no signal. Although Professor Aizawa was formidable in a fight, the odds were not in his favor. Just as Izuku was about to act, the inky darkness engulfed the entire class. Suddenly, he found himself in water, with 𝐶𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's tongue wrapping around his waist, pulling him out. 𝐶𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 and Mineta were on a boat surrounded by enemies. Izuku glanced toward the shore, where Aizawa was fighting for his life, and devised a plan to reach him quickly. 𝐶𝐮𝐦𝐴 was crucial for the plan's success, and Izuku knew he had to push his powers further than he was comfortable with, but he had no choice. When he explained his plan, Mineta's eyes widened in disbelief. 𝐶𝐮𝐴 agreed and prepared herself. Izuku closed his eyes and focused, lifting the entire boat out of the water. The villains froze, caught off guard by the sheer power. He elevated the boat 40 feet into the air and shouted for 𝐶𝐮𝐴 to act. She carried Mineta and leaped with all her might. Izuku pushed the boat down with all his strength, and it hit the water with a tremendous impact, shattering from the force. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 shot her tongue around Izuku's waist, using the momentum to slingshot him toward 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟, who was in dire straits, pinned down by the brain creature. 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟 thought to himself that this creature was as strong as All Might without a quirk. The man with all the hands approached them, demanding to know where All Might was, promising a quick death if he didn't comply. 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟 replied that All Might wasn't there and offered himself in exchange for the students' safety. The strange man coldly stated that he would start eliminating students until All Might showed up. Just then, a splash caught both men by surprise, but the spear of ice that pierced the brain creature's shoulder, forcing it away from 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟, shocked the strange man. 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟 looked at Izuku and urged him to run. Izuku gazed at the man he considered family and firmly declared that he would not leave him. The strange man, Tamura Shigaraki, expressed his anger, revealing that he wanted to bring Izuku's father home and was intent on harming him. Izuku positioned himself protectively between 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟 and Shigaraki, stating that he would not allow any harm to come to 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟. Shigaraki commanded his creature, the 𝗰𝐻𝗈, to attack, and in an instant, the 𝗰𝐻𝗈 charged at Izuku with incredible speed. Izuku raised his hand, and as the 𝗰𝐻𝗈 approached, it suddenly froze in place. With a powerful move, he launched it out of the arena, hoping it was as strong as it appeared. Shigaraki cursed, expressing his disbelief at Izuku's strength, which had not been mentioned by his father. Izuku warned Shigaraki to surrender or face the consequences. Without glancing back, he instructed Tsuyu and Mineta to ensure 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟's safety. They gently lifted 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟 and moved him away, leaving Izuku to confront Shigaraki alone. Shigaraki, frustrated, lunged at Izuku, but his movements seemed slow compared to All Might. Izuku dodged the attack and landed a punch on Shigaraki's jaw, causing him to stagger. Shigaraki, enraged, declared that he would kill Izuku and his friends, disregarding his father's wishes. Izuku noticed Shigaraki's gloves beginning to disintegrate and quickly jumped back toward the water. As Shigaraki charged again, Izuku utilized his quirk, lifting droplets of water, freezing them, and launching them at Shigaraki's legs. The icy projectiles struck with force, causing Shigaraki to cry out in pain and drop to his knees. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area as the doors to the USJ were blown off their hinges, revealing All Might, his expression filled with anger. An inky cloud enveloped Shigaraki, and he vanished. All Might moved like a blur, swiftly taking down criminals. By the time the rest of the staff arrived, most of the villains had already been apprehended. Shigaraki reappeared from the darkness, acknowledging that Izuku was stronger than anticipated, having easily dispatched the 𝗰𝐻𝗈. He reported to AFO that Izuku had shot both of his legs, which had not been expected. AFO criticized Shigaraki's weakness, expressing disappointment that the 𝗰𝐻𝗈 had come so close to Izuku before being launched away. Dr. Garaki entered, examining Shigaraki's legs and noting the entry wounds without exit wounds. Shigaraki explained that Izuku had used ice to attack him. AFO speculated that Izuku might be stronger than they had assumed. While Izuku tended to Professor 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝑧𝗟, an ambulance arrived to take him to the hospital. The rest of the class was with All Might, providing statements about the incident. As Izuku jogged to join his classmates, Bakugo shouted at him, demanding to know about his quirk. Mineta mentioned Izuku's impressive feat of lifting a yacht and creating a spear of ice. Before Izuku could respond, All Might called for everyone to board the bus to return to UA for further investigation. On the bus, Izuku found himself squeezed between Achiko and Momo, both comfortably settled like Tsuyu had been on the way in. Mineta stared at Izuku, clearly envious. Ķyoka-jiro called him out for his behavior, suggesting that if he weren't such a pervert, he might have a girl sit next to him. Later that afternoon, Izuku nearly forgot about his appointment with Dr. Azui. He called his father to pick him up. When Dr. Azui heard a knock at the door without the usual phone call, she was slightly confused. Upon opening the door, she found Izuku and All Might, the latter out of costume. Izuku smiled, proudly stating that All Might was the strongest and kindest man he knew. Dr. Azui invited them in and asked them to sit as she composed herself. She inquired about Izuku's ability to make others disappear. Izuku smiled and mentioned that he was working hard to improve his skills. Dr. Azui then asked All Might why Izuku had never been on a date or struggled to open up to others. All Might explained that Izuku feared that anyone who got too close would be hurt by his past. He had tried to give Izuku a normal life, but his father had made it difficult. Izuku interjected, expressing that the man he referred to as his father had only brought him pain, and that All Might was the one who had raised him and provided a safe place to live. Dr. 𝐬𝐭 was taken aback, realizing that Izuku's decision was not due to All Might's overprotectiveness but his own choice. She asked Izuku why he trained so hard despite already being strong, questioning if he didn't want to spend time with friends. Izuku explained that he could have prevented 2 criminals from escaping if he had mastered Professor Aizawa's technique. He believed it was acceptable to fail while learning but not to fail due to a lack of effort. Dr. 𝐬𝐭 was impressed by his determination and felt a pang of sympathy for any woman who might fall for such a dedicated young man. Just then, Professor Aizawa entered the classroom, bandaged but looking much better than after the villain attack. The professor announced that the class would be going on a road trip with Class 1B for joint training the following week, and they would be away for an entire week. Minata's imagination ran wild at the thought, envisioning the girls around him. Izuku felt a spark of curiosity as he looked forward to learning about their quirks. Meanwhile, Bakugo simmered with frustration towards Izuku, still upset that he hadn't received an answer about his own quirk. He couldn't shake off the memory of how he had single-handedly saved Professor Aizawa from a formidable creature. Momo contemplated how she might find a moment alone with Izuku, unaware that she wasn't the only one with that intention. As Izuku changed into his gym clothes in preparation for combat training, Bakugo's longing to challenge him intensified. The tension in the air was palpable, but Professor Aizawa had implemented a randomizer program to determine the pairings for the training sessions. During the combat portion of class, Izuku was paired up against Toru Hagakure, who was invisible at all times. Izuku felt quite awkward trying to fight her, as he didn't want to make any inappropriate contact since he couldn't see her. Toru, however, had no qualms about attacking him. She landed a punch to his gut and then quickly followed up with a strike to his jaw. Although it didn't hurt him, he was not fond of being hit in the face. He could sense her movements within his area of influence, but he struggled to figure out how to defend himself without using their quirks during close combat. Toru playfully challenged him, stating that if he couldn't land a hit on her during the fight, he would have to let her give him a kiss. This declaration caused all the girls in the gym to pause, some missing their own opportunities to strike as they turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Izuku took a hit and reminded himself that this was a fight, not a date. Toru expressed her longing to create an incentive for both hitting and avoiding her. She teased that she understood if he was scared he wouldn't be able to hit her. Izuku offered a slight smile and agreed to allow her one hit, closing his eyes and telling her to go whenever she was ready. He remained still, focusing intently. Toru began to circle him quietly, inching closer until she struck him in the ribs. Reflexively, he countered with a punch, and she felt the rush of air from his quick movement. Surprised by his speed, she realized she needed to be careful or he might land a hit on her. Once again, Izuku stood still, listening and honing in on his senses. Unfortunately for Toru, he had a different plan in mind. When she kicked at him, he managed to grab her leg and delivered a swift punch to her thigh. A sigh of relief escaped the other girls, who resumed their own sparring now that Izuku was safe from any potential kisses. Toru, however, felt disappointed in herself for missing the chance to be Izuku's first kiss. Later, in the locker room, the girls surrounded her, eager to know what had happened. Toru smiled and explained that one couldn't blame a girl for trying. She admitted that she didn't stand out like the others, so if she had the opportunity to steal his first kiss, she thought it was worth a shot. Tsuyu looked at her curiously and asked if she liked him. Toru pondered for a moment, acknowledging that he was cute, shy, honest, and had an impressive physique, but she wasn't quite sure about her feelings. The girls in Class 1B were determined not to let anyone get close to Izuku. Momo turned to Tsuyu, curious about how she had managed to invite Izuku over for dinner. Tsuyu explained that her mother had run into him on the street and invited him as a way to thank him for saving her and her sister. Meanwhile, Izuku was changing after gym class when Bakugo approached him, boasting about how lucky he was not to have to face him in a fight. Izuku finished dressing and simply acknowledged Bakugo's comment before walking away. Bakugo seethed with frustration. No matter what he did, he couldn't seem to provoke Izuku. Back in the classroom, Izuku found Professor Aizawa waiting for him. He had been working hard to learn how to cancel quirks, and after months of effort he finally succeeded. Overjoyed, he expressed his gratitude to Aizawa for taking the time to teach him. Aizawa met his gaze and acknowledged that it was the least he could do after Izuku had saved him. He reminded Izuku that their time was up and that he should hurry to Recovery Girl's lessons to avoid upsetting her. As Izuku left, the rest of his day passed quickly. Meanwhile, the girls of Class 1B gathered to devise a plan to get Izuku away from Class 1A. They unanimously agreed that he was far too good for the girls in his class, but they struggled with how to approach him. Flirting had proven ineffective, as he would simply blush and change direction in the hallways. They knew that if they tried to lure him away, the girls from Class 1A would intervene. They even attempted to leave notes in his locker, but he never showed up. They resolved to come up with a solid plan by the following week. Class 1A boarded the charter bus for their 2-week training trip focused on their individual quirks. When the bus stopped at a scenic lookout, they noticed a large SUV parked nearby, with 2 striking women standing beside it. Professor Aizawa instructed the students to disembark so he could introduce them. Izuku recognized the women immediately, not from personal encounters but from their notable success in wilderness rescue, which he had studied during his training. The women introduced themselves as Pixie Bob and Ragdoll, retired pro-heroes who now specialized in rescuing lost hikers in mountainous terrain. Ragdoll pointed toward a distant mountain, explaining that their base camp was located there and that it would take about 4 hours to reach it on foot. As she spoke, Izuku felt his area of influence diminish. Aizawa then informed the class that their training was about to begin, and suddenly, Pixie Bob used her quirk to send the entire class tumbling off the side of the cliff. Ragdoll called out, encouraging them to use their quirks, assuring them they would see them at the camp. When the class finally arrived at the camp, they were exhausted and limped toward dinner, the enticing aroma of food lifting their spirits. Izuku found himself being guided by the girls in his class. This time, feeling too tired to resist, he simply went along with them. While eating, Izuku noticed a young boy around 10 years old struggling with his chores. The girls chatted among themselves as Izuku reflected on how he could improve. Seeing the boy having difficulty lifting a box, he approached to offer assistance. The boy, Koda, insisted that he didn't need help, but Izuku suggested showing him a technique to lift it. Koda watched as Izuku demonstrated, and when he tried again, he successfully lifted the box. Izuku discreetly used his quirk to assist Koda without him realizing it. Once Koda finished, he turned to Izuku and reiterated that he didn't need help. Izuku smiled and began to walk back to his seat. Koda called out, asking for his name, and Izuku turned to reply. When he returned to his seat, the girls stared at him in awe. Toru asked if he was always this kind, catching Izuku off guard. He inquired what she meant, and she pointed out that he had used his quirk to help someone who didn't want assistance. Izuku replied that it was the right thing to do, especially since he had no siblings to help him. He believed that if he could lend a hand, he should, as kindness costs nothing. After finishing his meal, Izuku announced he was going to take a shower and bid the girls goodbye, leaving them to discuss him. He was the first to enter the shower and then the open-air bath. When the other boys from his class arrived, Kaminari distracted him long enough to witness Mineta fall off a wall while trying to peek at the girls, startled by Koda. However, Koda slipped, and Izuku quickly caught him thanks to his quirk. When Koda opened his eyes, he saw the young man who had helped him earlier carrying him, with his Aunt Shino nearby. Izuku gently placed Koda on the sofa and covered him with a blanket. Koda thanked him sincerely, apologizing for being rude earlier. Izuku asked for his name, and Koda introduced himself, expressing gratitude for being saved. Izuku smiled and encouraged him to get some rest. Shino was astonished by Koda's change in demeanor, as he typically disliked anyone associated with heroes. She asked Izuku what he had done to earn Koda's gratitude, noting that he usually harbored resentment towards heroes. Izuku explained that he had only shown Koda how to lift something. Shino expressed her appreciation, revealing that Koda had been angry since losing his parents, who were both pro-heroes killed by a villain while saving lives. She feared that once Koda was older he might distance himself from them because of their hero status. Izuku reassured her that he would help Koda if he could. Meanwhile, the girls were discussing Izuku after hearing about him saving the little boy from falling. 𝐶𝐮 remarked that Izuku was one of the kindest people she had ever met, recalling how he comforted her little sister when he could have simply left. Mina initially thought his kindness was an act, while Achiko shared her experience of how nice he was when he visited her old job after saving her. The other girls were amazed to learn that he had saved Achiko too, and they all agreed that this was truly who Izuku was. When Class 1B arrived at the training area, they found Class 1A already hard at work. They quickly noticed that Izuku and Toru were missing. Toru was being chased by 𝐻𝐼𝐻, leaving Izuku unaccounted for. At lunchtime, Izuku emerged from the woods, sweating, and smiled when Momo called him to join them in line. The girls from Class 1B followed him, and one girl introduced herself as Pony 𝐶𝐮𝐻. She expressed her admiration for him, mentioning how she had witnessed him saving the girls and calming a little girl down. Izuku turned red and lowered his head, apologizing for the embarrassment. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 teased him, but the girls quickly defended Izuku, stating he was humble and sweet. Koda overheard 𝐶𝐮 standing up for Izuku, noting that such words were rare when discussing heroes. Feeling the need to clear his head, he decided to take a walk. Meanwhile, Izuku was back in the woods, working on strengthening his quirk by lifting heavy boulders and dropping them on his shield. Realizing it was dinner time, he made his way back to camp, where Achiko called him over to the table with a plate of food. After thanking her, the other girls joined them. The girls from Class 1B were still upset with 𝐻𝐼𝐻 for ruining their chance to sit with Izuku. After dinner, Izuku started a fire at the campfire pit and sat down, humming a tune. The girls from his class soon joined him. Mina asked about the song he was humming, and Izuku explained that it reminded him of his mother. Itsuka Kendo asked if he was homesick, and Pony remarked that it was sweet he missed his mom. The other girls remembered him at the cemetery, and Izuku spoke softly about how he did miss her. Kyoka then asked if he could sing the song for them. Izuku admitted he wasn't a great singer. Pony, eager for a performance, asked him to sing for her. As he glanced around the fire pit, he noticed the girls were all watching him, and he decided to comply. He chose to sing, "Where the Shadow Ends" by Banners. The emotional weight of the song brought tears to Achiko, 𝐶𝐮, Momo, and Mina, while the others were puzzled by its sadness. Once he finished, Izuku quickly excused himself to gather his thoughts. Using his quirk, he vanished and lifted himself into the air, finding a plateau beside a cave. Sitting there, he looked back at the camp, tears streaming down his face, when he heard a soft voice from the cave. Koda asked if he was okay. Izuku quickly wiped his tears, apologizing for intruding and offering to leave if needed. Koda inquired about his tears, prompting Izuku to share that he missed his mother, who had passed away when he was a child. Koda then revealed that he had lost both his parents to a villain who had died saving others, leaving him behind. He expressed his disdain for the place, where people trained to be heroes, risking their lives for strangers. Izuku explained that he wanted to become a hero to prevent others from experiencing the same loss they had. Koda sat beside him in silence, both gazing toward the camp. Meanwhile, Itsuka observed the girls from Class 1A and noted that Izuku's feelings ran deeper than just missing his mother. Achiko suggested that it wasn't their place to share his story and that they should give him space for a while. Pony, curious about Izuku's relationship status, asked if he was still single. Momo questioned her interest, to which Pony confessed that she felt a connection when she saw him comforting Koda. Mina teased Pony, suggesting she had plenty of boys in her class to choose from. The girls from Class 1A exchanged glances, viewing the Class 1B girls as potential rivals for Izuku's affection. As the girls extinguished the fire and returned to their cabin, Momo expressed concern about Pony getting too close to Izuku. Mina playfully asked if Momo would sing for her with those flirty eyes. 𝐶𝐮 agreed that they needed to keep other girls away from him. Meanwhile, the Class 1B girls discussed how cute Izuku looked when he blushed, and Reiko proposed a test of courage to get him alone in the woods, ensuring Pony wouldn't monopolize his attention. They successfully convinced Class 1A to participate the next morning. In the woods, Izuku practiced focusing on everything within his sphere of influence, sensing someone trying to sneak up on him. He created an illusion of himself sitting cross-legged while he moved back, invisible to anyone watching. When he heard a twig snap, he cancelled out everyone else's quirks in his vicinity. Suddenly, a squeal caught his attention, and he realized his mistake. Toru, unexpectedly visible for the first time, was leaning in to kiss the illusion. Izuku turned bright red as their eyes met. He quickly apologized, while Toru tried to cover herself, only to vanish again as he released his quirk. She threw a branch at him, exclaiming her disbelief that he had seen her, and ran back to camp. Embarrassed, Izuku skipped lunch. Toru rushed into the camp, seeking Mina and recounting what had happened. Mina gathered the Class 1A girls to share the story, expecting anger over the incident but finding their curiosity piqued instead. Toru felt humiliated and chose to hide during lunch, avoiding the test of courage. When Izuku approached Achiko to ask if she had seen Toru, he looked defeated, and Achiko's heart sank at his expression. She reassured him that it was an accident and that they understood he hadn't meant to. As the test of courage began, Izuku found himself alone, sensing something was off. Entering the woods, he caught the smell of smoke and saw students fleeing, warning of a massive fire. Ragdoll was calling for Koda, and Izuku realized he needed to act. He assured Ragdoll he would find Koda and urged her to gather the others. Using his quirk, he propelled himself toward the cave. Koda stood on the plateau, watching the fire when a large man in a hooded jacket approached him, commenting on his hat. Despite his fear, Koda refused to give it up, recognizing the man as the one who had taken his parents from him. Koda confronted the large man, expressing his anger and grief. He shouted that the man had killed his parents, who were the water hose heroes. The man, muscular, laughed dismissively, claiming that Koda's parents had caused him pain and left him with a scar. He stepped forward, threatening that Koda would soon join them and it would be quick and painless. Izuku noticed Koda's fear as Muscular advanced, growing larger in his sight. Willed by urgency, Izuku moved as fast as he could. Koda, overwhelmed, fell back and instinctively called out for Izuku. Muscular leaped forward, throwing a punch that sent shockwaves through the ground where Koda had just been lying. The ground exploded with force, and Koda found himself behind Izuku, identifying Muscular as the villain who had taken his parents. Fueled by rage, Izuku urged Koda to close his eyes, not wanting him to witness the confrontation. Koda complied, and Izuku declared that he would show Muscular what true fear felt like. Muscular taunted him, but before his eyes, Izuku's form began to ripple and grow, surrounded by a dark aura. His eyes turned white, and Muscular felt the heat radiating from Izuku, who now appeared monstrous. Muscular screamed in fear. In a swift motion, Izuku reached out and grabbed Muscular, lifting him effortlessly and throwing him into the mountainside. Muscular struggled to rise from the rubble, but Izuku seized him again, his voice dark and commanding as he acknowledged Muscular's strength and suggested they test it further. Izuku lifted him once more and hurled him with tremendous force, leaving Muscular's body limp on the ground. Releasing the illusion, Izuku turned to Koda and asked if he was all right. Koda opened his eyes and reassured him that he was okay. Izuku knelt down and embraced Koda, expressing relief but emphasizing the need to leave quickly. Meanwhile, Dabi froze at the sound of Muscular's terrified scream, wondering what could frighten such a formidable man. An explosion followed, causing part of the mountain to crumble. Toga looked at Dabi, questioning their next move, as he was supposed to cover their escape. Spinner voiced his reluctance to confront whatever had caused the chaos. Mange urged them to hurry before heroes arrived and the situation escalated. Dabi agreed, insisting they find Izuku before whatever was behind them joined the fray. They decided to split up, with Toga tasked to distract the students, while Mange and Spinner would head to the camp to locate Izuku. Dabi planned to create duplicates of himself to attack the staff and set fires, while the three Nomu would target strong opponents to capture or eliminate the staff. They all set off in different directions. Izuku, carrying 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, spotted Professor 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 and called out to him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 halted, surprised to see Izuku before him. Izuku requested that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 take 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 back to camp. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 warned him that the villains were likely after him, but Izuku insisted he needed to help. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 pleaded with Izuku to stay, fearing for his safety. Izuku reassured 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 that he had to protect the other students just as he had protected him, declaring that was what it meant to be a hero. With that, he soared into the air, searching for students in need. Izuku spotted Momo struggling against a 𝗰𝐽 and dove toward her. As the 𝗰𝐽 approached, Izuku used his quirk to throw it back into the woods with great force. He quickly helped Momo up, using his quirk to heal her, just as he heard the 𝗰𝐽 charging toward them. He leaned Momo against a tree, instructing her not to move. When the 𝗰𝐽 burst from the tree line, Izuku uprooted a tree and swung it like a bat, shattering it upon impact with the 𝗰𝐽. He rushed back to Momo, urging her to run back to camp. Momo asked about his safety, and he explained he would act as bait to help the others. Momo expressed her concern, but Izuku promised he would do his best. As she sprinted toward the camp, Izuku ran alongside her, making noise to draw attention. It worked, as two 𝗰𝐽 charged at him from opposite sides. Izuku formed a shield with his quirk, deflecting the first 𝗰𝐽's attack. He retaliated with a punch that sent the 𝗰𝐽 crashing into a tree, splintering it. Turning to the second 𝗰𝐽, Izuku unleashed a bolt of energy that brought it to its knees. However, the first 𝗰𝐽 was already charging at him again. Izuku lifted the ground beneath him and flew closer to the camp, determined to keep the 𝗰𝐽 away from the students. He declared that they would not get past him and challenged them to show their strength. Back at the camp, Momo arrived to find the professors engaged in battle against the villains. She quickly used her quirk to create a net gun, capturing a lizard-like villain who was fighting with Ragdoll. Momo inquired about who they were looking for when Professor 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 emerged from the woods, carrying 𝐀𝐮𝐴. Ragdoll rushed to them, embracing 𝐀𝐮𝐴 and checking if he was all right. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 explained that Izuku had saved him from Muscular and entrusted him to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴. Ragdoll asked about Izuku's whereabouts, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 explained that he had stayed behind to help rescue more students, acting as bait to draw the more powerful villains away. Momo confirmed that Izuku had saved her from one of the brain creatures. Powerful explosions echoed from the woods, prompting Bakugo to glance toward the chaos, while Kirishima remarked on the unusual nature of the explosions. Bakugo remarked that it must have been quite a fight. Izuku felt frustrated, pondering how to stop the 𝗰𝐽 without causing them harm. He had tried breaking their limbs, but they simply repaired themselves. Even when he used his quirk to sever one of their limbs, it grew back almost instantly. As he concentrated on the two 𝗰𝐽, he failed to notice the third one approaching until it was too late. It struck him, and though he managed to raise his arm in time to deflect the blow, his arm shattered upon impact, sending him crashing toward the camp. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 watched in horror as Izuku flew in from the woods, landing hard as if he had been thrown. Quickly recovering, Izuku faced the woods just as three 𝗰𝐽 burst forth after him. His left arm hung limply, but his determination only seemed to grow stronger. The villains froze, taken aback by Izuku's bravery in confronting three 𝗰𝐽 at once. 𝐀𝐮𝐴, filled with fear, cried out for Izuku to run. Turning his head slightly, Izuku saw the terror on 𝐀𝐮𝐴's face and made his decision. This ends now. Izuku charged at the three 𝗰𝐽 as they rushed toward him. He waited until they were within 10 feet and unleashed his quirk, canceling their abilities while simultaneously shooting spikes from the ground. The spikes struck the 𝗰𝐽 in their legs, stomachs, and arms, preventing them from healing this time. Izuku then used his quirk to encase the 𝗰𝐽 in rocks, fusing them together into one massive boulder. Dabi watched in disbelief as Izuku defeated the 𝗰𝐽, realizing he was likely the one who made Muscular scream in fear. He pressed a button on his collar, and black ink enveloped him, making him vanish. Toga was captivated by Izuku's battered appearance during the fight as the ink whisked her away. The other villains shared her fascination, except for the 𝗰𝐽. When they reappeared in their hideout, Tamura awaited them, inquiring about Izuku and the 𝗰𝐽. Toga reported that Izuku had defeated the 𝗰𝐽 and expressed her longing for him, noting how impressive he looked during the battle. Dabi cautioned her to control herself before turning to 𝗏𝗧𝗏, who had not informed them of Izuku's strength. He had fought 3 Nomu alone and made Muscular scream. Frustrated, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 exclaimed that Izuku had cheated again, demanding to know what his quirk was. A crackling voice from the radio reassured him not to worry about that, but to keep trying to capture Izuku. Dabi reported that the Nomu were about 10 feet away when Izuku defeated them, and they had been unable to heal. The voice commended Dabi for improving and encouraged him to show what he could do. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was advised to have his men rest and devise a new plan, as these failures would only make them stronger and smarter. Izuku dropped to his knees, crying out in pain as the Nomu finally ceased their attempts to escape. All the staff and students stared at him, breathing heavily while clutching his limp arm with his working one. Aizawa instructed Ragdoll to account for everyone and report any missing individuals. The girls from Class 1A rushed toward Izuku, while the girls from Class 1B looked on in awe. The boys from Class 1A approached to check on him. Bakugo regarded Izuku with disdain, wondering if he would disappear again as he had before. When Professor Aizawa reached Izuku, he asked the students to let him through. Momo was the first to kneel beside him, performing first aid by placing his arm in a splint. Aizawa observed Izuku and noted that he had pushed himself hard. Izuku lowered his head, admitting that he had become careless and hadn't noticed the 3rd Nomu sneaking up on him until it was almost too late. Aizawa praised him for saving Koda from Muscular. Momo gently cupped Izuku's face, thanking him for saving her from the Nomu. Izuku blushed, feeling pain as Koda hugged him tightly. Koda expressed his gratitude, and Izuku replied that he needed to rest. As he closed his eyes, his world faded to black. Izuku fell forward into Momo's embrace, and she held him securely to prevent him from hitting the ground. Momo maintained her hold until Achiko touched him, causing him to float. Achiko assured everyone that she would take care of him now. Mineta, feeling frustrated, grumbled that even in unconsciousness, Izuku received all the attention. Achiko carefully rolled him onto his back, positioning herself on his uninjured side. She guided him back to the nurse's office and laid him on a bed. Tsuyu retrieved a blanket from the locker and covered him up. Soon after, heroes began to arrive, with All Might being the first. After receiving a briefing from Aizawa, he headed straight to the nurse's office, where he found Koda guarding the door. Upon entering, he saw 4 girls sitting by Izuku's bedside. Mina noticed All Might first and placed a finger to her lips, whispering that he was asleep. The other girls turned to see who had entered, having been keeping the other students from waking him up, particularly the girls from Class 1B. All Might smiled at the sight of the girls watching over his son, surprised that anyone could get close to him at that moment, even him. He inquired about Izuku's condition, and Tsuyu informed him that he was doing fine considering the extent of his fighting. Momo added that Izuku had saved her life that day. All Might stood a little taller, filled with pride, and remarked that he could see Izuku was in good hands. He decided to leave them to it. As All Might exited the nurse's office, Recovery Girl approached him, asking about Izuku's condition. He replied that Izuku was asleep for now and being watched over by his classmates and Koda. Recovery Girl stated that she would check on him to see if he needed any healing. In a flashback, Izuku was a child, walking hand in hand with his mother, who expressed her pride in him as he grew into a great man. Izuku, missing her, wished she could be with him. Inko reassured Izuku that she would always be with him in his heart, but it was time for him to wake up. Izuku pleaded with her not to go, asking her to stay with him. The girls, Momo, Achiko, Mina, and Tsuyu, were moved to tears as they heard Izuku call out for his mother, completely unaware of Recovery Girl entering the room. Noticing the girl's distress, Recovery Girl hurried to the bed, asking what was wrong. Their heads snapped toward her as Tsuyu spoke up, explaining that Izuku had been calling for his mom. As Izuku sat up, he opened his eyes to see Recovery Girl, Momo, Achiko, Mina, and Tsuyu around him. All Might burst through the door, and Izuku's tears flowed freely. Recovery Girl requested the girls to leave, and despite their protests, All Might had to gently guide them out. He informed Koda that only teachers and staff could enter for now. All Might quickly moved to Izuku's side, asking if he was okay. Izuku looked at his father and shared that he had a dream about walking with his mother, who expressed her pride in him. All Might embraced his son, echoing her sentiment. Recovery Girl then examined Izuku's splinted arm and inquired who had taken care of it. Izuku mentioned that Momo had helped him, prompting Recovery Girl to compliment her efforts. She asked All Might to step aside so she could treat Izuku and remove the splint. After a gentle kiss on Izuku's cheek, his arm, head, and ribs felt better, and he thanked her as she worked. Curious about what he had missed while unconscious, Izuku asked how they had managed to stop the fires. All Might smiled, explaining that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had used his quirk to extinguish the flames. The image of 𝐀𝐮𝐴's bravery brought a smile to Izuku's face. Just then, Professor Aizawa entered the room, remarking that the problem child had awakened. Izuku protested, insisting he wasn't a problem child, which made All Might chuckle and prompted Recovery Girl to stifle a giggle. She advised Izuku to rest, assuring him he could resume training the next day. The following morning, as Izuku stepped out of the nurse's office, his classmates from Class 1A rushed to him, eager to know how he was doing. Before he could respond, Toru approached him, asking if they could talk alone. Izuku agreed and followed her, while the boys were curious but the girls insisted they needed to sort something out. Toru turned to Izuku and apologized, admitting she shouldn't have tried to steal a kiss. She explained that she had been shocked when she became visible, recalling that he was the first person to see her in that state. Izuku lowered his head, feeling the weight of the situation. Toru reassured him that it wasn't his fault, but suggested that if she truly felt bad, she could make it up to him. Izuku, eager to support her, agreed to anything she proposed. Rejoining the class, Toru asked Izuku to show everyone her quirk for the first time. The entire class was astonished as they witnessed her visibility. 𝐻𝐿𝐴, frustrated, shouted at Izuku, demanding to know what his quirk was, especially after seeing him handle the Nomu creatures. Izuku responded firmly, reminding 𝐻𝐿𝐴 of his past insults and threats, declaring he wouldn't share anything with him. 𝐻𝐿𝐴, feeling the weight of his classmates' stares, walked away, realizing how he appeared in that moment. Professor Aizawa called the class to gather around, announcing that a couple of heroes had volunteered to help finish their training. He instructed everyone to change into their gym clothes and prepare for combat without using their quirks. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 felt a surge of excitement as he realized he would finally get to face Izuku. As the class paired up for the matches, Aizawa explained the rules. They would fight for 5 minutes or until one of them was knocked out or gave up. The matches were set, and Aizawa began the first round. Izuku was not surprised when Aizawa had to intervene to stop Ochako from retaliating against Mineta after he made an inappropriate move. She unleashed a flurry of punches until he was out cold. The next match between Momo and 𝐀𝐮𝐱𝐿 showcased their skills, but 𝐀𝐮𝐿's training gave him the edge, leading to his victory. As Izuku prepared for his match against 𝐻𝐿𝐴, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 taunted him, claiming that without quirks, things would be different. Izuku smiled, recalling their last encounter where 𝐻𝐿𝐴 had used his quirk and still lost. Aizawa signaled for the match to begin, and 𝐻𝐿𝐴 charged in, relying on his speed. He attempted a knee strike, but Izuku sidestepped it, narrowly avoiding 𝐻𝐿𝐴's follow-up punches. As 𝐻𝐿𝐴 grew frustrated and reckless, Izuku seized the opportunity. He countered 𝐻𝐿𝐴's big right hook with an uppercut, then followed up with a series of precise strikes. 𝐻𝐿𝐴's vision blurred as he struggled to keep up, and before he knew it, he was knocked out. Izuku caught him gently before he fell and laid him down on the ground, stepping back as Aizawa began the count. After the match, Izuku approached 𝐻𝐿𝐴 and used his quirk to heal the minor concussion he had received. Stepping out of the ring, Aizawa splashed cold water on 𝐻𝐿𝐴, who sat up in shock, realizing he had lost. Now, he would have to fill the bucket to wake the next student who was knocked out. The bucket was used 3 more times before the fighting concluded. The class gathered to discuss the matches, and Izuku was asked about the moves he had used against 𝐻𝐿𝐴. He mentioned that he had utilized boxing, Muay Thai, and Krav Maga. Some of the boys were eager for matches, but Professor Aizawa quickly redirected their focus. After the discussions wrapped up, Professor Aizawa announced that starting tomorrow, they would be fighting using their quirks. Izuku headed to the showers, wanting to clean up before dinner, when he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. It was 𝗧𝗱, asking him to wait. 𝗧𝗱 expressed his curiosity about how Izuku had become so skilled in fighting, noting that he was raised in a family of heroes and understood the dedication it required. Izuku smiled and explained that he had been training since he was young. 𝗧𝗱 complimented him, saying that with his hand-to-hand skills and quirk, he was glad Izuku chose the side of heroes, or he would be quite intimidating. Izuku shared that he had known from a young age that he wanted to pursue this path, so he began training early. 𝗧𝗱 commended his dedication and asked if he could pose one more question. When 𝗧𝗱 inquired why Izuku avoided hanging out with them after class or training, Izuku replied that he didn't feel strong enough to keep his friends safe yet and needed to become stronger before he could comfortably do that. As he turned to walk into the showers, 𝗧𝗱 was left to ponder Izuku's words. He thought about how strong Izuku already was and wondered how much stronger he needed to be to feel secure with friends. Perhaps he should talk to Ichiko to see if she knew anything about this. Izuku sat alone at one of the tables when Ichiko joined him and asked how he was doing. He looked up and said he was fine, adding that he was impressed she hadn't harmed Minato after his antics. Ichiko blushed at the memory. She then asked if she could pose a question. When Izuku agreed, she asked why he felt he needed to be stronger than he currently was to have friends. Izuku glanced around to ensure no one was close enough to overhear. He noticed that Mina, Toru, Momo, and Tsuyu were keeping their distance. Lowering his head, he confessed that he was afraid of losing the people close to him. He had already experienced too much loss, and it would devastate him if anything happened to those he cared about. Before Ichiko could respond, Izuku looked into her eyes, revealing the hurt and loss he carried. He admitted that this was the first time he had allowed people to get close to him, and it frightened him. He expressed that if something were to happen to her, Tsuyu, Momo, Mina, or Pony, he didn't know if he could ever forgive himself. A tear rolled down his face, leaving Ichiko at a loss for words. Izuku excused himself and left the table. The girls approached Ichiko, asking what had happened. She suggested they go to the cabin to talk. Meanwhile, Izuku found All Might speaking with Aizawa, and he reappeared, asking his father to schedule an appointment with Baru. All Might, noticing the concern on Aizawa's face, asked if everything was okay. Izuku admitted he wasn't sure. All Might reassured him that he could talk to him about anything. Izuku shared his feelings, and All Might agreed to call Baru, adding that she would likely support him in saying it was okay for him to date and have real friends. He then suggested they spar to help Izuku feel better. Ichiko explained to the girls of Class 1A what Izuku had shared, but was interrupted by Toru, who grumbled about not being mentioned by Izuku after their encounter. Mina quickly pointed out that he had mentioned Pony. Kyoka looked at her classmates and questioned what they saw in Izuku, expressing skepticism about his seemingly dopey act. While she acknowledged that he was good-looking, she found it hard to believe someone so strong could be that kind and clueless. Tsuyu was the first to respond, recounting how Izuku had stayed to comfort her little sister after saving her. Kyoka was surprised to hear that. Tsuyu shared that after turning himself in to the police, Izuku had asked her mother to tell her and her sister that he was sorry for not getting there sooner to help. Ichiko chimed in, recalling how Izuku had shielded her from the Zero robot before defeating it and carrying her to the nurse's office. Momo added that after rescuing her from the Nomu, Izuku acted as bait to keep the creature from attacking her again. Toru reminded them that he had helped Koda, a little boy who had been mean to Izuku, but despite that, Izuku still chose to help him. They all agreed that his kindness was genuine, and that was simply who he was, a kind, shy, and somewhat awkward guy. Suddenly, a thunderclap rattled their cabin. All Might was a blur of motion, smiling as he moved in to strike Izuku. The last bolt of lightning Izuku had thrown had come close. As Izuku braced for the impact, All Might's strike hit his barrier, forcing him down several inches into the ground. Izuku smiled as he released his barrier and launched himself at his father. Aizawa, observing the sparring match, noticed students and staff rushing out to see if they were under attack again. He reassured them that it was just a sparring session and there was no need to worry. Izuku landed a glancing blow enhanced with kinetic energy, knocking All Might back a few feet. All Might acknowledged Izuku's improvement and prepared to counterattack. Taking a deep breath, he threw a punch with tremendous power. Even with his barrier in place, Izuku was sent flying back 30 feet into the woods, taking down several trees in his path. Aizawa advised All Might to tone it down a bit. Just then, 4 trees came hurtling out of the woods toward All Might. Izuku exploded from the tree line, charging directly at his father. All Might leaped, clearing the trees as Izuku aimed to strike his father. The force of All Might's kick created a crater in the ground. After landing, he approached Izuku and extended his arm. Izuku reached out and took his hand, expressing that he thought he had him that time as they both climbed out of the crater. Class 1A and 1B stood in shock at the display they had just witnessed. Momo noticed the look in Izuku's eyes. It was the happiest she had ever seen him. Achiko, Tsuyu, and Mina shared the same observation. Outside, Pony enjoyed the night air when she spotted Izuku and All Might walking toward the edge of the camp to stretch. She barely heard Professor Aizawa signal the start of the match, and when Izuku unleashed a bolt of lightning, it startled her. She ran to stand beside Professor Aizawa, captivated by the fight. Other students rushed out, but Pony hardly noticed them. Izuku looked incredible and genuinely happy. This was the first time she had seen a real smile on his face, and she felt herself falling a little more in love with him at that moment. Monoma approached her, commenting on Izuku showing off. Pony dared him to say that to Izuku, but Monoma declined, especially as he saw Izuku emerging from the crater. After the sparring session, Izuku headed to the hot spring to relax. The fight had cleared his worries and doubts. Koda joined him, expressing that he had never seen a fight like that before and had feared for Izuku's safety. Izuku smiled, reassuring him that he had been training to fight since he was his age, but compared to All Might he still felt like a rookie. Both boys froze when they heard a girl's voice. Kendo entered the hot spring area with the other girls from Class 1B, barely covering themselves with towels. Koda turned bright red and fainted, but Izuku caught him with his quirk. When Izuku saw Pony enter, looking shy and blushing, he felt his face heat up. He struggled to find his voice as Pony asked if he was okay. Kendo, noticing Izuku's direction, approached Pony and asked what she was staring at. Kendo then called for Kodai, instructing her to flip the curtain sign at the hot spring. Kodai, curious but eager, rushed off, and the rest of the girls from Class 1B headed toward their cabin. Pony questioned Kendo about the plan, but Kendo assured her that they would finally have Izuku all to themselves. Kodai was about to flip the curtain when Koda appeared, and she waited for him to join Izuku before making the 𝐬. Kendo remarked on Izuku's boldness for entering the girls' side of the hot spring, suggesting he needed to be punished. Izuku, realizing his mistake, apologized, wishing he could use his quirk to escape without causing a scene. The girls began to enter the water, and Pony sat down right next to him. Izuku struggled to remain calm, feeling overwhelmed. Yanagi teased him about his reaction, and Izuku confessed that he had only seen one girl naked by accident. Pony nuzzled into his shoulder, and 𝗀𝐾𝐮 asked if it was true he had never had a girlfriend. Izuku admitted he hadn't, and when Pony asked if he had ever kissed a girl, he replied that he hadn't either, trying to maintain his composure. The atmosphere shifted when Mandalay, Pishibob, and Ragdoll entered, catching Izuku off guard. He quickly used his quirk to lift Koda out of the water and place him against the wall. Mandalay expressed surprise at finding anyone in the hot springs so late, while Ragdoll commented on the aftermath of the fight. The girls made room for the 3 women, and Pony shifted onto Izuku's lap, while Kendo and Shiozaki settled beside them. Izuku felt flustered, trying to manage his emotions as Pony's presence intensified his feelings. The conversation among the girls continued, with Kendo highlighting Izuku's gentle nature, which surprised Mandalay, who noted that boys like him were often arrogant. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion as the girls discussed him. He was acutely aware of Pony's closeness, and he struggled to keep his composure. Thankfully, after about 20 minutes, Mandalay announced that it was time to call it a night. She was the last to leave, taking Koda with her. Izuku took deep breaths, attempting to calm himself after the whirlwind of emotions. He remained invisible as he exited the hot springs, mostly to conceal his presence. Just before reaching the cabin, he released his quirk and tried hard to forget everything he had seen as he attempted to sleep. The girls of Class 1B were chatting about the close call they had just experienced. Pony lay in her bed, lost in thought about her encounter with Izuku, unaware that Kendo was calling her name. When Kendo tapped her, Pony practically jumped out of bed, prompting laughter from the other girls. Kendo teased that Pony must have been thinking about sitting on Izuku's lap, causing her to blush while the girls giggled. Kendo continued, asking how it felt, and Pony turned crimson, admitting that she felt everything and couldn't stop squirming. Shiozaki and Kodai both rolled their eyes and fainted. Pony expressed her need to apologize to Izuku, but Yanagi suggested that he might be dreaming about her instead. Kendo reminded them to get some rest, as the next day would be challenging. Pony had some very vivid dreams that night. When Izuku woke up, he looked haggard. He had struggled to fall asleep, and when he finally did, all he could dream about was Pony sitting on his lap. Determined to clear his mind, he got dressed, left the cabin, and began practicing various martial arts forms, transitioning fluidly between strikes and blocks. Achiko was the first of the girls to wake up. After getting dressed, she stepped outside to find Izuku already training, moving with surprising grace. The rest of the girls soon joined her, and all the instructors began to gather. Professor Aizawa announced that they would be fighting using their quirks, with the rules being simple: knock out the opponent, make them submit, or incapacitate them. All Might added that any use of lethal force would result in immediate expulsion. Ragdoll called out the matchups: Mineta vs. 𝗧𝗜𝗍𝗘, Tokoyami vs. Komori, and Tokiage vs. Izuku. When the first two competitors entered the ring, Mineta expressed his frustration at being pitted against another guy. He thought that if he could win, the girls might be impressed. To everyone's surprise, Mineta won, albeit by accident, and as he exited the ring, he began blowing kisses to the girls. Izuku had to use his quirk to unstick all of the ball on 𝗧𝗜𝗍𝗘 so he could move without causing more damage to his hair. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were doing well against Komori until mushrooms sprouted all over his skin due to Komori's quirk. When Izuku stepped into the ring, Tokiage called out to him, teasingly referring to him as stud. Confused, Izuku asked what she meant, but the girls of Class 1A understood, and a wave of intent filled the air. Tokiage explained that they had heard he was well endowed, and she sprang into action. As the match began, Tokiage split into small pieces and rushed Izuku, hitting him simultaneously. He shook off the blows and complimented her attack. Tokiage assured him that she had more tricks up her sleeve. As she split again, Izuku vanished, and when she attempted an area attack, she let out a soft sound as she pulled her body back together. Izuku reappeared holding a part of her, causing her to ask him to let go of her. He turned crimson and released her as if her touch had burned him. Professor Aizawa face-bombed, while Mineta lamented that it wasn't fair that Izuku got to interact with her. Izuku apologized, and Tokiage reassured him that it was just a part of the fight. She declared that she would end the match, and with that, Izuku used his quirk to put her to sleep. As she fell forward, he caught her and carried her to her side of the field before rejoining his class, where he was immediately surrounded by the girls of Class 1A. After all the fighting concluded, Professor Aizawa reminded everyone to pack their belongings, as they would be leaving first thing in the morning. During lunch, Izuku recounted the events to the girls, explaining that the only reason there hadn't been a brawl was that he had made them promise not to act out. The girls of Class 1A took turns skirting him everywhere, and when he went for a shower, they went for theirs. While the girls of Class 1A were in the hot spring, the girls of Class 1B joined them. Kendo spoke up first, mentioning that Izuku had unknowingly ended up on their side. She explained that they wanted to give Pony a chance to be close to him without the others hounding her. Tokiage added that Izuku didn't belong to any of them, to which Tsuyu agreed, stating he was a nice guy, but what they had done was wrong. Achiko then asked Pony why she had sat on Izuku's lap. Pony blushed, recalling how it felt. She explained that she didn't want anyone else to accidentally sit on him. Momo suggested they call a truce, and all the girls agreed. Momo then surprised everyone with her next question, asking if Izuku was really that well endowed. Pony turned deep red and softly confirmed it, causing the girls to giggle. When Izuku heard their laughter, he finally felt able to relax. As he headed toward the bus, Koda ran up and hugged him, asking if he could come back to visit. Izuku agreed and gave him his number to stay in touch. He hugged Kota one last time before boarding the bus. As the buses arrived at UA University, the students noticed a luxurious Maybach parked just ahead. Momo was the first to exit, excited to see her parents. When Izuku finally stepped off the bus, Momo called him over to meet them. Her father approached and shook Izuku's hand, expressing gratitude for saving his only child. Her mother then stepped forward, embracing him and inviting him to dinner. Izuku, feeling bashful, insisted that they didn't need to go out of their way to thank him, saying anyone would have done the same. Her father took a moment to reassess the young man, stating that he disagreed. Not many would put themselves in harm's way to save another. Her mother looked at Izuku and said that next Saturday, he would join them for dinner, as Momo had spoken very highly of him, and now she understood why. Izuku blushed and humbly accepted, excusing himself to let them spend time together. As he walked away, Momo's mother remarked on how humble he was, noting that it was quite endearing. Her father asked if she was sure he was the one she wanted to give her heart to, which surprised Momo and made her blush. Her mother added that Momo wouldn't have called them to introduce someone unless she had strong feelings and wanted their approval. Before giving her blessing, she expressed a longing to see how he was during dinner. Momo blushed again, mentioning that he had never had a girlfriend or even kissed a girl, in case they were wondering. Both parents looked at her in surprise, and her mother asked if she was certain. Momo assured them, saying that multiple girls had tried and all had failed. Izuku thought about how nice it was to be back home, finally getting some time to himself. By the end of their training camp, he felt stressed, not from the training itself but from how the girls were treating him. All Might had mentioned a new maid cafe that opened, and Izuku decided to give it a try. After his workout and shower, he headed out. As he approached the cafe, a little girl dressed in rags and bandaged up suddenly ran out of an alley and collided with him. Izuku knelt down to pick her up and noticed the fear in her eyes. He froze, asking if she was okay. The little girl shook her head, and a voice from the alley called out to her, demanding she return or face punishment for running away. Eri scrambled to hide behind Izuku's leg. He could feel her trembling, so he hugged her a little tighter. When he asked who she was, a man in a plague mask replied that he was her father and requested his daughter back. Eri began to shake harder, and Izuku gently cupped her head against his shoulder. Izuku suggested calling the police to resolve the situation, stating he wouldn't let the girl go because she was terrified of the man. The man in the plague mask warned him to return the child or face consequences. Izuku sensed the man's threatening intent when another man stepped out of the shadows and whispered to the first. The first man then warned Izuku that he would regret crossing him, claiming that stopping a weak criminal didn't mean he had power. Both men retreated into the shadows and disappeared. Izuku hugged the little girl tightly, just as All Might had done for him, and she began to weep. Meanwhile, the girls from Class 1A and 1B decided to go shopping together to bond after what they called the Izuku incident. Achiko spotted him first and pointed out that it was Izuku. The other girls turned to look as they saw the little girl in rags run out of the alley. They marveled at how he picked up the terrified child. Before they could react, the men stepped out of the alleyway, and the girls felt a wave of intimidation from across the street. Izuku remained steady, even as the second man emerged from the shadows. Once the men left, Izuku stood there, holding the crying girl. Momo rushed across the street, followed by the other girls. Tsuyu was on the phone with local law enforcement as she ran. Izuku had his eyes closed, gently stroking the little girl's hair and speaking softly to reassure her. When he sensed a crowd approaching, he opened his eyes, ready to defend if necessary. Upon seeing who it was, he relaxed, but the girl in his arms began to breathe heavily and shake again. He asked the girls to stop and explained that the little girl was scared. Turning his attention back to her, he spoke in a soothing voice, calming her down. The girls observed how Izuku cared for the little girl, and any doubts they had about his kindness melted away. Chisaki questioned why Izuku had stopped him from taking Eri back, while Chrono noted that he had seen footage of how Izuku saved those girls months ago. He explained that Izuku would have been a formidable opponent in a head-to-head fight. Chisaki demanded to know everything about Izuku, including his family and friends, as he was determined to get Eri back. Chrono agreed to look into it. As the police arrived, Izuku continued to hold the little girl, who had finally fallen asleep in his arms. The sound of sirens startled her awake, and before she could pull away, Izuku spoke in a soothing voice, gently stroking her hair. Eri began to calm down, holding on to Izuku as if her life depended on it. Momo stood in front of Izuku when he asked her to reach into his front pocket, hit the number 2 on his speed dial, and say she needed help. Momo complied, pulling out his phone and making the call. All Might's phone vibrated, and before he could respond, a girl's voice requested assistance. He quickly hung up and activated Izuku's GPS, spinning and leaping into action. As an older police officer arrived, the girls began to explain what had happened. When the officer tried to take Eri from Izuku, everyone looked on in surprise as Eri began to appear younger. Izuku used his quirk to cancel everyone's abilities around him. He noticed the fear in Eri's eyes and reassured her that everything would be okay and that he would protect her. All Might landed just in time to hear Izuku's declaration and approached him. A wave of nostalgia hit All Might as he saw Izuku holding the little girl in the same way he once held Izuku. Izuku looked up to see his father approaching with tears in his eyes. The girls watched in surprise as All Might strode up to them. Eri was in awe of All Might's gaze, noticing the tear in his eye. Izuku explained everything to his father, including how Eri had made the police officer appear about 15 years younger in just 20 seconds. All Might stated that since Eraserhead wasn't present, Eri would need to stay with them while they arranged for her care. He mentioned calling Recovery Girl and making the necessary arrangements, noting that Eri likely wouldn't let go of Izuku anytime soon. Izuku told his father he would head to UA and meet him in Recovery Girl's office. All Might looked at the girls and then back at his son, jokingly asking if he was on a date with all of them. Izuku turned a deep shade of red as All Might leaped toward UA. Izuku then apologized to the girls for involving them in his troubles. Tsuyu offered to accompany him to UA so he wouldn't be alone. Grateful, Izuku accepted her offer. Before anyone else could volunteer, he used his quirk to lift the ground beneath them and shot off toward UA. The remaining girls exchanged stunned glances, surprised that Izuku had taken off before they could join him. Achiko huffed, expressing her frustration that Tsuyu got to go while they did not. Momo realized she still had Izuku's phone and decided their day of shopping was over, planning to meet up again on Monday. She called her parents to pick her up for dinner and to share the day's events. Upon landing at UA, Izuku and Tsuyu made their way to Recovery Girl's office, with Eri having fallen asleep again. Tsuyu expressed surprise that Eri could sleep after being lifted with Izuku's quirk. Izuku explained he had put her to sleep to spare her fear, but it was now time to wake her. Eri felt gentle strokes on her head, waking up in the arms of the man who saved her. She reached up to touch his face, unsure if this was a wonderful dream or if she was truly safe. Feeling her touch, Izuku looked down and smiled, asking how she felt. Eri admitted she was hungry. He promised to get her food after she was checked by the doctor. Eri began to tremble, recalling the experiments she had endured. Tsuyu reassured her that everything would be okay. Eri pressed her face against Izuku, feeling comforted by his presence. To ensure her safety, Izuku cancelled her quirk. He promised to be there for her and that no one would hurt her. Eri asked if he would stay, and he assured her he would. As they entered Recovery Girl's office, All Might was waiting alongside her. Eri felt nervous as Recovery Girl approached to begin her examination. All Might was taken aback by the way Izuku was caring for the little girl. While Izuku was always kind, he was more of a warrior, but in this moment he displayed a compassion that filled All Might with pride. Tsuyu's heart melted at the sight. She had already liked Izuku, but witnessing this side of him made her fall completely in love with him. After the examination, Tsuyu said she had to leave but would see Izuku on Monday. He asked her to wait outside for a moment so he could take her home. Her heart raced as she agreed and stepped out of the office. Izuku used his quirk to put Eri back to sleep and turned to his father, expressing his longing to care for Eri. All Might cautioned him that raising a child would be challenging, especially since he was still in training to be a hero. He mentioned reaching out to Aizawa, who agreed to watch over Eri due to the potential dangers of her quirk. Izuku reminded All Might that he had been saved in a similar way and that he wanted to pay it forward. he insisted that Eri trusted him and that she had looked at him with hope when he woke her up. All Might gazed deeply into his son's eyes, took a deep breath, and ultimately agreed. Tsuyu saw Izuku stepping out of Recovery Girl's office, Eri asleep again in his arms. As they walked out of the school, she asked what would happen to the girl. Izuku smiled down at Eri and replied that he would take care of her. He then used his quirk to lift them both on a small patch of ground and flew Tsuyu to her house. Recovery Girl looked at All Might, questioning if they had made the right decision. All Might admitted uncertainty but hoped it would be beneficial for Izuku, noting he had never seen such compassion in his eyes. Recovery Girl remarked that the only other time he seemed truly happy was during their sparring sessions. All Might reflected on their efforts to raise him, and Recovery Girl agreed they had done their best. Tsuyu invited Izuku inside but politely declined this time, promising he would stop by soon before lifting back into the air and disappearing. Buru was sitting in the living room when Tsuyu entered and asked about her day with her friends. Tsuyu looked at her mother, sat beside her, and shared everything, including how she felt when she saw so much compassion in his eyes. She confessed that she had feelings for him before, but now she believed she was in love. Just then, 𝐻𝐿𝐵 walked into the room and inquired about whom she loved, suspecting it might be Izuku. Buru glanced at her husband and reminded him that this was a mother-daughter conversation, asking him to take out the trash so they could finish their talk. 𝐻𝐿𝐵 grumbled but complied. Meanwhile, Momo was at a restaurant with her parents, recounting her day. She described buying a new dress for dinner with Izuku and how she witnessed him picking up a little girl and defending her from some men, feeling their malice from across the street. She recalled how comforting he was to the girl, practically glowing as she remembered him stroking the child's hair. Her father remarked on Izuku's bravery and compassion, while he candidly mentioned that he initially thought Izuku saved her because of her family's wealth. Momo's mother asked if she was sure about giving her heart to this young man. Momo replied that it might be too late, explaining that when she looked into his eyes, she felt as if she were drowning in kindness, compassion, and honesty. She felt safe when he saved her. Her father gave her his blessing to pursue him. Eri's eyes fluttered open at the smell of food cooking. She was unsure of her surroundings but found the sofa quite comfortable. Following the delicious aroma, she entered the kitchen and saw the man who saved her cooking. He smiled and introduced himself as Izuku, explaining that he made her egg drop soup with rice and fish because she mentioned being hungry. Eri's stomach rumbled and she blushed. Izuku welcomed her to her new home, assuring her that she was safe there with him and his father, whom she would meet soon. He promised to buy her new clothes and other necessities the next day, inviting her to sit at the table to eat. Achiko called her parents to share her day, but to her surprise, her mother revealed that she was about to call her. Her father's company had won a bid, securing their financial future. Overjoyed for her parents, who had worked so hard, Achiko then asked if she could ask the young man who saved her out on a date. Her mother enthusiastically agreed, recognizing how wonderful her daughter had been. After enjoying the meal Izuku prepared, Eri felt full and content. Izuku collected the empty plates and washed them, then informed Eri that it was time for her to shower. He offered her one of his shirts to sleep in and led her to the bathroom, providing her with a towel. He asked if she needed help with her bandages, to which Eri nodded. As he gently unraveled the bandages, he felt a surge of anger at the sight of her scars. Eri tried to hide them, but Izuku cupped her face, reassuring her that she didn't have to hide anything from him. He promised to protect her and used his quirk to help remove her scars, leaving her wide-eyed as they began to disappear. When All Might returned home, he found Izuku in the living room, visibly hurt and angry. Kneeling in front of his son, All Might asked what was wrong. Izuku expressed his frustration, fearing he might hurt the person responsible for Eri's scars. He shared the details of what Eri had endured. All Might placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, explaining his feelings. He reminded Izuku about his appointment with Buru on Tuesday and asked how he wanted to handle Eri during that time. Izuku decided to take her with him, planning to keep her asleep during the meeting to ensure she felt secure. Eri stepped into the living room and saw All Might kneeling in front of Izuku, speaking to him in the same gentle manner. When All Might noticed her, he stood up and introduced himself as Izuku's father. Eri was awestruck by his size and kindness. Izuku approached her, asking if she had washed her hair. When she admitted she hadn't because she disliked getting shampoo in her eyes, he offered to help. Eri filled the tub and sat down, calling for Izuku. He entered with a small bucket, asking her to close her eyes as he began washing her hair. Eri had never experienced such gentleness before, and when he finished, her hair transformed from a dingy gray to a appealing snow white. Izuku stepped out of the bathroom to allow Eri some privacy as she dried off. He then took her to his room and tucked her in. Eri expressed her concern about him leaving, and Izuku reassured her that he would be in the living room if she needed him, gently kissing her forehead, a gesture he had seen many mothers use to comfort their children at the park during his childhood. Later, while Izuku was asleep on the sofa, he felt a gentle tugging on his blanket. He awoke to find Eri standing beside him, saying she had a bad dream. He pulled the blanket off, picked her up, and settled her on his chest, covering them both. As he stroked Eri's hair, she gradually fell back asleep. The following morning, All Might entered the living room and smiled at the sight of Izuku asleep with Eri on his chest. He couldn't resist capturing the moment with his phone. Izuku awoke to the enticing smell of breakfast. Looking down, he noticed Eri drooling on his chest, which made him smile at her cuteness. He gently patted her head, prompting her to wake up. Eri lifted her head, wiped the drool from her chin, and greeted him with a cheerful good morning. He suggested they brush their teeth before heading to breakfast. All Might smiled as they entered the kitchen and asked Izuku if he had received the pictures he sent. Izuku checked his pockets and realized he had forgotten to retrieve his phone from Momo. He mentioned that he would call for it after breakfast. Meanwhile, Momo noticed 2 messages pop up on Izuku's phone and couldn't resist opening them. Her heart melted at the sight of Izuku sleeping with Eri on his chest, and she giggled at the close-up of Eri drooling. She quickly forwarded the pictures to her phone, knowing her friends would love to see them. Izuku's phone rang, and Momo answered when she saw it was him. He asked her to meet him at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall by the entrance. Momo agreed, trying to keep her voice steady, and they arranged to meet at 10. After hanging up, Izuku asked All Might if he could borrow the car and if his old car seat was still in the attic. All Might confirmed it was, and Izuku turned to Eri, saying they would brush her hair and buy her what she needed that day. All Might handed Izuku a black credit card, assuring him not to worry about prices and to ensure Eri enjoyed herself. Izuku hugged his father, expressing his gratitude. Momo hurried into the study, where both of her parents were present. She asked her mother for help with her makeup and hair for her meeting with Izuku. Her mother promised that when she was done, Izuku wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. Momo's father added playfully that he wanted to know more about Izuku before he came knocking on their door. Momo blushed as her mother led her back to her room. The large SUV dropped Momo off at the mall entrance, where she spotted Izuku approaching with the little girl he had saved the day before. Izuku was carrying Eri, who was wearing one of his shirts. Momo's imagination wandered to a future where she and Izuku had children, causing her to blush when Izuku greeted her, complimenting her appearance. He introduced Eri, who shyly buried her face in Izuku's neck and quietly said hello. Izuku explained that he wanted to take care of Eri, as she didn't have any clothing or shoes, and asked if Momo could help him pick out some nice outfits for her. Momo eagerly agreed, smiling at Eri, who then complimented Momo's beauty. Momo's smile widened as she thanked Eri. She handed Izuku his phone before they entered the mall to begin their shopping adventure. Momo's heart fluttered as some store attendants referred to her as Izuku's wife. Izuku did not correct them, assuming Momo would clarify. Momo blushed when another attendant suggested shoes that would look great on Eri. Eri tried on various outfits, and when Izuku asked her which one she liked, she replied that she liked them all. Izuku decided to buy everything, and Momo noticed the credit card he used was the same type she had, knowing it had no limit. Despite this, Izuku never flaunted his wealth, which warmed her heart. Momo reached for Eri's hand, and to her surprise, Eri took it, allowing Izuku to carry the shopping bags. Dressed in a new outfit and cute boots, Eri looked completely different, matching Momo's colors. Momo then asked where they should go next, and Izuku mentioned a furniture store for a bed and dresser for Eri. Momo knew the perfect place and led the way. After Eri chose her bed and Momo selected a dresser, Izuku made the 𝐬𝐿 arrangements. He then invited Momo to join them for dinner, and she suggested a nice place nearby. After putting the shopping in the car, they headed out for a meal. As they drove Momo home after dinner, Izuku thanked her for everything. Eri was fast asleep in the back seat. Momo turned to Izuku, finally asking the question that had been on her mind all day. She wanted to know why he hadn't corrected anyone when they referred to her as his wife or thought Eri was her daughter. Izuku smiled, a hint of sadness in his expression, and shared that he had noticed Momo, Tsuyu, Achiko, and Mina following him to the cemetery. He explained that he had learned to be observant out of necessity after losing his mother at a young age. He felt a connection with Eri, who had no family she could remember, and for that day, they were able to provide her with a sense of belonging. Since Momo hadn't corrected anyone, he decided to let it go, admitting that he found it nice and truly enjoyed the moment. As he parked in front of her mansion, the atmosphere between them felt warm and hopeful. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Momo, saying she had made the day special not just for Eri, but for him as well. Momo's eyes glistened with tears as she hugged him, replying that it was her pleasure. After they embraced, Izuku took a moment to appreciate Momo's beauty before mentioning that he would see her the next day, asking if she could meet them by the gate since Eri was still shy and would love to see her again. Momo glanced back at the car, noticing Eri still asleep, and assured Izuku she would be there. As Momo watched them drive away, she reflected on their day together. For her, being recognized as Izuku's wife and the mother of his child made everything perfect, and she couldn't wait to share the news with her mother. Meanwhile, Izuku parked in the garage and retrieved Eri from the back seat. He used his quirk to lift the bags from their shopping trip and entered the house. All Might greeted him in the living room, inquiring about Eri's day. Izuku smiled, explaining that Eri had enjoyed herself but had gotten tired quickly after their outing and had fallen asleep after dinner. All Might then asked if Izuku had asked Momo out on a date. Izuku clarified that he had only asked her to meet him to retrieve his phone, which led to their shopping trip and dinner. All Might smiled, pleased to hear that Izuku had a good time and expressed his gratitude for the use of the car. He reminded Izuku to put Eri to bed and prepare for school the next day. Momo entered the backyard to find her mother reading a book. Her mother asked how her day had gone, and Momo smiled as she recounted how people referred to her as Izuku's wife and the mother of his child, and how he hadn't corrected them. Her mother was surprised to learn that Izuku had a child, asking if he had ever been with anyone. Momo explained that he was caring for the little girl he had saved, who possessed a quirk that could make a person appear much younger in a short time. Her mother marveled at Izuku's abilities and questioned whether he could afford to care for Eri. Momo reassured her that he used a card with no limit. Momo described Izuku as kind, humble, gentle, and capable of fighting, with a wealthy family and a powerful quirk. Her mother teased that he might be lacking in some areas, causing Momo to blush as she recounted an incident at the hot springs where someone had commented on Izuku's physique. Momo shared how Izuku had told her that she made the day special for both him and Eri. Her mother encouraged her to hold on to someone as rare as Izuku and mentioned planning a special dinner for him on Saturday. Momo then showed her mother a picture of Izuku with Eri, and her mother's heart melted at the sight of the two of them asleep on the couch. The next morning, Izuku prepared Eri for school, reassuring her that he would protect her and that she would see Momo again. He made breakfast and packed lunches for both of them. Eri squealed with delight when he lifted them both using his quirk, and they sped toward 𝐬𝐿. Momo greeted them with a smile as they approached the gate, and Eri returned the greeting shyly. Izuku thanked Momo for meeting them, and she blushed, saying it was no trouble. Eri took Momo's hand, and together they headed to class. As Tsuyu and Achiko walked to class, they spotted Momo, Eri, and Izuku holding hands, which made their hearts sink. Achiko called out to Izuku, and upon seeing her, he waved them over. Eri hid behind Izuku's leg as they approached, and Izuku introduced her to Tsuyu and Achiko. Tsuyu asked Eri if she remembered her, to which Eri replied that she recognized her from a visit to the doctor. Izuku picked Eri up and reassured her that Tsuyu and Achiko were nice, so she had nothing to fear. Eri looked at Izuku, seeking confirmation, and he promised her that everything would be fine. Achiko then asked Eri if she had ever floated before. When Eri said no, Ochako offered to help her. Eri glanced at Izuku, who smiled encouragingly, and she nodded. Ochako used her quirk, and Eri floated in place, squealing with delight. As they walked to class, Eri held onto Ochako's hand while reaching for Izuku's, and he took it, leading them all together. Bakugo felt frustrated as he watched Izuku enter the classroom, holding hands with a floating girl and flanked by Ochako, Momo, and Tsuyu. News had spread about how Izuku had saved Eri from danger, but no photos were released for their protection. Lita informed the class that it was Izuku who had saved her, mentioning that his brother, a pro hero, had witnessed the event. Bakugo couldn't help but think about how Izuku always seemed to be at the center of attention. Professor Aizawa addressed the class, announcing that they would have a young guest for a while. He reminded them that an open house was coming up next week, with all their parents invited, and most would be attending. Izuku noticed a small table set up with coloring books and crayons next to his desk and asked Eri if she would like to sit and color. Eri mentioned that she needed to go to the bathroom. Ochako offered to take her, and Tsuyu decided to join them, noting that Izuku wasn't allowed in the girls' bathroom. Eri looked at Izuku, who smiled reassuringly and told her that they would take care of her. Eri reached out with both hands, and Ochako and Tsuyu took her hands as they left the classroom. Bakugo then asked Professor Aizawa about the students whose parents couldn't make it. Aizawa replied that it was none of Bakugo's concern, casting a glance at Izuku. Bakugo laughed, taunting Izuku by saying that even his parents didn't care enough to show up for open house. In response, Izuku reached out towards Bakugo with his right hand, canceling out everyone's quirk. Bakugo found his arms pinned to his body and was pulled forcefully toward Izuku's outstretched hand. Professor Aizawa shouted in alarm as he rushed to intervene. Bakugo's throat met Izuku's waiting palm, and Izuku began to squeeze. Bakugo struggled to move, but he was unable to budge. Izuku locked eyes with him and spoke in a low growl, warning Bakugo that if he ever mentioned his parents again, he wouldn't be left with any regrets. Bakugo gulped in understanding. Aizawa grabbed Izuku's arm, asking him to release Bakugo. After a tense moment, Bakugo was thrown back but stopped just before hitting the wall, regaining control of his body. Fear was evident on Bakugo's face as he rubbed his throat. Izuku lowered his arms and stated that this was Bakugo's first and only warning. Professor Aizawa shouted for both Izuku and Bakugo to head to the dean's office. Izuku realized Aizawa was still holding his arm, and shame washed over him as he looked at the man he considered family. Lowering his head, he responded quietly. The class noticed the pain and shame on his face as he exited the room. Momo stood up, saying she would see him after picking up Eri. Aizawa agreed, and Momo hurried after Izuku. Aizawa approached Bakugo, skirting him out of the classroom. He warned Bakugo that he had provoked Izuku, explaining that Bakugo had no idea what Izuku had been through. Aizawa pointed out that Bakugo was fortunate Izuku had let him go, as he had cancelled out everyone's quirk, including Aizawa's. He added that if Izuku had truly wanted to, no one could have intervened. Bakugo retorted that it wasn't his fault if even Izuku's mother couldn't take time off to visit. Aizawa's voice dropped as he revealed that Izuku's mother was dead, killed right in front of him when he was still a child. Bakugo lowered his head, realizing he had not known that. Aizawa continued, emphasizing that there was much about Izuku that Bakugo didn't understand, and it was none of his business. He warned Bakugo that if he thought Izuku was strong, he should know that Izuku had been holding back to avoid frightening others. Aizawa advised Bakugo to count himself lucky that Izuku was a genuinely nice person and that this was all that had happened to him. Momo found Eri, who was walking toward her with the other girls. Momo called out to Eri, inviting her to join so they could meet up with Izuku. Ochako asked if everything was alright, but Momo shook her head, indicating they would talk after class as she bent down to pick Eri up. As Momo turned a corner, she heard sniffing and found Izuku sitting on the floor with tears in his eyes. Eri squirmed until Momo set her down, and she ran to Izuku. When he saw her, he opened his arms, and she rushed into his embrace, hugging him tightly as he returned the gesture. Momo observed as this little girl comforted Izuku. Eri asked why he was crying, and Izuku admitted that he felt weak for losing his temper and for knowing better. Eri looked up at him and insisted that he wasn't weak because he had made the bad men go away. Izuku explained that strength wasn't just about stopping bad people. Sometimes, it meant controlling oneself when angry or pushing forward despite fear. Momo approached them and added that sometimes one had to accept their humanity and work on their weaknesses. Izuku looked up at her, expressing his longing to be better for Eri's sake, acknowledging that his actions were wrong on many levels. Momo noticed that he continued to hold Eri, stroking her hair gently as she nestled into his chest. Kneeling down, Momo told Izuku that he was one of the nicest people she knew and the kind of man she hoped to marry one day. However, she reminded him to learn from this mistake and not repeat it. To her surprise, he took her hand, allowing her to help him to his feet while still holding Eri in his other arm. Izuku thanked her, saying he needed to hear that, but he had to go to the dean's office. Momo offered to walk with him, and he accepted her company as they headed toward the office. Izuku knocked on the dean's door and heard the invitation to enter. He walked in with Momo, who closed the door behind them. The dean asked what he could do for them, and Izuku explained that Professor Aizawa had sent him after an incident in class. The dean scratched his chin and requested that Izuku step out so he could hear Momo's side of the story first. Momo clarified that she wasn't involved in the incident but had scolded Izuku after bringing Eri to him. The dean insisted that since she had witnessed the events, he wanted to hear her account before allowing Izuku to return. After Momo shared her perspective, the dean thanked her and sent her back to class, asking Izuku to come in. Izuku, still carrying Eri, who was hugging him tightly, sat down as the dean noted Izuku's gentle gesture of stroking the little girl's hair. The dean instructed him to take a seat. Once seated, Izuku apologized for losing his temper, acknowledging that he had let everyone down. The dean reassured him that he was not the first student to have an argument in class, nor would he be the last. It was more than just an argument, Izuku explained. Professor Aizawa entered and stood beside the dean as Izuku shared his feelings. The dean remarked that Izuku was in a class of very powerful young adults striving to be heroes, and tempers were bound to flare. Aizawa added that Izuku was not the first altercation he had dealt with in class, but he was too powerful to lose control like that. He reminded Izuku that he owed him for canceling his quirk. However, since Izuku hadn't resorted to violence, Aizawa decided to make his punishment informal and instructed him to head back to class, promising to talk later. Dean Nizu informed Aizawa about Momo's observations after she found Izuku in the hallway and how Eri seemed to have a calming effect on him. Aizawa questioned whether it was a good idea for Eri to stay with Izuku. The dean expressed uncertainty, suggesting that while they had trained a warrior, Eri was helping him become a compassionate man. Aizawa acknowledged that Izuku had always been kind, but the dean pointed out that he had struggled to express his feelings. They both agreed that Izuku's happiness was most evident when he sparred with all might or discovered new applications of his quirk. Nizu noted that for the first time, he had seen genuine compassion in Izuku's eyes, thanks to Eri. Aizawa warned that if anything happened to Eri, they might not be able to help Izuku recover. Eri enjoyed her coloring books during class. When class ended, Izuku and Eri approached 𝐶𝐮, and Izuku asked if Satsuki would be home tomorrow because he wanted to introduce her to Eri. 𝐶𝐮 smiled, assuring him that Satsuki would be happy to see him and would love to meet Eri. As Izuku picked Eri up and left, Momo called Achiko, 𝐶𝐮, and Mina over. She recounted what had happened after they left with Eri, revealing that Izuku knew they had followed him to the cemetery and how Eri had calmed him down. Achiko wished she could have captured that moment in a picture. Momo pulled out her phone, smiling as she explained that while she didn't have that picture, she had one that they would love. She showed them the images of Izuku and Eri asleep on the sofa. 𝐶𝐮 insisted that Momo send them the picture, while Mina asked how she had obtained it. Momo explained that she had Izuku's phone after he ran into Eri and left before she could return it. His dad had sent him the pictures, which she then forwarded to herself. The images of Izuku sleeping with Eri spread quickly after Mina received a copy. The girls from classes 1A and 1B, along with some from the support class, eagerly shared them. Izuku had never shown his softer side at school, so the sight of him peacefully resting with Eri made all the girls' hearts flutter. When Izuku got home, he told Eri to change into play clothes because he was taking her to the park. After changing his own clothes, he waited by the door for 𝐮𝐬, who came running out, and they left together. 𝐮𝐬 had never been to a playground before and felt a bit nervous about going down the slides for the first time. Izuku waited for her at the bottom, catching her as she slid down and lifting her into the air. For the first time in her life, 𝐮𝐬 experienced real joy. The mothers at the playground couldn't help but stare at the well-built young man playing with the child, hoping he would return often to brighten their days. Across the street, two figures paused upon seeing a familiar face and realized it was 𝐮𝐬. They knew their boss would be very pleased that they had finally found her, and they left the area before anyone noticed them. The two members of the 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 entered their headquarters and reported directly to 𝗀𝐃𝐮𝐴𝐶, informing him that they had seen 𝐮𝐬 at a playground with a strong young man. 𝗀𝐃𝐮𝐴𝐶 recognized Izuku, having spent the last 3 days searching for information about him without success. He instructed his underlings to set up surveillance on the park for the next 3 weeks, wanting to know their arrival and departure times, but advised them not to follow for now. He suspected that Izuku was well connected, as he had found nothing on him, and if he caught wind of their surveillance, they might lose 𝐮𝐬 again. He promised to inform Overhaul of their progress. When Izuku and 𝐮𝐬 returned home, she confided in him that she had never been allowed to play outside. The bad people would buy her toys, but no one would play with her. These past few days felt like a dream to her. She loved that when she had a bad dream, he would pick her up and place her on his chest, allowing her to hear his heartbeat, which helped her fall back asleep. For the last 2 nights, 𝐮𝐬 had ended up on his chest. Izuku had planned to get her a big teddy bear to hold, but after hearing her feelings, he decided to wait. He told her he would introduce her to a girl her age the next day so they could play together, which excited 𝐮𝐬. However, he reminded her that she needed to take a bath and wash her hair first. 𝐮𝐬 asked if he could wash her hair again, expressing her appreciation for how he didn't get soap in her eyes. Izuku agreed, telling her to let him know when she was in the tub and ready. When All Might walked in, he found Izuku sitting at the kitchen table in shorts and a t-shirt, doing homework. All Might asked where 𝐮𝐬 was, and Izuku replied that she was asleep in her room for now. He explained that she had been having bad dreams and would come into his room, where he would place her on his chest until she fell back asleep. Izuku shared that 𝐮𝐬 had told him hearing his heartbeat calmed her down. All Might smiled at his son, praising him for doing great work, noting that 𝐮𝐬 didn't remember what it felt like to be loved. She never knew what a safe place was until she met him, and he continued to reassure her. Izuku wondered if he had ever felt that way when he was younger. All Might confirmed that he had, but it hadn't lasted long. Izuku looked at his father, then lowered his head, admitting that he had messed up at school that day. All Might sat down next to his son and listened intently. After Izuku finished explaining what had happened, All Might hugged him and expressed his regret. He wished he could be there for Izuku as a father, but he knew that people would think Izuku was receiving special treatment. He acknowledged that it wasn't fair to Izuku, especially considering how hard he had been working. Izuku hugged his father back, and this simple act made him feel a little better. Their moment was interrupted by a small voice saying she had a bad dream. All Might smiled at Izuku and said that a father's job is never done, promising to see him in the morning. Izuku got up and walked over to 𝐮𝐬, who lifted her arms to be picked up. He laid down on his bed with her resting on his chest, gently stroking her hair until she fell asleep. Izuku smiled and soon drifted off as well. When morning came, Izuku woke 𝐮𝐬 up, telling her it was time to get up. After 𝐮𝐬 got dressed, Izuku fixed her hair, having learned how to do it by watching videos online. He had been up for a while, sparring with All Might. Izuku made them breakfast while All Might packed their lunch. All Might advised Izuku to start driving to school instead of taking the train, wanting 𝐮𝐬 to get used to normal transportation just like he had. He tossed Izuku the keys and reminded him of his appointment. 𝐮𝐬 felt a little sad about taking the car. She enjoyed being in the air with Izuku. As they approached the school gate, they saw Achiko, Momo, Mina, and Tsuyu waiting for them, which made 𝐮𝐬 happy. While walking to class, Izuku noticed many female students staring at him and 𝐮𝐬, whispering and giggling as they walked away. Curious, he asked the girls if they knew what was going on, but they pretended not to understand. Bakugo watched Izuku enter, feeling his anger shift to fear. He recalled what the professor had said, and his anger turned to disgust with himself. He realized he would have reacted much worse than Izuku had. So lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice when Izuku approached him. Izuku wanted to apologize for how he had reacted the day before, admitting he was wrong. Bakugo was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Kirishima broke the silence, praising Izuku for his manliness in apologizing. Bakugo dismissed it, reminding Izuku that this didn't make them even. Izuku chose not to respond further and returned to his desk, sitting down quietly. Eri then asked if she could sit on his lap, and he happily obliged. The girls in the class began taking pictures just as the professor walked in to start the lesson. Later, Izuku, Eri, Tsuyu, Achiko, Momo, and Mina were sitting at a table in the cafeteria when Pony approached them. Eri leaned into Izuku, feeling shy. Pony complimented Eri, saying she wanted to pinch her cheeks. Izuku reassured Eri that Pony was very nice. Eri noticed Pony's horns and pointed out that they were similar to her own. Pony smiled and complimented Eri's horn, asking if she could touch it. Eri agreed, and Pony gently touched her horn, noting that they felt the same. Pony then admired Eri's hair and asked who styled it. Eri proudly said that Izuku did, and all the girls looked at him in surprise. Izuku explained that he had learned by watching videos online. Pony remarked that she thought Eri's hair was gray, to which Eri replied that Izuku had washed her hair. Realizing the time, Izuku quickly said it was time for them to head back to class. After class, he placed Eri in her car seat and drove to his appointment with Burr. Eri fell asleep during the ride, and Izuku used his quirk to keep her that way. Upon entering Burr's office, he sat down with Eri on his lap. Burr was not surprised to see Eri, as Tsuyu had informed her of the situation, but she was taken aback by how gentle Izuku was with her. Izuku shared his feelings of conflict, expressing his longing for friends while fearing the loss of those connections. He recounted how he lost control in class when Bakugo insulted his parents. Burr was amazed at how Izuku had turned out, a testament to All Might's parenting. He was strong yet kind, always putting others' needs before his own. Burr reassured him that it was okay to have friends and that it was normal to worry. Reminded him that everyone in his class was training to become heroes and didn't need his protection, encouraging him to slowly let them into his life. When their time was up, Izuku stood with Eri, who nuzzled into his chest as she slept. He smiled down at her, promising to see her later as he left. Tsuyu opened the door when she heard a knock, finding Izuku standing there with Eri partially hiding behind his legs. Eri smiled upon seeing Tsuyu. When Satsuki spotted Izuku, she ran to him and hugged him tightly, surprising Eri. Izuku introduced Eri to Satsuki, Tsuyu's little sister. Eri greeted her, and Satsuki invited Eri to see her dolls, leading both little girls off in excitement. Izuku thanked Tsuyu for allowing him to bring Eri over and inquired about her brother. Tsuyu mentioned that he had a baseball game that day and should be home soon. Just then, Burr entered with an armful of groceries. Izuku quickly got up to help her with the bags, and she expressed her gratitude. He took the groceries to the kitchen, with Tsuyu following to help put them away. Burr expressed surprise at Izuku's visit and asked what brought him over. Izuku mentioned he wanted to introduce Eri to someone her age. Burr insisted that they stay for dinner. While showing Eri her room and favorite dolls, Satsuki asked how she met Izuku. Eri shared that he saved her from some bad people. Satsuki revealed that he had saved her and her sister as well. She wished he would come over more often because he was really nice. Eri suggested she could ask him to bring her over again, and Satsuki eagerly grabbed Eri's hands, expressing her longing to play together again. Eri smiled and promised to ask him. When Satsuki inquired if Eri lived with him, Eri confirmed with a smile. The two girls began playing, delighted that they both got what they wanted. Dinner was ready, and Izuku and Tsuyu went to fetch the girls. Izuku, distracted, tripped over a skateboard, and Tsuyu reached out to catch him, resulting in both of them falling. Instinctively, Izuku pulled Tsuyu close to protect her. When Tsuyu opened her eyes, she found herself just inches from Izuku's face. He looked into her eyes and asked if she was okay. Burr heard the commotion and rushed in, exclaiming in surprise. Just then, the front door opened, and Eri's father and brother walked in. Tsuyu turned bright red, and Eri and Satsuki rushed into the room to see what had happened. Everyone's attention was on the two on the floor, and Ganma asked for an explanation. Izuku felt a blush creeping onto his face as he realized how close he was to Tsuyu, especially with the entire family watching them. Thankfully, dinner proceeded smoothly, and everyone enjoyed the meal and conversation. Ganma found himself respecting the young man more. Not only had he saved Eri, but he was also raising her. Izuku demonstrated that he was someone to be admired. Even during the fall, his first instinct was to protect Tsuyu from getting hurt. Satsuki asked Izuku if he was going to be Eri's new dad, to which Izuku smiled at Eri and affirmed that he was. Eri jumped out of her seat and hugged Izuku tightly. When they returned home, Eri was still glowing with happiness at the thought of Izuku being her new dad. Spotting All Might, she rushed over to him, and he knelt down to hug her, declaring that this made him her grandpa. Eri looked a bit confused until he explained that it meant he was Izuku's father. Although she didn't fully understand, it made her happy to know her little family had grown. She was no longer alone. She had her father and grandfather who loved her. Izuku reminded Eri that they couldn't tell anyone at school that All Might was her grandpa, as it was a secret. As they waited by the gates, Eri saw the girls approaching and told Tsuyu she had fun yesterday and couldn't wait to play with Satsuki again. Mina, Achiko, and Momo looked at Tsuyu, who explained they had set up a playdate for Eri to have someone her age to play with. Eri mentioned how cute it was when Tsuyu fell on top of her dad, causing both of them to blush. The other girls froze when Eri referred to Izuku as her dad. Tsuyu remembered it was mentioned at dinner but hadn't expected Eri to call him that at school. Achiko, regaining her composure, commented on Tsuyu falling on top of Eri's dad, which made Satsuki feel a bit disappointed that Tsuyu hadn't kissed him. Izuku, feeling the heat of embarrassment, picked Eri up and suggested they head to class before they were late. As they walked into class, Momo, Achiko, and Mina began questioning Tsuyu. All Might burst into the classroom with his usual flair, and Eri jumped out of her seat, excited to see him. She didn't call him grandpa but ran up to him with outstretched arms. All Might knelt down and scooped her up in a hug, causing Eri to squeal with joy. The class thought nothing of it. Every child got excited when they saw All Might. He announced it was time to change into hero costumes and head to training ground Gamma. After putting Eri down, she ran back to Izuku. Achiko approached Eri and asked her to go with her since she wasn't allowed in the boys' changing room. Izuku knelt down and reassured Eri it was okay to go with Achiko, promising to see her after he changed. He leaned in and kissed her forehead, and Eri reached out for Achiko's hand as they walked out together. In the girls' locker room, the girls chatted about how cute it was that Izuku had kissed Eri like that. Eri sat next to Achiko while she changed into her hero costume and complimented her, saying she looked pretty. Achiko blushed and thanked her. Momo approached Eri and asked if she wanted a costume like her dad's. Eri eagerly agreed, calling Izuku daddy. Tsuyu confirmed that Izuku was indeed Eri's new dad. Momo's chest glowed, and an Eri-sized costume appeared. Eri thanked Momo and asked for help getting dressed, explaining that her dad usually helped her. Momo smiled and agreed, starting to assist her. Once Eri was dressed, she stepped out with Achiko and Momo, and Izuku was waiting by the door. His eyes lit up when he saw Eri in his costume, and he picked her up, spinning her in the air with joy. He looked at Momo and asked if she had made the costume with her quirk, to which she blushed and confirmed. Izuku hugged Momo, playfully squishing Eri between them, making Momo turn bright red while Tsuyu and Achiko felt a twinge of jealousy. After letting Momo go, Izuku said it was time to head to the training grounds, where All Might greeted Eri with a smile and invited her to join him in helping with the class. Eri ran over, and All Might picked her up, joking that she had taken him hostage, and it was a race to save him. The class found it amusing that Eri had taken Izuku hostage, eagerly anticipating who would reach him first. All Might assigned the groups and then turned to Eri, telling her to hold on. She hugged Izuku tightly, and he leaped toward the center of town. Group 1 consisted of Izuku, Bakugo, 𝐬𝐬, and Lita. Bakugo glanced at his competitors and declared that they should prepare to lose. All Might's voice rang out, signaling the start of the competition. Everyone sprang into action. Explosions erupted as Bakugo soared into the air, while 𝗧𝗓 sprinted forward, his mufflers glowing from the speed. 𝗧𝗧𝗟 swung through the town using his tape, and Izuku lifted the ground beneath him, propelling himself toward the center faster than his classmates. Izuku reached the center first, followed by 𝗧𝗧𝗏, Bakugo, and 𝗧𝗓. Eri squealed with delight upon seeing her dad. Rushing toward her, Izuku jumped off his platform and knelt down as Eri ran into his arms, hugging him tightly. Bakugo's approach startled her with his explosions, but Izuku embraced her, making her feel safe. When Bakugo landed nearby, Eri commented on how loud he was. Bakugo, looking at her and then at Izuku, kept his tone civil, explaining that his quirk was loud by nature before walking away. Eri turned to her dad, asking if she had done something wrong. Izuku recalled how Bakugo had never changed since middle school and reassured her that she hadn't done anything wrong. Some people were just that way. He promised to take her to the park after school, and Eri smiled in response. After school, Izuku took Eri to the park again. She loved playing on the swings, and he pushed her, eliciting joyful squeals. A little girl her age approached and asked if Eri wanted to play. Eri looked to her dad, who smiled and encouraged her to have fun. The mothers in the park admired how Izuku interacted with Eri. One mother sent her daughter to invite Eri to join them. Izuku sat on a bench, watching Eri enjoy herself when a woman approached him, asking if Eri was his little sister. Izuku smiled and clarified that she was his daughter. Another woman joined them and inquired about Eri's mother. Izuku simply stated that she was no longer with them. One of the mothers then asked if he was single. Izuku blushed and replied affirmatively, noticing two men slowly approaching where Eri was playing with the other kids. The first member of the Shy Hasaikai gang commented that Izuku didn't look tough and suggested they could easily take Eri before anyone noticed. The second member reminded him of Chrono's warning not to attempt to get the girl, but the first insisted on the potential clout they could gain. The second member hesitated, not wanting to explain a failed mission to Chrono. The first member proposed a plan to attack Izuku while the other snatched Eri. As they focused on Izuku, an uneasy feeling washed over them when he suddenly stopped talking and stared at them. The women and children around began to notice as well. Izuku's eyes glowed green, and soon, the eyes of the women and children began to glow too. The criminals felt a surge of fear and began to back away, not wanting to be caught in such an unnatural situation. They fled the area, anxious to escape Izuku's piercing gaze. Izuku released the illusion, and the women and children remained unaware of what had transpired. He watched as the two men retreated, then called for Eri, who came running. He told her it was time to leave, and when she asked if they could return, he assured her they would come back to play another day. Eri smiled and took his hand as they left. Once home, Izuku headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, instructing Eri to wash up. All Might arrived just as they were setting the table. Eri was already in her All Might pajamas. After washing his hands, All Might joined them at the table. Izuku asked if he could get Eri a pendant like the one All Might had given him. All Might quickly understood and agreed, asking Eri about her favorite color. She replied that it was green, like her dad's eyes. All Might smiled and confirmed he would get it. After dinner, they settled in the living room to watch one of Eri's favorite movies, How to Train Your Dragon. When it ended, Izuku told Eri it was time for bed. She got up to hug All Might and give him a goodnight kiss before asking Izuku to tuck her in. After tucking her in, Izuku sat next to All Might and shared what had happened in the park. All Might was always impressed by the versatility of Izuku's powers, but this time he was particularly amazed by how Izuku had used an illusion to intimidate the villains without anyone else realizing it. Meanwhile, Achiko sat in her apartment, feeling like she was falling behind the other girls vying for Izuku's attention. Momo had plans for dinner with him that weekend, and Tsuyu had already dined with him twice. Plus, her little sister was Eri's friend, which meant Izuku would be visiting for that reason. Then it struck her, her parents would be in town for the open house at school. She decided to invite Izuku to meet them, and the thought warmed her heart. She pulled out her cell phone and called her parents, asking them to bring nice clothes for dinner. She was finally going to introduce them to Izuku. Momo felt nervous about Izuku coming over for dinner the next day. She and her mother meticulously went over every detail to ensure everything was perfect. Her father entered the great hall, smiling at the sight of the two women he loved working together. He complimented their efforts but noted that Izuku didn't seem like the type to enjoy anything too fancy. Momo looked at her father and firmly stated that it was no excuse not to put their best foot forward. The father spoke softly, expressing his concern for the young man. Momo replied with enthusiasm, sharing how amazing she thought he was. She admired his humility and noted that no one in their class knew about his wealth except for her. He selflessly helped everyone, always prioritizing their needs over his own. Momo recalled how he had saved her and a little girl, wishing her father would like him and hoping to earn his affection in return. Izuku woke up to find Eri nuzzled against his chest. He gently stroked her hair, and she lifted her head to greet him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Daddy." He remembered a time when he had tried to sneak out of bed, which had caused Eri to panic, thinking he had left her. She had cried until he heard her from the gym, where he had calmed her down and promised to let her know whenever he was exercising. As he prepared to go for a run, he told Eri he would be back soon, to which she responded with a sleepy, "Okay, Daddy." Izuku was quick on his feet, able to run a 4-minute mile for 7 miles before needing to slow down. After 27 minutes, he returned home and began lifting weights. Eri joined him in the gym just as he finished his workout. She announced her hunger, and Izuku smiled, asking what she would like to eat. Eri requested a cheese omelet, which happened to be Izuku's favorite breakfast as well. He had learned to make it from All Might during his time in America. As Izuku cooked, All Might walked in, commenting on the delicious smell. Eri was focused on cracking eggs, trying not to make a mess. Izuku offered All Might a cheese omelet, and he gratefully accepted. The family sat together, enjoying their meal and sharing laughter. All Might then asked Izuku if he was having dinner with Momo and her family that evening. Izuku confirmed that he was, and he suggested that Eri could stay with her grandpa to watch movies and eat ice cream while he was gone. Eri's face lit up with excitement at the thought. After Izuku agreed, Eri hugged him tightly, then playfully remarked that he needed a shower. He chuckled and headed off to clean up. After his shower, Izuku took Eri to the park, where she delighted in being pushed on the swings. A familiar group of kids arrived with their mothers, and Izuku allowed Eri to play while he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, ensuring everything felt safe and normal. The mothers began chatting with him, expressing admiration for how he spent time with Eri, wishing their own husbands would do the same. Noticing the time, Izuku called for Eri, and she said goodbye to her friends before running to take his hand. After bidding farewell to the mothers, they headed home. Izuku prepared to meet Momo and her family while Eri showered and changed into her favorite All Might pajamas. As he kissed her forehead before leaving, All Might entered the room, encouraging Izuku to enjoy himself and assuring him that Eri would have a great time. Momo was thrilled when the maid announced Izuku's arrival. The butler opened the door before he even had a chance to knock, which surprised him. The butler, fit and wearing an earpiece, instructed Izuku to follow him. As they walked, Izuku noticed the outline of a weapon in the man's vest, realizing he was part of their security team. He admired the tasteful decorations in the house and was awestruck by the grandeur of the Great Hall, which was even larger than his own gym. As he observed the staff, he recognized that they were all trained in martial arts, evident in their demeanor and the earpieces they wore. The head maid, a tall and striking woman, exuded an air of authority that made it clear she was not to be trifled with. When Izuku finally laid eyes on Momo, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, causing her to blush in response. Momo's parents watched as Izuku took in his surroundings, noting his keen observation of the staff rather than the decorations. They saw his reaction to their daughter and were pleased. Momo's father invited Izuku to sit next to Momo, and Izuku politely introduced himself, requesting to be called simply Izuku. Momo's father, Hiko, introduced himself and his wife, Tomo, who smiled warmly at Izuku. Izuku expressed his gratitude for their hospitality before complimenting Momo on her beauty, which made her blush deepen. Tomo inquired about Eri's whereabouts, and Izuku explained that she was spending the day with her grandfather, who wanted to enjoy his day off with her. He admitted that adjusting to being a single father had its challenges, especially since Eri still experienced nightmares that sometimes led her to his bed. Tomo expressed her sympathy, and Izuku was surprised to learn that Momo had shared pictures of Eri sleeping peacefully on his chest. He felt a rush of warmth at the thought, his cheeks flushing. Hiko then asked about Izuku's parents, and he shared that his mother had passed away when he was a child, prompting a sympathetic response from Tomo, who could see the pain in his eyes. Izuku reassured Momo, saying that he had a wonderful relationship with his father. The three of them enjoyed their meal, and once they finished, Momo's parents expressed their gratitude to Izuku for joining them. He thanked them for the invitation, and Momo offered to walk him to the door. When they reached the entrance, she asked if he would mind following her for a moment. Izuku smiled and agreed. Momo gently took his hand and led him to the grand fountain. Looking into his eyes, she apologized for sending the pictures to herself. Izuku smiled back and inquired about who else had seen them. When she revealed the names, Izuku blushed, realizing why he had received so many curious looks. Momo removed her shoes and stepped into the fountain, relishing the refreshing sensation on her feet. Izuku admired her and complimented her beauty that evening. Meanwhile, Momo's parents watched from the security cameras, wishing they could hear their conversation. They observed as Izuku extended his hand to help Momo out of the fountain, giving her a warm hug before stepping back to leave. Tomo turned to her husband, noting that Izuku was a true gentleman, as he hadn't even attempted to kiss Momo goodbye after helping her. Hiko continued to watch the young man depart, pondering why he had lied about his father's profession. Nonetheless, he recognized Izuku's good nature and decided to offer him a position in their company, believing that someone with his keen insight would be a valuable asset alongside their daughter when the time came for them to retire. Tomo smiled, leaning into her husband. Momo entered her house feeling elated, cherishing the way Izuku had looked at her as he approached and helped her from the fountain. She was pleasantly surprised by the hug he had given her, feeling how much stronger he had become since their last encounter. Upon entering, she found her parents waiting for her. As she approached them, her father asked what Izuku's father did for a living. Caught off guard, Momo hesitated. Her father smiled knowingly, stating that he had seen how uncomfortable Izuku appeared when discussing his father's job. He expressed that if Momo wanted him to accept Izuku into their family, she should let him know. Momo lowered her head, and her mother gently lifted her chin, explaining that they needed to know because her father wished to offer Izuku a significant position in the company. Tears began to stream down Momo's face as she asked if that was true. Her father affirmed that he was a good judge of character and wanted to expedite the process of accepting Izuku into their company. Momo embraced her mother and softly revealed that Izuku's father was all might. Her mother pulled back in shock, while her father hugged Momo, expressing his surprise at accepting the first boy she introduced. He felt proud that she had brought home such a respectable, powerful young man, especially the son of the #1 hero. Meanwhile, Izuku returned home to find All Might and Eri having a tea party at a small table. Izuku smiled as Eri noticed him and exclaimed that he had arrived just in time. He joined them at the table, participating in the tea party. After a while, they put Eri to bed, and Izuku shared the details of his night with his father. He sought advice, expressing his confusion about his feelings for Momo and the 3 other girls he liked. He also mentioned that Eri needed him more than anything at that moment. All Might looked deeply into his son's eyes, recognizing the bottled-up emotions. He advised Izuku that while he might not have all the answers, his next appointment with Baru was on Wednesday. Izuku smiled, grateful for his father's support, and hugged him. The next morning after breakfast, Izuku asked Eri if she would like to visit the mall to help her overcome her fear of crowds. He assured her that if it became overwhelming, they could leave. They arrived at the mall just in time for lunch, ordering a taishaku meal. Eri chose fish while Izuku opted for beef. After finishing their meals, they strolled around the mall. At the same time, Achiko's parents arrived at her apartment. When Achiko opened the door, her father pulled her in for a hug, and her mother asked if she was hungry. Achiko replied affirmatively, suggesting a great place in the mall before they went dress shopping for when they invited Izuku and Eri over for dinner. Izuku bought Eri an ice cream cone for being such a brave girl. As they walked hand in hand, Eri spotted Achiko and waved, causing her ice cream to tumble onto her shirt and the floor. Eri's eyes filled with tears, not only from dropping her treat but also from dirtying her favorite shirt. Ochiko's father noticed Eri calling his daughter and pointed her out. Ochiko and her mother turned just in time to see the ice cream fall. Izuku knelt down, gently wiping the tears from Eri's eyes and lifting her chin to kiss her forehead. He reassured her that he would get her another ice cream. Eri expressed her concern about her dirty shirt, but Izuku used his quirk to remove the stain, standing up with a smile. As he cleaned up the mess, Ochiko and her parents approached. Ochiko introduced her parents to Izuku, who bowed his head in greeting. He then asked Ochiko to watch Eri for a moment while he went to get her another ice cream. As Izuku headed to the third floor, two members of the 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 spotted Eri. One drew a large knife while the other pulled out a gun, approaching her menacingly. They greeted Eri, threatening that if she didn't come quietly, others would get hurt. Ochiko quickly pulled Eri into her arms and firmly warned the two men that if they knew what was good for them, they should walk away immediately. The gunman pet his pistol and declared that it didn't look like he was playing a game. Eri, in a moment of desperation, called out for her father. Izuku heard her cry and rushed out of the store, vaulting over the guardrail. As he descended from the 3-story drop, what he saw ignited a fierce anger within him. The gunman threatened to shoot the girl, and as he fired, the bullets halted just inches from Ochiko. The two criminals stared in disbelief as Izuku landed before the bullets, his presence imposing as he reached out and caught one. He demanded to know who dared to fire a gun at his daughter, instructing Eri to close her eyes, to which she obediently complied. Moments before the chaos, Ochiko's mother had mentioned needing to use the restroom, prompting her father to agree that it was a good idea. Upon exiting, they were met with the sight of Ochiko shielding Eri from a man with a gun. Eri's scream seemed to stretch time, and Ochiko's mother cried out in horror as the madman pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, Pony was at the mall with her parents, excitedly showing them around when she heard a familiar voice calling for her father. Izuku dashed out of the store just as they were about to enter, leaping over the guardrail. Pony's parents looked on in shock as he plummeted 3 stories. They barely reached the guardrail when they heard the gunfire. Everyone watched in astonishment as Izuku landed in front of Eri, plucking a bullet from the air while the others remained suspended around him. He instructed Eri to close her eyes, and as he transformed, green fur sprouted, enhancing his already impressive physique, and claws extended from his hands. He resembled a creature from a nightmare, causing the criminals to retreat in fear. One of the criminals charged at Izuku, attempting to stab him with a large knife. Izuku caught the man's arm and slammed him to the ground, the impact knocking him out cold. The gunman, in a panic, threw his empty weapon at Izuku, who effortlessly caught it and crushed it in his powerful grip. He lunged forward, seizing the gunman by the chest and lifting him off the ground, demanding to know who sent him. The criminal pleaded for his life, revealing that he worked for Chrono from the 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and promised that they would never be seen again if they were let go. All Might burst into the mall upon hearing reports of gunfire. He quickly located the large green figure holding a man and called out his presence. The criminal, terrified, begged for arrest, hoping to be saved from the monster. Izuku pulled the criminal closer and then hurled him toward All Might, who swiftly caught him, earning cheers from the crowd. Izuku released his transformation and turned just in time to catch Eri, who was running toward him at full speed. He embraced her tightly and then walked over to Ochiko, pulling her into a one-armed hug. Ochiko felt her heart race as Izuku thanked her for protecting Eri, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Ochiko's parents rushed to them, and her father checked for any injuries before enveloping her in a hug. Her mother joined in, tears of joy streaming down her face as relief washed over her at the sight of her daughter being safe. As All Might secured the criminals, Ochiko's mother approached Izuku, still teary-eyed, and thanked him for saving her daughter once again. Her father stepped forward after her, waiting for his wife to release Izuku before shaking his hand. He invited Izuku to dinner on Tuesday, wanting to express their gratitude properly. Izuku smiled, saying he would love to but insisted that Ochiko was the one who protected Eri, placing him in her debt. Ochiko's face turned crimson at the thought of Izuku speaking with her father. After setting Eri down, she lifted her again as Eri hugged her tightly, thanking her for keeping her safe. Pony, watching from a distance, told her parents that Izuku was the young man she had feelings for. Her mother observed the situation and remarked that it was clear Pony wasn't the only one with feelings for him, noting how in love 𝐻𝐻𝐿 appeared. Pony looked back at Izuku and expressed to her parents that he truly was the strongest, kindest, and most compassionate man she knew. She recounted how he had fought 3 to protect them during the camp attack and how he had rescued Eri from the Yakuza, now raising her on his own. Pony's father expressed a longing to meet Izuku at school the next day, impressed by the young man's bravery. All Might and a police officer approached Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 to inquire about the incident. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 recounted how the 2 men had threatened her and Eri, leading to Eri's desperate call for her father. Izuku explained that he had heard Eri's cry and acted without hesitation. The police officer assured them that, given the circumstances of protecting his child, there would be no criminal charges against Izuku for using his quirk to subdue the criminals. Izuku expressed his gratitude to the officer and informed Eri that it was time to head home. He bid farewell to 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and her parents, leaving the mall while holding Eri's hand. Upon arriving home, Izuku felt a surge of anger. Those criminals had attempted to take Eri from him. They had even threatened 𝐻𝐻𝐿, and in that moment, Eri had been right in front of her. If he had been even a second slower, one or both of them could have been harmed. As he stood there, he felt a gentle tug on his arm. Looking down, he saw Eri gazing up at him with her big eyes, asking if he was okay. Her words struck Izuku deeply. He picked Eri up and hugged her tightly, admitting that he was not okay and that he had been scared they would hurt her. To his surprise, Eri looked him in the eyes and said she wasn't afraid because she knew he would protect her. She reached out and touched his cheek, and he leaned his head into her tiny hand. When All Might returned home, he found Izuku sitting on the couch with his head lowered. All Might sat beside him, and Izuku leaned into his father, feeling the tension in his body. All Might embraced him tightly, sensing his son's distress. Izuku, in a small voice, asked if this was how All Might felt every time he went out alone, fearing he would be taken. Without hesitation, All Might confirmed that it was. He explained that he had trained Izuku so he would be strong enough to defend himself until he could reach him. Izuku looked up at his father, offering a weak smile and expressing his gratitude. He then got up to check on Eri. All Might watched as his son walked to Eri's room, feeling a mix of pain and anger that Izuku had to learn such a harsh lesson at a young age. Eri woke up, slightly confused, not recalling how she ended up in her father's room. She looked at Izuku and asked why he was in her room. Izuku smiled and explained that he had a bad dream, which made her laugh for some reason. He then got up to begin his morning training routine before getting ready for school. Eri enjoyed helping with breakfast, and after they ate, they packed their lunches and left for school. They arrived. None of the girls were waiting by the gate, and Izuku remembered that their parents would be there that day. He considered skipping school to spend the day with Eri but decided against it, knowing it would set a poor example for her. As they walked to class, Izuku heard a familiar voice call out to him. Turning around, he saw Pony waving, accompanied by her parents. Eri waved back as they approached. Pony's father introduced himself as 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and mentioned that his wife, 𝐻𝐻𝐿, and he had heard wonderful things about Izuku from their daughter. He continued by saying they had witnessed Izuku's bravery at the mall and were very impressed. Izuku glanced at Pony, who was blushing but remained silent. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 then invited Izuku and Eri to join them at a karaoke bar after school. Eri, curious, asked what a karaoke bar was, and upon hearing the explanation, she became excited. Izuku agreed to meet them afterward. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 then approached Izuku, looking him in the eyes as if searching for something. She knelt down and asked Eri who fixed her hair. Eri smiled and replied that her daddy did. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 remarked on how adorable Eri was before standing up, expressing her anticipation to see them later. Pony asked Izuku for his phone number to coordinate their meeting, then led her parents to Class 1B. As Izuku entered Class 1A, he noticed that all of his classmates' parents were already there, chatting among themselves. One parent commented on the presence of a child's desk until they saw Eri walking in. Izuku noticed Momo's parents engaged in a deep conversation with 𝐻𝐻𝐿's parents. Eri approached 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and thanked her for trying to protect her the day before. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 picked Eri up and hugged her tightly, while her mother joined in, praising Eri for her bravery. Eri confidently stated that she knew her daddy would protect them because he was strong. Momo's father inquired about the events from the previous day. Ochiko's mother recounted how Izuku had jumped from the third story to save Eri and Ochiko from danger. All eyes turned to Izuku, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable under the sudden attention. Whispers began to circulate among the parents and students. Ochiko's mother took Eri from Ochiko and approached Izuku, asking if his parents would be joining them since they wanted to meet the people who raised such a brave young man. Izuku replied that his mother had passed away when he was a child and that his father would not be able to make it that day. Bru noticed the hurt in Izuku's expression but admired his strength as he kept his head up and smiled. Momo's father then approached Izuku, offering to stand with him in the absence of his father. Ochiko's father joined in, expressing pride in standing with Izuku after his heroic actions. Izuku looked at both men and thanked them, but insisted they should be with their daughters. Momo's father asked Momo if he could stay by Izuku, to which she blushed and agreed. Ochiko quickly chimed in, saying she wouldn't mind either, and both men declared it settled. Professor Aizawa entered the classroom looking refreshed, followed closely by All Might. Before class began, Momo reminded her parents that only 5 people knew about All Might being Izuku's father and asked them not to reveal it to the class. Ochiko greeted Momo and introduced her parents, and shortly after, Izuku walked in with Eri. Ochiko noticed the pain in his eyes when her mother approached him to ask about his parents. The class murmured when Izuku revealed that his mother had died when he was still a child. Thankfully, Professor Aizawa entered the room, and to everyone's surprise, he was accompanied by All Might. Izuku beamed at the sight of All Might, knowing this was his father's way of supporting him. All Might smiled back, feeling a pang of guilt that 2 men stood by his son because he wanted to keep their secret safe. Izuku felt a surge of happiness knowing he wouldn't be alone, thanks to the 2 men accompanying him. All Might greeted the parents warmly, informing them that they would lead the way to the gym to meet the rest of the professors. He then stepped out of the classroom, allowing the focus to remain on the students. Professor Aizawa introduced himself and instructed the students to guide their parents to the gym. He mentioned that parents could ask him questions now or wait until they reached the gym. To Izuku's surprise, Momo's father approached Professor Aizawa, inquiring about Izuku's performance in class. Ochiko's father joined the conversation with a smile. Aizawa glanced at Izuku, who nodded, prompting him to share his insights. Tsuyu's father soon joined the other men, curious about Izuku. Izuku and Eri led the 3 fathers to meet his various professors. This made Izuku happy. Although he would have preferred his own father to be there, he appreciated having people who genuinely cared about his progress in school. After the day concluded, the professors announced that there would be a demonstration in the gym the following day. Izuku's phone rang. It was Pony, inviting him to meet at 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 at 5. Pony's family arrived at the karaoke bar early. Pony's mother observed her daughter and remarked that while the young man might appear kind, strong, and fearless, he was truly broken inside. Pony looked at her mother, asking if she had used her quirk on him. Her mother admitted she had, explaining that her quirk allowed her to see a person's emotional state through their eyes. She continued, stating that he was honest, kind, strong, and brave, but also afraid, angry, fragile, and hiding something from everyone. Pony inquired if her mother knew what he was hiding. Her mother replied that while she didn't know the specifics, he was like a diamond, hard, but capable of shattering if struck just right. Pony's father placed a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder, reminding her that nobody is perfect. He noted that the fact that he was honest and kind was good enough for now, suggesting they focus on enjoying themselves and picking out songs to sing. When Izuku and Eri arrived, Pony's family was busy selecting songs. Pony's father called Izuku over to sit next to Pony and choose a couple of songs. After selecting the songs, Pony's father invited Izuku to join him in ordering food. Izuku turned to Eri, asking what she would like. Eri requested 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, and with that, Izuku left with Shio. Pony asked Eri if Izuku always fixed her hair for her. Eri beamed and affirmed that he did. Pony's mother then asked how Izuku treated her. Eri replied that he was very nice and never got mad when she had bad dreams and woke him up. She explained that he would place her head on his chest and gently pat her head until she fell back asleep. He was also teaching her how to cook, helping her with spelling, and taking her to the park to play. Pony's mother was surprised by how much this young man did for Eri. She turned to her daughter with a smile, saying she had a song in mind for Pony to sing to him. When Izuku and Shio returned, Eri was smiling and sitting next to Pony's mother. The fun began as Pony's parents performed a duet of "Don't Go Breaking My Heart" by Elton John and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Eri giggled as the two adults danced and sang to each other. It was now Izuku's turn. He chose a song that reminded him of his adopted father, wanting to sing it for his birthday. He announced that he would be singing "In Case You Don't Live Forever" by Ben Platt and asked for their opinions. The song resonated deeply with Pony's parents, who were taken aback by the emotional depth of the young man who leaped into danger without regard for his own safety. They applauded him, praising his performance. Pony, feeling a bit hesitant, was nudged by her mother to get up and sing. She chose "Fix You" by Coldplay, pouring all her emotions into the performance. As she sang, she noticed tears glistening on Izuku's cheeks, and Eri leaned into him, her own eyes watering. When Pony finished, she gently touched Izuku's face and kissed his forehead before stepping back and bowing. Izuku, lost in the moment, hadn't realized he was crying. He continued to gaze at Pony as she sang, feeling Eri snuggle closer. He was brought back to reality when Pony caressed his cheeks and kissed his forehead. He felt a rush of embarrassment as Eri pointed out that he was crying too. Izuku wiped his tears, feeling flustered that Eri had noticed. Eri then innocently asked Pony if this meant she was now her mommy. Pony blushed deeply, while Izuku looked stunned, questioning where Eri got that idea. He noted that none of the other girls kissed him, yet he let Pony do it. Pony's mother found amusement in Eri's candid remark, while Pony's father cleared his throat, stating that a kiss didn't make her a mother, but they would see what the future held. Pony sat next to Eri, asking if she liked the song. Eri admitted she enjoyed it but that it made her cry. Meanwhile, Momo was having dinner with her parents when her father asked if she knew that she and Izuku were in close competition for top grades. Momo's mother expressed her surprise, noting that his teachers praised his diligence even while raising Eri. Momo beamed with pride, and her mother asked when the two of them would make their relationship official. Momo felt her cheeks warm and then frowned, expressing her uncertainty about the situation. Even when he came over for dinner, he hadn't made any advances. Her mother acknowledged this, but her father pointed out that he could tell how much he liked her by the way he looked at her. Momo wondered what she should do. To her surprise, her father was the one to answer. He suggested that she ask Eri what Izuku liked and go from there. He advised her to bring a homemade bento for lunch the next day and eat with them. The Ochako family was joined by the Azui family for dinner. The fathers enjoyed their conversation, especially when Ochiko's dad learned that Izuku had saved his daughters from a villain. He had reached out to apologize for not arriving sooner. Impressed, Ochiko's dad invited them to join in and learn more about this remarkable young man. Izuku seemed almost too good to be true. Even his teachers remarked on how he helped students who were struggling. Ochiko's dad shared how Izuku had leaped from the third floor to save both Eri and Ochako, transforming into a werewolf to defeat the villains. While the men talked, the women were curious about their daughters' feelings for Izuku. They delighted in the embarrassment on the girls' faces. Ochiko's mom reminded her of the hug in the mall and how Izuku had whispered to her. Tsuyu's mom recounted how Tsuyu had fallen on top of Izuku, both turning bright red. The girls blushed as the women giggled. Buru mentioned that while Izuku was doing a great job with Eri, she needed a mother figure in her life. This made both girls blush even more as they exchanged glances. When Izuku returned home from the karaoke bar, he carried a sleeping Eri, who had thoroughly enjoyed herself. He recalled Pony's warm kiss on his forehead, but his father's voice brought him back to the moment. His father noticed how exhausted Eri was and asked where they had gone. Izuku explained that they had gone to a karaoke bar with Pony's family, where they had eaten, sung, and had a good time. He shared how Pony had sung a sad song that had moved him to tears, and how she had kissed his forehead afterward. Eri had asked if Pony would be her new mom, leaving Izuku feeling embarrassed. As he drove home, he contemplated whether he should start dating to find a mother for 𝐮𝐵, believing she deserved one. All Might advised him not to rush into a relationship for 𝐮𝐵's sake but encouraged him to think about what he wanted in a partner. He suggested that before taking anyone seriously, Izuku should observe how they treated 𝐮𝐵 and whether they included her in their plans. Izuku thanked his father and went to put 𝐮𝐵 to bed. All Might reminded him to be prepared for a fight the next day, as he would be part of the show Professor Aizawa had mentioned. Momo woke up early and headed to the kitchen, where the family chef guided her in making a bento box for Izuku and 𝐮𝐵. Though she was usually a quick learner, today she felt nervous about whether Izuku would like her cooking. The chef's corrections brought her back to focus, and soon she had finished, even packing an apple for 𝐮𝐵. Once done, she got ready for school. Izuku woke 𝐮𝐵 to prepare for school, pleased to see that she had stayed in her room all night, a sign that she was getting better. He knew he needed to look into enrolling her in a normal school to help her adjust to being around children her age. All Might entered, announcing that breakfast was ready, but then his work phone rang, and he left in a hurry. Realizing they didn't have time to pack a lunch, Izuku decided they would have cafeteria food that day. When 𝐮𝐵 entered the classroom, Momo called her over. 𝐮𝐵 let go of Izuku's hand and walked to Momo, who asked if she knew what her father liked to do. 𝐮𝐵 smiled and shared that he enjoyed working out every morning, playing with her in the park, and singing. Momo then asked if she and her father would like to have lunch with her. 𝐮𝐵 excitedly agreed and ran to ask Izuku. He approached Momo, expressing concern about imposing on her parents, but she assured him that they had a meeting they couldn't get out of and that she had made a bento box. Izuku smiled and agreed. Professor Aizawa entered the room, instructing Izuku to prepare himself while asking everyone else to lead their parents to the gym. Momo called out to 𝐮𝐵 to join her, and Izuku kissed 𝐮𝐵's head, telling her to go with Momo since she couldn't accompany him to the locker room. 𝐮𝐵 happily went to Momo, and Izuku left for the locker room. As the class emptied, Momo's mom asked 𝐮𝐵 if her father could sing. 𝐮𝐵 beamed and confirmed that he was very good, recalling how everyone had clapped for him the day before. When Momo asked about this, 𝐮𝐵 explained that they had gone to a place where people sing, and Pony's performance had made both her and her father cry, adding that Pony had kissed him on the forehead. Momo's heart sank at the thought of Pony kissing Izuku without any reaction from him. Momo's mother placed her hand on Momo's shoulder, glancing at the bento box she was carrying. Momo realized it was time to express her feelings to Izuku, and she was determined to do it today. The parents lined the second level of the gym, while 4 students stood in the corners of the gym, 3 seniors and Izuku. Suddenly, a blur shot into the gym and landed in the center, All Might, in his Silver Age costume. He announced that everything was fine now because he was there, and the crowd cheered, including the parents. All Might smiled and introduced UA's top fighters, explaining that the student who performed best would earn a one-on-one fight with him. Mirio Togata, 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, Tamaki Amajiki, and Izuku Yagi exchanged surprised glances. Mirio was excited, 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 felt nervous about wanting to do well, but not wanting to fight All Might, and Tamaki pulled his hood over his head, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd. Izuku was eager to win. He hadn't had the chance to spar with his father since the class trip. Bakugo felt his anger rising again as Izuku stood in the spotlight, preparing for a chance to fight All Might. He couldn't understand how Izuku was considered a better fighter when he hadn't faced anyone in class. Just because he had fought those 𝐻𝐻𝐼 didn't make him superior. Cementos entered the center of the gym and set up an obstacle course with targets for the students to take down. Once finished, he announced that the student who took down the targets in the fastest time would win. Each student took their turn when called, with all but one giving their best effort. When the results were announced, Tamaki Amajiki placed 4th, 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐵 3rd, Mirio Togata 2nd, and Izuku Yagi claimed 1st place by 0.3 of a second. Bakugo was furious. He couldn't believe that Izuku had won. He suspected that the seniors were just there to make Izuku look better. 𝐮𝐵 cheered, proclaiming that her daddy had won. Izuku looked up, smiled, and waved at her. Pony stood nearby, praying for Izuku's victory. Her heart raced as he skillfully took down target after target, admiring the focused look on his face. She blushed when he smiled at her, feeling her mother's hand on her shoulder. Her mother remarked that the kiss had left a strong impression on Izuku, causing Pony to turn crimson as she smiled. Achiko and Tsu cheered for Izuku, bouncing with joy at his win, but they were puzzled by Pony's reaction to his smile. Their thoughts were interrupted when Professor Aizawa announced that the next event would be moved to the arena for safety reasons. Izuku floated up to Eri on a large piece of concrete, telling her that Professor Aizawa wanted to show her something in the arena. He then turned to Momo, smiling and expressing his anticipation for lunch together before shooting toward the area like a bullet. Upon landing outside the arena, he spotted Professor Aizawa playing with a couple of kittens. Eri's eyes widened at the sight, and she eagerly asked if she could play with them. Izuku instructed her to ask Professor Aizawa, who smiled and granted her permission. Eri dashed off to play with the kittens, and Izuku reminded her to listen to the professor. Entering the arena, Izuku approached his father, smiling and expressing his excitement for the spar. All Might returned the smile, noting that it had been too long since they had sparred. Both began stretching as parents and students filled the arena. Momo's parents noticed Eri playing with the kittens and wondered why she wasn't inside. Momo approached Professor Aizawa, who explained that they didn't want Eri to see Izuku and All Might spar. Momo questioned this, recalling the last time they sparred, when Izuku had thrown trees at All Might, who had responded with a powerful kick that created a crater. Momo's parents paled at the thought, and her father remarked that he would hate to see a real fight. Momo thought about that spar and the smile on Izuku's face during their battle. All Might and Izuku stood across from each other, both smiling. Professor 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐽𝐻 reminded them to restrain themselves and avoid accidentally destroying the stadium. Both men laughed at her comment, which earned a scowl from Midnight. When she shouted for them to begin, All Might leaped into the air and came down with a punch that shattered concrete. To his surprise, Izuku didn't try to take the hit. Instead, he moved aside, using his quirk to rip up two large pieces of concrete and hurl them at All Might. The number 1 hero dodged both pieces and charged at Izuku, impressed that his son was thinking strategically. Izuku shot toward All Might, surprised that his father had dodged but maintaining his focus. All Might threw a punch that could have destroyed a building. Izuku used his quirk to create a shield while shifting his weight to the right, causing All Might to slightly overextend. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku aimed for a rib shot enhanced with kinetic energy. All Might saw the punch coming and rotated his body, countering with a spinning elbow that sent Izuku flying. The parents and students watched in awe as the two fought. Tsu and Achiko stood together, marveling at how Izuku, the lovable nice guy, transformed into a formidable fighter. Pony's parents were equally astonished, realizing that the young man they had spent time with was holding his own against the number 1 hero. Momo's mother clutched her shoulder, watching the quiet, shy boy who had dined at their home reveal his true colors. She didn't realize she was holding her breath until All Might finally landed a direct blow. Izuku, however, used his quirk to form an arc with the concrete, using the momentum to launch himself back at All Might. All Might observed the concrete structure of the arena and smiled as Izuku charged towards him. In an attempt to throw Izuku off balance, All Might struck the ground, causing debris to scatter. Izuku harnessed his quirk, launching the fragments around him at All Might before leaping into the air. All Might followed suit, both men executing powerful kicks aimed at sending the other flying. With a slight advantage in leg length, All Might successfully sent Izuku tumbling away. Professor 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐽𝐻 called out for them to stop as Izuku crashed into the concrete wall. All Might was there in an instant, extending his hand, which Izuku grasped. All Might pulled him free from the rubble, and the crowd watched in awe as Izuku smiled while All Might brushed off the debris from his shoulders. Both heroes stood together, grinning. All Might praised Izuku for avoiding the heavy hits and using his agility to his advantage. They waved to the families as they exited the shattered arena. Professor 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐽𝐻 approached them, questioning whether it was too much to ask for the arena to remain intact. Momo hurried to find Izuku, her parents having sent her ahead so she could have lunch with him. Spotting him with All Might, she called out, and All Might smiled, saying he would leave them to talk. Izuku smiled back and walked over to her. Momo blushed and asked if he and Eri would like to join her for lunch since it was almost time. Izuku replied that he would change first and then they could get Eri. Once he was ready, they found Eri, and Izuku used his quirk to lift all three of them to a park he liked on campus. The aroma of the food amazed Izuku, and Eri was thrilled that Momo had packed her an apple. This thoughtful gesture made Izuku happy, and he smiled at Momo. As they ate, Izuku looked at Momo and inquired if she had made the food herself. Momo blushed and confirmed that she had. Izuku remarked that she would make a wonderful partner one day. Momo gazed at him as he reclined after finishing his meal. Taking a deep breath, she asked if he was dating 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴𝐻. Izuku sat up, meeting her gaze, and clarified that he was not. He admitted he wasn't sure if he was ready for a relationship, sharing that the closest he had come to a date was when they went shopping for Eri. He explained that he had been focused on being a good father and becoming a hero. Momo asked if he had ever considered being in a relationship, to which Izuku replied honestly that he had. He even mentioned discussing it with his father. Curious, Momo asked what was holding him back. Izuku glanced at Eri, who had just finished her apple and was now excitedly pointing at a crepe vendor, asking if she could have one. He handed her some money, assuring her he would keep an eye on her as she dashed off. Turning back to Momo, Izuku expressed that he came with a lot of baggage. He explained that there were people actively trying to take Eri from him and others who sought to capture him. The thought of someone he cared for getting hurt because of him weighed heavily on his heart, and his smile faded. Momo noticed the change in his expression, her breath hitching at the sight. Eri returned with her crepe, and Izuku closed his eyes, lying back as he lost himself in thought. After a moment, Momo asked if he had any plans after class. Izuku replied that he did not. Momo then asked if he would like to go out with her. He sat up, concerned about her parents still being in town. Momo blushed, explaining it was their idea. Izuku hesitated, mentioning he didn't have anyone to watch Eri that night. Momo turned to Eri and asked if she wanted to join them. Eri paused her crepe eating and asked if they could go to the place where she could hear her daddy sing again. Momo smiled, agreeing it sounded like fun. Izuku checked his watch and said they needed to go to meet up with the class. As they entered the classroom, Izuku and Eri took their seats. Professor Aizawa walked in, announcing the conclusion of the tour and inviting any parents with questions to contact the school. He encouraged everyone to enjoy the rest of the afternoon with their children and dismissed the class. Izuku approached Momo and her parents, inviting them to join him. Momo's father politely declined, but Izuku insisted, expressing how much Momo enjoyed spending time with them. He also thanked them for accompanying him to meet his teachers, which meant a lot to him. Eri took Momo's mother's hand, pleading for them to join, and her parents smiled, ultimately accepting the invitation. Izuku promised to text Momo the time for their karaoke outing after making arrangements. He picked up Eri and left the classroom, where Achiko was waiting with her parents. Achiko asked if he was free the next afternoon. Izuku replied that he only planned to take Eri to the park. Achiko's father invited him to join them for a meal, and Izuku, meeting Achiko's gaze, agreed. After sending Momo a text, Izuku felt nervous as Momo's earlier conversation echoed in his mind. He wondered if she liked him and if it was fair for her to step into his complicated life. Shaking off his worries, he focused on enjoying the company. To his surprise, Momo's family could sing. Her mother began the group with a heartfelt song for her husband, and everyone clapped when she finished. Momo's father then stood up, announcing he wanted to see Izuku and Momo dance while he sang. Izuku blushed as Eri smiled at him. He got up, extending his hand to Momo and asking if he could have this dance as her father began to sing. The two of them lost themselves in the music, dancing closely. Momo's father knelt down to sing to Eri, who beamed with joy. He then walked over to his wife, taking her hand as he sang the final verses, ending with a gentle kiss on her hand. Izuku and Momo were both breathing a little heavily after their dance. When they parted, they began to clap. Momo decided to take her turn next, wanting to embrace the emotion she was feeling, and began to sing Wicked Game by 𝐴𝐻 featuring Anaka. Izuku sat next to Eri, who snuggled into him. Momo looked into Izuku's eyes as she sang, her heart pounding. She poured all her feelings into the performance, recalling how he had saved her, how he fought valiantly, and how he looked when he saved Eri. Finally, she reflected on the honesty he showed in the cemetery, coming to terms with her own feelings. When she finished, she surprised herself by walking up to Izuku and pulling him into a hug. Izuku returned the embrace, enjoying her warmth and the softness of her cheek against his. When she pulled back, she was taken aback when Izuku kissed her cheek and thanked her for the song. Momo turned beet red, her heart racing at the unexpected gesture. Izuku then said it was his turn to sing, letting her go as he began to perform Stand By Me by Ben King. Momo sat next to Eri as Izuku sang, looking into Momo's eyes and noticing her lingering blush. He then directed his song to Eri, who snuggled closer to Momo, making Izuku smile. It warmed his heart to see Eri comfortable around Momo. As he finished singing, he gently touched Momo's cheek, and she could hear her heart pounding in her ears. Eri looked up at Momo and smiled, noticing her blush. Momo's mother coughed slightly, bringing Momo back to the moment, which made both Izuku and Momo blush. Eri innocently broke the silence by asking if Momo was okay, noting how fast her heart was beating. Momo's parents smiled at their normally confident daughter, who was now flustered. Momo's father asked Izuku about his plans for spring break, giving Momo a chance to compose herself. Izuku explained that he had put together a training regimen to improve his quirk and planned to take Eri to a couple of parks while helping her with her reading and math. Eri smiled brightly, excited at the thought. Momo's father then offered Izuku an internship at his company. Izuku expressed gratitude for the opportunity but explained that he couldn't accept it as he had no one to care for Eri. He added that he was focused on training to become a hero. Momo's dad suggested providing childcare and a tutor for Eri. Before Izuku could respond, Momo volunteered to babysit and tutor Eri, surprising her parents. Momo smiled at Eri and asked if that was okay. Eri looked at her father and said she wouldn't mind, as long as he took her to play with Satsuki. Momo's father encouraged Izuku to consider the internship, explaining that it would help him multitask and focus. He mentioned that he didn't need an answer right away and asked Izuku to call him in a week with his decision, allowing him time to make arrangements. Izuku agreed to think about the offer and promised to call. Soon after, Izuku picked up a sleeping Eri, said his goodbyes, and left. The next morning, Izuku was in the gym working out when All Might walked in. Izuku shared the job offer with his father and asked if it would be a good idea to accept. All Might inquired about who would look after Eri, to which Izuku mentioned Momo's willingness to babysit and tutor her. All Might smiled and encouraged Izuku to take the opportunity, explaining that it would help him gain experience working with regular people. They decided to prepare breakfast, knowing that Eri would be waking up soon. At noon, Izuku received a text from Achiko with her address, inviting him and Eri for dinner. He got Eri ready and mentioned that he needed to pick up a gift before they went to Achiko's apartment. When they arrived, Izuku knocked, and Achiko's father opened the door, welcoming them inside. The delicious aroma of food filled the air, and even Eri remarked on how good it smelled. Achiko emerged from the kitchen with her mother, announcing that she had made katsudon, Izuku's favorite meal. Izuku's eyes locked onto Achiko. She had always been pretty, but today she looked especially appealing. Achiko noticed Izuku's gaze and blushed, then turned to Eri, telling her she had a special dessert planned. Eri's excitement grew as she asked what it was, but Achiko playfully told her they would find out after dinner. As they entered the living room, Izuku noticed a gift basket on the sofa. Achiko's mom picked it up and explained that they wanted to thank him for saving Achiko. Although they insisted it was a small gesture, Izuku accepted the gift graciously, hugging her mother and shaking her father's hand in gratitude. He then turned to Achiko and presented her with a gift of his own, expressing his appreciation for her protection of Eri. Izuku took a glass ball the size of a softball and used his quirk to transform it. After cutting his finger, the BLD mixed with the glass, turning it red and forming an appealing rose with a clear stem. Achiko's parents were stunned, and tears welled in Achiko's eyes as the rose floated into her hand. Izuku explained that he wanted to give her something that symbolized his eternal gratitude for her bravery and that would last forever. Achiko wiped her tears and hugged Izuku tightly before taking the rose to her room. They then sat down at the table to enjoy dinner together. Eri's eyes widened with excitement when 𝐻𝐿𝐼 brought out a freshly baked apple pie. Izuku relished the simple yet delightful evening, and as Eri finished her piece of pie, she fell asleep on the sofa, content and full. Izuku expressed his gratitude to 𝐻𝐿𝐼's parents for raising such a wonderful daughter. He then turned to 𝐻𝐿𝐼, thanking her for the dinner. Gently he picked up Eri, waking her from her slumber. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 walked over, embracing them both, kissing Eri's forehead before leaning in to kiss Izuku's cheek. She softly touched his face, pulling him closer, and shared a brief, tender kiss on his lips before stepping back, her cheeks flushed as she thanked him for the gift. Izuku felt his heart race, warmth spreading through him as Eri, still half asleep, innocently asked why his heart was beating so fast. 𝐻𝐿𝐼's parents smiled, witnessing their usually vibrant daughter turn shy after the kiss. They found it hard to believe that this was the same young man who had leaped 3 stories to save Eri and fought alongside All Might. 𝐻𝐿𝐼's mother cleared her throat, teasingly pointing out that it seemed like the first time a girl had kissed him. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, glowing with happiness, softly confirmed that it was indeed her first kiss. The parents were taken aback when Izuku confirmed her words, their jaws dropping in surprise. He thanked them for the invitation and, looking at 𝐻𝐿𝐼, smiled softly before leaving. A goofy smile spread across his face as he thought about 𝐻𝐿𝐼's gentle kiss. Once home, Izuku tucked Eri into bed, but his mind was still racing from the experience. He decided to practice his martial arts in the gym when All Might entered, asking if everything was okay. Izuku paused to share the story of 𝐻𝐿𝐼's kiss, mentioning how he hadn't shied away from it like he had with other girls. He recounted how he had kissed Momo on the cheek and how Pony had kissed him at the karaoke club. All Might listened, smiling at the look of joy in Izuku's eyes. He encouraged Izuku to take his time and assured him that he would make the right choices for himself and Eri. Izuku smiled back, saying he would get some rest before wishing All Might good night. The next morning, after completing his exercises and preparing breakfast, Eri walked in. After they finished eating, Izuku asked if she wanted to go to the park. Eri eagerly agreed and asked if 𝐬𝐬𝐶 could join them. Izuku smiled, suggesting they stop by 𝐬𝐶's house to ask. Eri dashed to her room to change, excitement radiating from her. When 𝐬𝐶 answered the door, still in her favorite casual outfit, she froze upon seeing Izuku's emerald green eyes. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. 𝐬𝐶 squealed with delight when she saw Eri and rushed off to ask her mom if she could join them. 𝐬𝐶, still embarrassed, invited Izuku and Eri inside while she quickly changed. Once 𝐬𝐶 returned, Izuku blushed again and invited her to join them. At the park, he pushed Eri and 𝐬𝐶 on the swings while 𝐬𝐶 set up a blanket and lunch basket. The girls excitedly announced they wanted to slide down and have Izuku catch them at the bottom. He smiled, waiting for them to come down, and they squealed in delight when he caught them, spinning them around before gently setting them down. As more children arrived, Eri and 𝐬𝐶 began playing with them. Izuku joined 𝐬𝐶 on the blanket, thanking her for coming. 𝐬𝐶, still shy, struggled to meet his gaze, feeling embarrassed about her earlier outfit. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was okay. 𝐬𝐶 admitted that she felt she kept showing him her embarrassing side and didn't want him to think less of her. Gently, Izuku lifted her chin, looking into her eyes as he reassured her that he thought she was brave, strong, smart, and pretty. 𝐬𝐶, touched by his words, asked if he truly believed that. He affirmed it and pulled her into a warm hug. Nearby, the mothers watching their children play couldn't help but feel envious, trying to decipher the nature of Izuku and 𝐬𝐶's relationship. 𝐬𝐶 and Eri squealed in delight at the sight of their hug. 𝐬𝐶, feeling flustered, called the girls over for lunch, pulling out sandwiches and drinks for everyone. As they ate, 𝐬𝐶 leaned in to whisper to 𝐬𝐶 that she should have kissed him when she had the chance. 𝐬𝐶 blushed deeply, and both girls giggled. After lunch, they returned to playing, while Izuku placed his hand gently on top of 𝐬𝐶's, holding it as they watched the girls. 𝐬𝐶 looked at him, noticing the softness in his eyes as he smiled at the children. She felt a warmth spread through her as he squeezed her hand, and she slowly turned her hand to hold his. Izuku expressed his happiness at seeing the girls having so much fun. 𝐬𝐶 then asked if he had ever played like that as a child. Izuku smiled, sharing that while he had played with kids his age, he had always kept his distance, fearing they might get hurt because of his past. This revelation tugged at Tsuyu's heart, making her wish he hadn't had to endure such hardships alone. Inspired by Satsuki's advice, Tsuyu leaned in and kissed Izuku, wanting him to feel her affection and know he wasn't alone. The kiss lingered, conveying her feelings for him. When she finally pulled back, she saw his large emerald eyes looking deeply into hers, his breath quickening and cheeks flushed. This made Tsuyu blush, realizing he hadn't pulled away or avoided the kiss. Izuku held onto her hand, his voice low as he asked why. Tsuyu refused to look away from Izuku's eyes and noted the hurt she saw there as he watched the girls play. She wanted him to know that he was not alone. She would be there for him whenever he felt lonely, sad, hurt, or angry. Izuku gently caressed her cheek, expressing his gratitude, as her words meant a lot to him. Eri and Satsuki observed the tender moment and squealed with joy. The loud sound startled Izuku, prompting him to spring to his feet in an instant. He moved so quickly that Tsuyu barely had time to react before he pulled her up into his chest, scanning the area for any potential threats. When he noticed Eri and Satsuki jumping up and down in excitement, he realized he was still holding Tsuyu protectively. Tsuyu's heart raced. She had been brave enough to kiss him and had just told him she would always be there for him. Now, being pulled into his embrace made her heart feel like it might burst. When Izuku finally let her go, he apologized for the way he had pulled her in. The girls rushed over to Tsuyu, pulling her away from Izuku and bombarding her with questions, their faces lit up with smiles. This scene brought a smile to Izuku's face as well. Looking at the time, he announced it was time to start packing up. Satsuki and Eri let out disappointed whines, while Tsuyu folded the blanket, her smile unwavering. As Izuku drove Tsuyu and Satsuki home, Satsuki asked if they could do this again because she had so much fun. Izuku agreed, and Satsuki added that her sister had really enjoyed herself too. Tsuyu blushed at Satsuki's words, prompting giggles from Eri and Satsuki, which only made her blush deeper. Izuku turned to Tsuyu and shared that he had enjoyed himself as well, causing her face to turn bright red from her ears down to her neck. When they arrived home, Buru asked the girls if they had fun. Satsuki beamed and recounted how Izuku had pushed them on the swings and caught them on the slide. She added that they had eaten lunch together and that Tsuyu had gotten very close to Izuku. Buru looked at Tsuyu, who was blushing again. Buru then told Satsuki to stop teasing her sister and go take a shower. Satsuki complied and left the room. Buru turned to Tsuyu and asked how close she had gotten. Tsuyu, still blushing, admitted that she had kissed him and shared everything that had happened. Buru expressed surprise at this revelation. Meanwhile, when Izuku and Eri got home, Izuku called Momo's father to accept the internship. The past few days had shown him that he was not accustomed to handling everyday problems or social situations. He found himself navigating his feelings for 4 girls, unsure of how to choose among them. 3 of the girls had kissed him, yet he had kissed the one who hadn't. Izuku hoped this internship would help him manage these daily challenges, and he felt a surge of excitement. In her bedroom, Momo's mother walked in and smiled. Momo greeted her as she brushed her hair.